Side stories, ports, and expansions were released, all to a larger audience than their predecessors. By the time GTA entered its HD age with Grand Theft Auto 4 in 2008, it was unstoppable, thanks to its more mature themes, a bigger and more lifelike Liberty City, and at the time, next-gen presentation.
It's been nearly a decade since IGN gave any game a 10, but there's a reason why that's changed now. GTA 4 is simply one of the best games I've ever seen. The single player has an incredible amount of depth. The city is absolutely stunning to just walk around in, and the multiplayer is one of the best that I've ever seen as well. As an entire package for only $60, whether you buy it on 360 or PS3, you're getting a game that probably is worth spending $300 on. Certainly worth picking up, definitely the best of the series, and easily a contender for Game of the Year.
Not long after the success of Grand Theft Auto 4, millions of people eagerly awaited the next chapter in the series, and after 3 years of rumors and speculation, the first trailer for Grand Theft Auto 5 dropped in 2011. As expected, it was wildly successful.
No longer do we have any rumors. We've been talking forever, oh, GTA 5, it's gotta be in production. But it's been officially confirmed, Grand Theft Auto 5 is coming. This is all we know about it. Rockstar officially released this logo.
Big news today. The first official details about Grand Theft Auto 5 have been announced.
Big, huge day today. The Grand Theft Auto 5 trailer came out. We watched it live.
I know, it was fun.
For now, an hour since then, we've been breaking down every minutiae detail of this thing.
Minutiae detail.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, I really hope, it's one of those things, everything they said sounds awesome. I really hope it all pays off.
Following the trailer, the drip feed of content from Rockstar was enough to keep millions of fans intrigued and hyped for what was coming next. The game took a different approach from its gritty gangster roots and followed 3 diverse characters with wildly different personalities and playstyles in a recreation of Los Angeles that is so detailed and accurate that players could feasibly navigate their way through some parts of LA without having been there before. Seriously though, Los Santos Vespucci Beach is a dead ringer for Venice Beach, and another perfect example of how the series uses a real-life location as the basis for its exaggerated and over-the-top satire.
Lost your job and the world's moved on, huh? That's too bad.
I didn't lose my job.
Of course. Got too old, got outsourced. Same thing happened to my dad. Now you gotta fit in with a different generation.
The game's plot was well received, thanks to its eccentric cast of characters and a Heat-inspired story about a high-profile robbery, shady government agencies, and like the previous titles before it, fulfilling the American dream.
Look, man, it's been a real honor, homie. But I gotta move forward in my life. It seems like all I do is let people tell me what to do and I do it and nothing changes.
I tell you what, my boy, you tell me exactly what you want, and I will very carefully explain to you why it cannot be.
What?
IGN's review gave the game a perfect 10 out of 10 due to its story, large and dense world, and how Grand Theft Auto 5 takes everything great in past titles and makes it even better.
Grand Theft Auto 5 is not only a preposterously enjoyable video game, but also an intelligent, wickedly comic and bitingly relevant commentary on contemporary America. It represents a refinement of everything that GTA 4 brought to the table 5 years ago. It's technically more accomplished in every conceivable way, but it's also tremendously ambitious in its own right. No other world in video games comes close to this in size or scope, and there is sharp intelligence behind its sense of humor and gift for mayhem. It tells a compelling, unpredictable, and provocative story without ever letting it get in the way of your own self-directed adventures through San Andreas. It is one of the very best video games ever made.
The game's quality paid off. Within the game's first 24 hours on sale, it managed to earn a little over $800 million, crossing the $1 billion mark 3 days later.
Publisher Take-Two announced this morning that Grand Theft Auto 5 has made off with more than $1 billion during its first 3 days on sale. A statement reads, "We believe this marks the fastest that any entertainment property, including video games and feature films, has reached this significant milestone."
Grand Theft Auto 5 was a certified hit. And as the series had done multiple times before, it became not only one of the biggest video game releases of all time, but also went on to become one of the most successful pieces of commercial art ever.
I'm Stephen Ogg, and this is IGN News. After a wildly successful launch, it has been revealed that Grand Theft Auto 5 officially holds 7 Guinness World Records. Since its release on September 17th, GTA 5 has enjoyed huge sales figures and managed to generate more revenue than movies such as The Avengers and Avatar. According to Guinness World Records, GTA 5 is the best-selling action-adventure video game in 24 hours and the best-selling video game period in 24 hours with 11.2 million copies sold on day one. Wow. It's the fastest video game to earn $1 billion and the fastest entertainment property to earn $1 billion. It's also the highest grossing video game in 24 hours and holds the record for highest revenue generated by an entertainment product in 24 hours with $860 million. GTA 5 holds the world record for the most viewed trailer for an action-adventure video game.
But single player is only half the story when it comes to the success of Grand Theft Auto 5. When it comes to GTA 5's long-lasting success, most of that can be attributed to the smash hit that is GTA Online. While writing this video, GTA Online still sees an active 6-figure player base on Steam alone. GTA Online has kept itself more relevant for over a decade, thanks to its open-ended nature and constant stream of meaningful updates.
With the release of Grand Theft Auto 5 on PS4 and Xbox One imminent, Rockstar has revealed a range of stats from GTA Online's first year via the Rockstar Newswire. The publisher's GTA Online census reveals that just shy of 34 million players in 224 different countries have logged into GTA Online.
But impressive player counts and a healthy amount of official post-launch content aren't the whole story. GTA 5's online mode has permeated the zeitgeist thanks to its open sandbox gameplay and passionate community. While all popular games have a community around them that keeps the game interesting long after release, GTA 5's online experience is unique because you can play the game daily and not really engage with much of the official content. That's not to say this game is bare though. Throughout Grand Theft Auto Online's life, there have been numerous expansions and events that have kept players coming back for more, but the real carrot on a stick has to come from the community itself. The user-generated content from GTA Online has spawned an entire genre of TikTok and YouTube videos. Users have turned role-playing, trick, and racing modes from the game into videos and social posts that not only generate billions of views, but have also helped launch the careers of hundreds of content creators. One notable event that was created entirely by the community was the infamous Green vs. Purple Alien War, in which players would cause chaos while dressed as green or purple aliens and fight a pseudo-civil war, all of which was planned offline and only possible thanks to a passionate and organized community. But mods and DLC aren't the only reason why Grand Theft Auto Online has managed to stay relevant during its nearly 12-year lifespan. The game was able to secure its die-hard fan base thanks to a feat very few titles have managed to pull off. GTA Online allowed players to hoard more than a decade of digital asset releases, including cars, planes, and other vehicles that would make a digital Jeff Bezos feel poor. The runaway success of Grand Theft Auto Online has helped the game stay near the top of the charts month after month for nearly a decade, earning Rockstar an impressive estimated $8.4 billion in revenue. It's a lot of money. The overwhelming financial success of GTA 5 and GTA Online is most likely why the release gap between GTA 5 and 6 is nearly 12 years. While it may seem like Rockstar figured out the winning formula to print money, it has to be recognized that lightning just doesn't strike twice. With the poor reception of Red Dead Online 2 and a growing competitive online multiplayer space thanks to games like Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone, there may be some hesitation on Rockstar's part to dive into a brand new version of GTA Online. Regardless of how you feel about that, GTA Online is a true testament to what happens when a developer not only supports a title long after release, but allows its users to build and create content for what might very well be a metaverse in its own right. To put the popularity and lifespan of GTA 5 into perspective, the entire series, starting with the original Grand Theft Auto in 1997 to the final expansion of Grand Theft Auto 4, The Lost and the Damned, was released over the span of 11 years. Nearly the same amount of time that GTA 5 has managed to stay on top of the sales charts month after month. As of the time of this video, GTA 5 has sold close to 190 million copies, only to be beaten by Minecraft's 300 million copies and Tetris's 520 million units. Grand Theft Auto 5 has sold more units than Sony sold PlayStation 2s, Microsoft shipped Xbox 360s, and even Nintendo has currently sold Switches. But sales aren't everything, because the sheer popularity of this game can't be understated, thanks to its impact on everything from the way modern games are presented, to the way content creators have built a world around an existing franchise, and even its impact on mainstream commercial art.
So now what?
And now, with the long-awaited sequel on the horizon, Rockstar may have another mega hit on its hands, thanks in part to the success of Grand Theft Auto 5.
In 2021, Round 8 in NeoWiz announced Lies of P, a moody Souls-like that answered the question that no one had thought to ask. What if Bloodborne was actually a Victorian reimagining of Carlo Collodi's Pinocchio? When it launched in 2023, it surprised skeptics and over-delivered in both how great its dark fantasy setting was and how incredibly fun its aggressive combat was. Two years later, I got to spend some quality time with Overture, the ironically named encore of an expansion to the hit action game. And even though I didn't get to see much more than around an hour of the first stage and the new boss memories mode, it was apparent very quickly that the South Korean team is poised to overachieve yet again. Overture is a prequel to the events of Lies of P, right before the puppet frenzy starts and robotic thralls massacre everyone in the city of Krat. But as it turns out, many of the ideas for settings, weapons, etc. were actually meant for the base game, but got cut out to keep the original release from being too bloated. Round 8 game studio director Ji-won Choi told IGN in an interview that he and his team weren't content with letting these ideas go undeveloped and unrealized. Through a translator, he described Lies of P as finally complete with the addition of Overture. Lies of P has always been associated with Bloodborne, mostly because of how it looks, but also because combat in both games adheres to Souls-like traditions, but forego key behaviors like blocking. Even releasing a big DLC well after launch to put a bow on the original project has become a From Software signature at this point. The Choi's team embraces the comparison. Quote, "It's an honor to be compared to From Software," end quote. He added that it motivates the team to make something that can clear the high bar of expectation, and they can only hope that they did that with Lies of P and will continue to do so in Overture. The first steps you take back in the boots of the titular character P is into the snow-packed region around the Krat Zoo, a building your disembodied guide Gemini seems very confused to see standing and not a pile of embers.
Yes, it is. That's Krat Zoo. How in the blazes? And I mean that literally. The zoo burned down a long time ago.
Story details are light, and the developers are staying tight-lipped about anything we haven't seen so far. After some preamble from your Lantern Cricket, it was very difficult not to spend a couple of seconds swinging around one of the brand new weapons in Overture. A gunblade that looks exactly like the kind Squall Leonhardt would have commissioned for himself. This is one of the few new weapon types I chopped my way through this frozen menagerie with, on top of new weapons from existing types, and a pair of new, very cool Legion arms that did very different yet very effective kinds of ass-kicking. The Pale Knight, as the gunblade's called, was my main weapon against the ergo-poisoned monsters both on the outskirts of the zoo and within its walls. It has the weight and attack pattern similar to a greatsword, but its heavy attack pulls the trigger, and the double-barreled firearm attached sends lead screaming at foes. The recoil of these shots push P around, so it can be useful when mixed in with light attack strings to remain evasive. A trick I learned far too late in my demo was that you could actually fire the weapon again to rocket yourself back towards the bad guys for a big follow-up attack. So basically, it's the coolest weapon ever made. Another new weapon type I dabbled with is the bow, the first completely ranged weapon in the series. It felt perfect for poking smaller enemies from afar, but felt pretty incapable of making a reasonable mark on larger foes. I think with time, there's probably a way to exploit its perfect draw mechanic to menace all sorts of baddies from downrange, but I couldn't manage it in the hour I had. Another new weapon type I wish I spent more time with were a pair of long claws that shredded enemies with the kind of fury that is usually reserved for the best there is at what he does. This didn't scratch the surface of weapons I glossed over that were clearly new additions to existing weapon types, but it was abundantly clear to me that people who really love the weapon customization aspect of the base game will have a lot of new toys to match together in Overture. The new Legion arms I tried out also made great additions to P's kit. My favorite was yet another gun, double-barreled and chargeable to moderate the kind of force spread and impact on the bad guys. It's more a close-range option, but even at half charge it made short work of all the fodder that roamed around the snowy grounds or dilapidated halls of the zoo itself. At full charge, it was a reliable tool to stun bigger foes or at least interrupt their bevy of attacks for a second. I came to the second arm late in the demo, but it was certainly a strong offensive option in its own right. It launched blades that would swirl around enemies for a short time, similar to the throwable saw blade item, but with two differences. One, it can fire multiple blades at once to do some significant damage over time to one target, and two, with a quick press of a button before releasing the flying blade, you can change the attack completely to a set of blades that dance around P instead, great for doing solid AoE damage. Speaking of targets, the cast of enemies in this section was pretty unremarkable outside in the beginning of the level, but got very interesting as we got deeper in the zone. Some bitey wolves and grabby zombies were run-of-the-mill, but standouts like some very angry kangaroos and an ergo-plagued elephant with a Resident Evil-style surprise really wowed me. I spent so much time against the latter that I only just made it to the end of the level to see the boss, an enormous crocodile twisted by ergo. On that note, bosses will get a new focus in the patch for the base game that will accompany Overture with two new game modes, Battle Memories and Death March. Death March is a straight-up boss rush, allowing you to make a playlist of at least 3 bosses and attempt to take them all down in one go. Battle Memories, meanwhile, allows you to return to old boss fights and attempt to beat them again, now in up to 5 different tiers of difficulty, each tier increasing some unique stats that these bosses gain in this mode. Rewards for conquering these tiers has been hinted at, but not elaborated on. I went back to one of the old bosses, the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, to see how different it was on tier 3 than my memory of them in the base game. The way they beat me and my rusty fingers to death didn't point out any real differences, but as with the rest of Lies of P, I'm sure teasing out the mystery comes with lots of experimentation. Lies of P was one of the standout games of 2023, and among the best games in its action RPG subgenre not made by From Software. Overture doesn't play with the formula too much, but I found that the new ingredients it added, like the great new weapon types and fabulously freaky monsters, prove that there's never really too much of a good thing, even if it's largely the same thing.
Doom. 4 letters, 2 gun barrels, 1 space marine, and boatloads of demon guts. id Software first welcomed us to this gory world in 1993, changing the shooter genre and video games forever. In the 3 decades since, Doom has refused to stand still, experimenting with the form it helped pioneer. Whether it be the sci-fi horrors of Doom 3, all the way up to this year's shotgun and shield-fueled Doom the Dark Ages, we all have our favorite. So we've decided to rank each mainline entry here. Without any further ado, let's rip and tear through every Doom game ranked. (2004's Doom 3 is the result of an ultimatum that technical director John Carmack issued to the rest of id, and it kind of feels that way. Carmack was dead set on making a next-generation remake of Doom to showcase the impressive new lighting and shadow capabilities of the id Tech 4 engine. His Doom co-creator, John Romero, was long gone at this point, and the remaining id OGs were staunchly opposed to what they saw as a retread, a tech demo in search of a purpose. Carmack very publicly overruled them, and thus we have Doom 3. Perhaps the biggest sidestep the series has ever taken, Doom 3 is a slower, more story-driven affair than the first 2 games. There are voiced NPCs.
Huh? No, please. You must let me get this communication out.
Lore-filled terminals, jump scares, and monster closets that instill a sense of anxious survival horror, and a sharp contrast to the run-and-gun arcade frenzy of the classic Doom. It's a valiant effort to bring Doom to a new generation of gamer culture. The problem is that this generation was extremely ugly. id's decision to showcase the game's lighting engine is its fatal flaw. You can't see anything, intentionally. The game is tuned to be super dark until you switch to your flashlight, which you cannot use at the same time as your weapon. This was largely met with derision from fans, but the combat is actually tuned around it. Juggling between seeing your enemy and shooting it creates a huge amount of drama and tension. It's actually kind of cool, just not that fun. A popular duct tape mod addressed this, as did Doom 3's BFG Edition remaster though.
Okay, so here we go. This is a flashlight moment. So if I had to actually switch to my flashlight here, you can see how that would be different because I would basically be in the dark while I'm trying to avoid fireballs.
The new demon designs are sapped of color and charm, turning iconic abominations into run-of-the-mill Umbrella BOWs, and it's impossible to envision them as anything but their counterparts in the 2005 movie. The aesthetic is very of its era and just doesn't quite match what we'd come to expect from Doom. Doom is a heavy metal mural airbrushed on the side of a speeding van, whereas Doom 3 is the embodiment of nu metal butt rock, more Mudvayne than Metallica. Decent for what it is, but it would take 12 more years before the series got a refresh with some actual riz. Some fans insist that Doom 64 is the true sequel to Doom 1 and 2. id closely supervised Midway Games' development of the N64 exclusive, resulting in an interesting but ultimately inconsequential side entry in the series, a Doom Gaiden. Doom 64 isn't hurt too much by its titular console's limitations, but there are fewer enemies thanks to small cartridge sizes, and the reduced animation frames on the shotguns really robs them of their kick. Worst of all, Midway couldn't get multiplayer working despite 4-player split-screen Doom deathmatches being a perfect fit for the system that gave us GoldenEye. Still, on the whole, the game looks great. Doom 64 has a uniquely bleak, gothic vibe with a gorgeous colored lighting system that's impressively sophisticated for the era. Instead of MIDI speed metal, the soundtrack is a dark ambient drone. There's no HUD, no grimacing Doom Guy face, only subtle numbers and letters rendered in bleary N64 textures. The gameplay is largely the same, though a new scripted event system creates neat opportunities for map design. Doom 64 seems like the game Carmack's co-owners were afraid id was going to make. More Doom, slightly different. It's just not different enough to warrant a higher place on the list. Doom 64 is a fun, fascinating, evolutionary dead end. 32 new levels designed in-house by id, a bunch of new enemies, and just one new weapon was more than enough to make Doom 2 the highest-selling software program of 1994. Doom 2 is Doom refined. Old monsters are reconfigured in clever ways, while fresh faces like the Revenant and Archvile add more complexity to demon distribution. Your arsenal only has one addition, but it's a weapon that would come to define Doom, the Super Shotgun. So, with all this great new stuff, shouldn't Doom 2 be a straight upgrade to the original? It almost is, but Doom 2's map design just doesn't hit the same. Doom 2 was billed as Hell on Earth, but the aging tech couldn't really produce convincing suburbs or downtown the same way Duke Nukem's build engine would a couple of years later. Doom 2 feels less of a journey than Doom. As shareware, the first game was divided into 3, later 4, clear episodes, with interstitial map screens between levels tracing your path of destruction across the moons of Mars until thy flesh is consumed by hell itself. As a boxed game from the get-go, Doom 2 is presented as a barely connected 32-level megawad. The game supposedly depicts a full-on demon invasion of Earth, but this is mostly conveyed through 3 different skyboxes. Doom 2 has some great maps and lots of innovative twists on the formula, but on the whole, it's a less cohesive and satisfying package than the first game. At the time, map quality didn't matter quite as much. Fans had already been sharing their own custom levels en masse, passed around as WAD files via floppy disks and 28 kilobaud modems. Doom 2 is almost more notable as a platform than as a standalone title. It gave modders and wadders a chance to shine and even go legit. A group called Team TNT created 2 megawads that impressed id so much that they bought the rights and slapped them together for retail as Final Doom. Originally considered as the official 3rd game in the series, today these maps and others have been fully incorporated into the canon by modern releases of Doom 2. It makes the game a more comprehensive product, but that's not enough to elevate it above our next and most recent entry. The Dark Ages couldn't be more different from Doom 2. A sequel that refuses to offer more of the same, it takes a sharp turn away from the neon frenzy of Doom Eternal into a grim and gothic new setting with drastically altered gameplay to match. Stand and fight is more than just a marketing slogan, it's the only way you're going to take down some bosses and batter enemies. Melee combat means getting up close and personal with monsters, trading mace blows and shotgun blasts in a boxing match from hell. Projectiles move more slowly, choking the battlefield with patterns that evoke bullet hell shmups and Serious Sam. Glory kills are a shadow of their former, well, glory, taking a back seat to the new rhythms of the Dark Ages' combat. The most impactful new addition to the Doom formula is the parry, which allows the player to deflect green attacks with the integral new shield saw. It's the backbone around which the game is designed, and while it may not click with everybody, once you're locked in, there's nothing quite like charging buckler first across the battlefield to smash some skulls. The Dark Ages brings a few firsts to the franchise, like friendly NPCs fighting alongside the Slayer, and difficulty sliders to make the series more accessible. It's also the first game since Doom 64 to lack any kind of multiplayer. The Slayer trilogy's online components may have been a noble but largely perfunctory effort. id decided to ditch it entirely and focus on making the most compelling campaign they could, exchanging multiplayer and snap map for dragon riding and giant mechs. You have to give modern id credit, they just will not make the same game twice. Doom Eternal is everything a fan of Doom 2016 would expect from a sequel, and while the vibe is different from its predecessor, the whole experience feels more vibrant and alive. The Doom franchise isn't exactly known for its awe-inspiring vistas and diverse biomes, but Eternal impressively mixes snow levels and baroque ivory fortresses in with the usual tech bases and fleshy hellscapes. We're not used to seeing this kind of environmental variety in Doom, and it's a refreshing change of pace. When it comes to combat, Doom Eternal asks a lot more of you than 2016. Ammo is much more scarce, forcing you to juggle through most of your weapons in nearly every fight. Choosing the right gun for the right enemy and exploiting their weak spots is essential, though some fans argue that the Marauders, Dark Doom Guy counterparts with a limited vulnerability window, are a bridge too far for the power fantasy.
Warning, all armed personnel, the mortally challenged have entered the compound. Evacuation is advised.
Doom Eternal's biggest flaw, perhaps, is that it's doing too much. The Doom Slayer has new guns and enemies to deal with, a meat hook to yank yourself across the battlefield, and a shoulder cannon with grenades and bombs and fire belches that are crucial for survival, on top of an avalanche of additional collectibles, resources, and upgrade trees. Even the Slayer himself has gotten a little too big for his armored green britches, having somehow come into possession of a massive outer space fortress between games, a vast hub to explore that has plenty of great Easter eggs and secrets, but also a lot of locked doors and samey-looking hallways to get lost in. Speaking of getting lost, Doom Eternal suffers under a sheer mountain of lore. Endless paragraphs of indecipherable sci-fi fantasy with more proper nouns than a phone book are at your bloody fingertips. To some, it's a welcome addition that makes the series that much richer. For others, it's an albatross around the neck of Doom's action-first ethos. Start shooting as soon as the screen melts. It's an excellent sequel, superior to its predecessor in many ways, but as a total package, it falls just slightly short of what came before. Doom 2016 is the platonic ideal of Doom. It marries the kinetic and aesthetic purity of the original with a winking, self-aware tone that evokes not just the first game's hurt me plenty attitude, but society's perception of the series. This is the Doom we envisioned in our adolescent brains. It's the Doom of the infamous 90s comic, the ultra-violent nightmare that Jack Thompson and Joe Lieberman warned us about, and it is glorious. But Doom 2016 almost didn't happen. Marty Stratton and Hugo Martin salvaged Doom 4 from the shores of development hell by stripping it into a back-to-basics, gleefully indulgent romp that fully rekindles the lost soul of the series. It's no coincidence that the retro boomer shooters comeback began right around Doom 2016. The aggressive, push-forward gameplay has you leaping onto cacodemons in midair as Mick Gordon's impossibly detuned guitars belch out riffs of pure hype. It's here we first see the glory kills, expanded on in future sequels, but never quite as elegant as their debut. Keep it simple is the operative phrase of Doom 2016, and sometimes to its detriment. Unlike later games, there's little incentive to cycle through your weapons. It's easy to let the rockets or the SSG carry you to the Spider Mastermind. Still, the bare-bones approach is appreciated, particularly when it comes to the plot. It was John Carmack who famously compared video game stories to those of X-rated movies. Quote, "It's expected to be there, but not important." Doom 2016's less is more approach is extremely refreshing after the dense metal hurlant nightmares of its sequels. The storytelling is never really bad in Eternal or the Dark Ages, but also never quite as funny as the Doomslayer seething with impatient rage as exposition drones on. It took some huge guts to name the 2016 reboot simply Doom, but that very confidence is what propels this game to greatness. There's only one shooter in the world that could possibly top Doom 2016. But first, no evaluation of Doom would be complete without a tip of the hat to the legions of modders and map designers who have truly made the game their own. Carmack designed the Doom engine to be easily altered, with assets conveniently packaged into files called WADs for Where's All the Data. This enabled everything from custom levels to total conversions. You can play Zelda in Doom, visit Jerry Seinfeld's apartment, blast through breakfast cereal in Chex Quest. The possibilities were limitless, especially once the engine went open source. Games like Brutal Doom and Sulaco can look shockingly modern on ancient id tech, while MyHouse.wad uses the engine's infamous quirks to weave a non-Euclidean liminal nightmare. Doom is an awesome open source success story, and the community and careers it's inspired over the decades is a huge part of the series' legacy. The original Doom has more than earned its spot on the Mount Rushmore of first-person shooters. Anyone can pick up the game today, whether through a fan-made source port or an official re-release, and immediately understand the assignment. Run, gun, rip, and tear. Find keys and snag power-ups to keep Doom Guy alive as he stares bullets through your soul from the UI. There's no mouse look in the original Doom. Aiming on the Y-axis literally doesn't matter, and you can hit that imp on a ledge above you as long as it's centered on your gun. Doom Guy cannot jump, and his only interaction with the world besides shooting, punching, and chainsawing is a single use button that you'll spam endlessly as you search each legendary map for secret doors. To say Doom has aged is to say Tetris or Pac-Man has aged. Its simplicity is its greatest strength. There's almost no friction between you and the coveted flow state towards which all action games aspire. Doom's kinetic appeal makes it immortal. Released as shareware, anyone with a working PC was free to play the first episode of Doom, from the iconic first moments of E1M1 to beating the Bruiser Brothers in Phobos Anomaly. You could mail a check to id if you wanted more, but the sheer accessibility and availability of Knee Deep in the Dead's 9 perfect levels all but assured Doom's dominance. Doom became shorthand for gaming itself. The moral panic over video game violence resulted in pundits and politicians alike warning parents of the gory, demonic slaughter simulator warping their children's minds, blaming the shooter for real-world tragedies. It's a sad footnote in an otherwise unparalleled success story and a formative moment in gaming history that helped shape a still developing industry. At the start of every new project, the current developers at id play through the original Doom to refamiliarize themselves with its brilliance and look for interesting new ways to expand the formula. Every single entry on this list is in some way a response to the first game, either trying to recapture its glory or recreate what makes it fun. Some games succeed, others have faltered, but they're all chasing after perfection that was already achieved in 1993. Doom is still the best Doom. Since its reveal, Hell Is Us has been something of an enigma. As an action RPG that hones in on detective-style investigations within a hauntingly alluring world filled with weird monsters to explore, it's a type of game that tasks players to meet it on its strange and unorthodox terms. For its developers, Hell Is Us also represents a game that pushes back against contemporary trends of gaming that places its story and gameplay in a neat package and instead trusts players to piece together just what the hell is going on within the corrupted land of Hadia and how to survive it.
I don't know how you managed to get here, and I don't care.
After playing several hours of the opening of Hell Is Us, along with some mid-game dungeon crawling, I came away with a clearer idea of developer Rogue Factor's new weird influence take on an action-adventure game that pushes players to mind the finer details of the world and maintain poise during some of the intense engagements. So far, Hell Is Us is a game that makes charting out into a familiar yet deeply alien world feel captivating. Hell Is Us takes place in an alternate 1990s, where the fictional European country Hadia is in the midst of a civil war following the events of a mysterious, supernatural incursion known as the Calamity. Playing as Remy, a United Nations peacekeeper and former resident of Hadia, he's detained by a mysterious organization following his mission into Hadia to find his parents. With the organization and its leader pressing down on Remy, he has to recall the fateful decisions he made with the surviving factions and how he fought off the seemingly otherworldly creatures known as Hollow Walkers. The main plot of Hell Is Us reminded me of a mix between Death Stranding and Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, which focuses on immersing players into a world that takes a sudden and violent turn to the weird, and with a seemingly unreliable protagonist recounting his interpretation of events. Hell Is Us fully commits to its premise of a bleak setting and being a stranger in an even stranger land, one that feels familiar with its backwoods and small towns clinging onto survival, but feels so disorientingly strange with the rise of Hollow Walkers and portals that have turned the European countryside into an alien landscape.
They're either brave or stupid to have made a run for it. My money's on stupid.
What immediately drew me into Hell Is Us was its unusual approach to storytelling and immersing players within its strange world. The sense of mystery is palpable in Hell Is Us, and I was constantly walking into areas that had grotesque monsters or strange anomalies that drew my eye. I was especially taken in by the plight of the surviving characters, who struggled to endure in their ramshackle sanctuaries held together by duct tape and dwindling hope. This story very much chucks you into the deep end with its narrative and gameplay flow as you explore the different open zones filled with their puzzles and points of interest.
Why is this happening?
What I found most intriguing, and what I suspect many players will have to come to grips with, is how Hell Is Us takes a largely unguided approach to gathering intel and charting out to complete quests with no mini-maps or waypoints to help you in your trek. This very 90s adventure game approach puts the onus on players to listen to the details that the surviving characters bring up in conversations and read the well-organized intel from Remy's personal datapad. It's the type of game that demands a certain level of attention, or else you can find yourself wandering at length to figure out where to go next.
How the hell did you find us?
Outer Wilds is a particular example that inspired the development team for its approach to a largely unguided adventure game that gradually expands in scope as more players use their growing knowledge. Speaking with creative director Jonathan Jacques Belletet, the approach the devs took with Hell Is Us was about trusting players with figuring out the mystery and embracing the campaign's more methodical approach to progression.
You must be lost to wander around Sinedra Forest. I'm afraid I have very little to offer.
Hell Is Us is equal parts an investigation game and an action RPG, and there's a surprising amount of combat to engage with while you're on the desolate road. On the surface, Hell Is Us has the makings of a Souls-like, and it certainly has some of those elements under the hood, but it goes in a direction with combat and power progression that's more about managing your poise and picking out the best moments to strike against enemies that can easily take you out. Some of my favorite moments came using my powered-up weapons to dish out some chunky damage while sending in my drone to stun other enemies off in the wings. The Hollow Walkers in Hell Is Us are some of the most visually distinct and unnerving video game enemies I've seen in a long time. They're highly aggressive and can come in large numbers. Still, things get more unnerving once you face off against the powered-up walkers that can summon support enemies that were very much giving the angels from Neon Genesis Evangelion vibes. Once those enemies appear, you'll have to switch up to take them down fast before you can finish off the main walker. Much like a Souls game, stamina management is critical for survival, and I found myself constantly having to be decisive with my skills so as not to overextend myself against unforgiving enemies. One interesting wrinkle that took me time to get used to was the fact that health and stamina share a single bar. With your health being your primary source, the more health you lose in a fight, the less stamina you'll have to fight. While you have limited health items, the Limbic Pulse skill is the best way to help you stay in the fight. Similar to Neo 1 and 2, activating the pulse immediately after seeing a glow around Remy will instantly restore health and stamina based on the attacks you dish out. It's a very risk-reward approach to combat, and depending on how intense the combat gets, it can be easy to forget to hit the pulse and lose out on health. I found the engagements surprisingly challenging and unrelenting, yet I still felt good about scraping through once I figured out how best to clear out the foes. Combat took the most time for me to get used to, as it's far more survival and resource driven than Dark Souls or Elden Ring. Some battles were so unforgiving that I felt unfairly outmatched by the numbers and aggression of the walkers. Still, I managed to rally and rethink my approach by going for it. According to the creative director, he likened their approach to combat with the act of boxing, which is also about managing stamina and dealing with decisive blows when you can. I was thoroughly impressed with the visuals and atmosphere of Hell Is Us, and it presents such a compelling yet still bizarre mix of fantasy and science fiction. Along with the other games mentioned, another piece of media that served as a key influence was Alex Garland's 2018 film Annihilation, which dealt with exploring an environment that underwent radical and violent change. It presents such an intriguing setting, but at times, the hardened and traditional adventure game approach Hell Is Us takes to taking in the details and surviving this world felt a bit too stoic for its own good. Still, I was very invested in the bizarre, new weird setting that Rogue Factor has crafted, and it so far has the makings of being one of 2025's more original and creative takes on the action RPG experience. Given that this year saw the rise of Blue Prince's reinvention of a roguelite puzzle adventure, it'd be fitting for Hell Is Us to succeed with its own reinvention with its new type of role-playing experience. For more on the latest upcoming games, check out our recent previews of Lies of P Overture and Shadow Labyrinth. And for more of what's in store ahead of Summer Game Fest 2025, IGN Live, and of course for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
Here are 32 awesome games coming out later this year that you can play instead.
What's up, everybody? Day 2 of IGN is going strong, and there's plenty of fun stuff lined up. But right now, our incredible hardworking crew needs to break for lunch.
But don't worry, we've got a solid hour of game trailers to keep you entertained while we step away from the stage.
You'll definitely want to stick around, though, because coming up when we're back, we'll be talking to some folks from Remedy about FBC Firebreak, the new multiplayer game set in the Control and Alan Wake universe. Plus, I'll be hosting a special Game of the Year Watch episode of Game Scoop.
But now, let's check out some new game trailers. First up, a bunch of games you can play with your friends, family, classmates, professional acquaintances, lovers, and even complete strangers.
In other words, multiplayer games. Ready or not, here's Ready or Not.
911, what's your emergency?
I'm shooting people. Please help.
I remember my first call. Blood. All over the floor.
Eyes on the hallway.
Lights still flashing.
Tossing flash. Suspect down.
And I told myself I was prepared.
Drop it now.
I wasn't. Not even close. Then there was the armed robbery. They were cornered animals.
Officer down.
Where to go but through us?
Move in. Drop the weapon and put your hands up.
Even when no one dies, I wondered, we fix anything? We fix anything at all?
Down on your knees. Don't shoot.
Nothing here, sir.
Let's go.
Secure the area. Oh my God.
You want the badge? The glory? Brother, pray you never get what you want. Every death rewires you. Close your eyes, and the sirens scream. There's no sleep. Just reruns of hell. That's the way to the badge. It'll carve itself into your soul sooner than you think.
Always underestimated, baby. You're just young and dumb, baby. This ain't lucky. Don't wanna mess with us. Mess with us. Who's gonna save us now? World is tumbling down. Just take the crown 'cause we had enough. We had enough. Don't care to see the
part of the universe. All contenders pit their skills against the most deadly dungeons, menacing monsters, and puzzling puzzles. Gather your pals, gear up, and hit the road to stardom in King of Meat!
Hi everyone, I'm Johnny Hopper, studio head at Glowmade, an independent game studio based in Guildford, just outside London in the UK. We've been hard at work on King of Meat, a co-op party platformer launching later this year on Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5, PC and Nintendo Switch. We're really excited to be part of IGN Live, to show you more about the game ahead of launch, and in particular to give you a sneak peek at the bananas content in the game's Create mode. The game is set in the mystical world of Lorgok, a joyfully unhinged fantasy world, pitting you as a contender in a fictional TV show against challenging co-op dungeons. You and up to 3 other players must battle through cunning dungeons filled with puzzles to solve, challenges to master, and ridiculous monsters to fight. There will be around 100 official dungeons available for players at launch, and we already have a private community of players called the Constructor Collective who are building more dungeons for us. In King of Meat, there is also Create mode, where players have the ultimate opportunity to express themselves by crafting their own dungeons to test fellow contenders.
Construct never leaves you empty-handed.
One of the things I'm most looking forward to is seeing all the wild and wacky creations that will come from the players in the game. Thanks again for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy your time with King of Meat.
Sometimes we want video games to get our hearts racing, whether it's with fast-paced action, fiercely competitive multiplayer, nightmarish survival horror, or just a lot of loud noises and explosions. Other times, we just want to relax, and that's when we turn to cozy games. So pour yourself a cup of tea, put on your softest sweatpants, and curl up with these nice, gentle, non-threatening game trailers. Our first one is about adorable baby animals who find a mech suit. This is Animal Kind.
I told you I'm done. I'm not spending another night here. Feels weird being back in the barn. Me and Mom did exactly end things on a good note, but I gotta figure out what's going on.
It's all in your head. Weird things are happening on the island.
Welcome to Alderwood. Weird is what we do here.
You're not alone in this. I'm here for you, okay?
I can't do this alone. I'm leaving and you can't stop me. Your dreams, they mean something. You're sick, Mom.
We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise.
Things are happening now, Alex. Things that will have consequences you cannot even imagine.
You're watching IGN Live. Most historians would agree that the expression Rome wasn't built in a day is factually correct, though there's some skepticism about whether or not all roads really do lead to Rome. However, if you'd like to build Rome in a day and make sure all roads lead straight to it, this next game may be of interest. And hey, even if you're not into strategy games, don't go Roman off. We've still got plenty more trailers still to come. Here's an exclusive look at Anno 117 Pax Romana.
Hi, I'm Manuel Reinherr, Creative Director on Anno 117 Pax Romana, launching winter of 2025 on both PC and consoles. Today, we are excited to reveal a feature that fans have been asking for a long time: land combat. It's the year 117, peak Rome. United by conquest, the empire found its way to peace. In Anno 117 Pax Romana, you build your dream empire. As governor, it's up to you to expand your dominion through trade, diplomacy, or the might of your legions. So, if you choose to expand with the help of your mighty legions, it's a good idea to protect your cities from other rival governors, build training grounds, military workshops, and protect your cities with walls and towers. Raising an army is costly. Will your people work on the fields or fight on them? Send too many to the battlefields and you may face a workforce shortage. Use your naval forces to transport your units across the empire and strike strategically from afar. Your ships can bombard coastal defenses and tear down enemy fortifications, reducing cities to rubble, then clearing the way for your advancing legions. But when you are on the battlefield, strategy is everything. Today we are demonstrating a flank, a classic move to break enemy morale. But the battlefield is yours to command, and how you attack is up to you. Fight in dense city streets, create choke points, or bait enemies into traps. How you fight, where you fight, is all in your command. Military is an optional feature where you can even take down enemy governors by destroying their villas in single-player, co-op, and PvP mode. But be mindful, there might be consequences. The Emperor is watching every move you make, and you don't want his warboats arriving at your shore. Or, if you are craving a big battle, maybe you do, the cost of peace is yours to decide. Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed this deep dive into one of our exciting features. More to come, wishlist now, and see you soon.
Welcome to the Dinosaur Integration Network, or DIN for short. Our organization brings groundbreaking, sustainable breeding programs to a global clientele of demanding site owners. We are taking paleocuration into exciting new territory. Where previous pioneers exclusively synthesized female dinosaurs, we are also creating males. These animals aren't assets to us, but the beginning of a new evolution. And do keep an eye on the young dinosaurs. They can inherit more than just appearances. Every site must be a perfect balance of security and spectacle. Protecting our guests is crucial, but so is inspiring the next generation. As with any project of this scale, not everything will go according to plan. As the park manager, you'll also need to assess emerging situations and get them under control. It won't be easy, but that's why we're hiring the best. DIN is here to make a difference. Now, I'm sure you have plenty of questions, but please...
Caution, gate opening.
This is your first and final warning. DIN must not continue.
Zafar, pull up NavTech.
Just a sec. Got it.
Taki. We gonna find out about your Kopang right quick, okay?
Just want to do him justice. Stuck his neck out for us. Least we can do is get him out alive.
We've got big enough guns to make justice, all right?
Oh, Michael. To a man with a hammer, just about everything looks like a nail.
Aim for show. Time to say oh yeah with our hammer.
Missile range in 1 minute.
Brace yourselves. We're going for a spin.
Zafar, did you get a signal?
After the large haul down this corridor, they shut down this part of the facility. Long time before our arrival.
Fine. Let's deal with those guys first.
In you load, they never look up. Zafar, you were right. They shut down this.
Wait! Hold on, I'm coming!
I'll cover you.
wealthy man. I stole the power of the gods to defeat my enemies. I wielded unimaginable power. Hammerfast was mine. I had a mighty kingdom that stretched all the way from the cold peaks of Raunfjall to the shores of the Rowland Sea in the south. Now, as my kingdom burns to the ground, none of that matters. It's all gone. No one is coming to save you, Thane. Your reign is over. So I ask again, what is a wealthy man? Cheap tricks won't save you. A wealthy man is a man with friends. I will take back what's mine. One piece at a time. We will be gods.
Hi there, my name is Anders Heidenberg and I'm the creative director at River & Games. We're a small team, just 17 people, and we're working on the studio's first game, Eric's Home: The Stolen Dream. Eric's Home is a story-driven stealth game where you play as Hannah, who finds herself in a lot of trouble when her little brother goes missing and the police come knocking on her door.
We just want to talk to him.
Hannah manages to escape the police and sets out to find her brother, and hopefully some answers, but she gradually comes to realize that there are some really big players in the city that are also looking for him.
I'd never hurt a child.
But she's not alone. She gets help from her old friends Alva and Sebastian.
Just wait for me if you can't find me.
This means that in the game you get to play as 3 separate characters that you can switch freely between at any time, each with their own unique skills. But you really do need to use the 3 of them as a team together to overcome your obstacles. With Eric's Home, we wanted to create a game that starts out really simple with just one playable character, and then have the complexity gradually introduced along the way through new abilities, mechanics, and new playable characters. We wanted to make a game that was easy to get into, but also a game where we constantly had something new to offer all the way to the end.
You want passage, huh? And that's it? I'm not keeping these for you anymore, you'll take them with you this time.
Many people who've played the game are saying that it almost feels like you're playing a movie, but in a good way. Well, I have some good news. You can find out what you feel about it for yourself, because today there is a demo of Eric's Home available on Steam. So be sure to check that out, and don't forget to wishlist. Thank you.
Every 3 days, a shadow looms. Portents foretell of impending doom. At night, in darkness, the dangers grow bold. Stirred into frenzy by powers of old. Synergies, treasures, strategies abound. laser-winged villains, sure to confound. You must not grow weary, as time will not wait, for he is coming to determine your fate!
Time flies when you're having fun, and sure enough, IGN Live is a blur. If time also flies when you're completely terrified, well, great news, because up next we're checking out some very creepy horror games. Up first, Chronos: The New Dawn, an all-new survival horror game from Bloober Team, the studio that gave us the Silent Hill 2 remake, The Medium, and Layers of Fear. Take a look, if you dare.
Did we bring the thickness to the world? It's not worth giving up yet. Such is our calling. Commencing search. An orphan. Caution advised. Something is here.
I sit at the front of the dinner table
where he used to be.
5 chairs empty, 5 plates full. Plates of food. Plates of tomatoes. Plates of eggs. Plates of angels. Plates of her legs. Beautiful.
Broken.
Plates of flowers. Plates and plates. The garden is lush in the rain, and everything.
Dinner's ready.
There's a hunger that feeds and blooms, and I will feed, and I will bloom.
Hey everyone, I'm Z, founder and CEO of Serenity Forge and director of Fractured Blooms.
And I'm Maddie, creative lead on Fractured Blooms.
On the surface, Fractured Blooms is a cozy farming and life sim. It's a game about smart planning, time loops, and managing your home. But beneath that surface, something is wrong. And the more you try to fix it, the more the truth seeps through. In this game, every choice matters.
You play as Angie, a teenage girl who wakes up one day finding herself stuck in a time loop of farming, cooking, and doing household chores. Each loop, you start with limited stamina that you use for managing your garden. Every seed you plant, every time you water or harvest, it all drains stamina. Some are quick and easy, others are more demanding, but give bigger payoffs. You'll need to plan what to plant, when, and how it fits into your next loop. So, every choice you make in the garden will cascade into the rest of the game.
The food you harvest from your garden feeds directly into your cooking. And cooking in Fractured Blooms is all about creativity and efficiency. You have to think on your feet about how to use the ingredients available to you, and, over time, unlock new recipes as you keep progressing in the game. Cook well, and you'll prepare meals that will give you more time and energy to tackle your chores. Cook poorly, and you'll be scrambling with fewer actions left. It's a test of timing, precision, and creativity, where crafting the right dish under pressure can make or break your next move.
Before bed, you'll have to make sure to finish your chores by cleaning up the house. The faster you clean, the sooner you'll get to bed. And the earlier you sleep, the more stamina you'll recover for the next loop.
So between farming, cooking, and cleaning the house, it's an interconnected loop of resource management, time management, choosing priorities, and mastering your daily routine. Each cycle is a fresh chance to improve, whether that's optimizing your run, experimenting with new crops and recipes, or pushing deeper into the mystery around you.
Because the more you loop, the more cracks start to show. Angie's story isn't what it seems. Memories bloom while reality fractures. This house isn't what you think it is, and the truth may just be hiding in plain sight.
It's cozy, it's creepy, and it's deeply meaningful. Fractured Blooms rewards players who love to plan, optimize, and uncover emotional narratives through gameplay and experimentation.
So if you're into farming sims, psychological horror, time loops, and games that slowly reveal their true colors, Fractured Blooms is for you.
You can wishlist Fractured Blooms on Steam right now. Visit us at serenityforge.com for more information.
Dinner is ready.
An ancient relic of unknown origin floats in the sky, a beautiful fortress full of secrets known as the Oasis. But one day, an attack from forces of terrible darkness shatters a harmony known for thousands of years, and suddenly, the fate of the world below sits on a knife's edge. Oasis is the ultimate dungeon brawler, a revolutionary physics-fueled throwdown where you jump, slide, and collide your way around dynamic shifting arenas where momentum and mayhem reign supreme. This is the world premiere of Oasis, a brand new IP from developer 17-Bit published by Cult Games, with a soundtrack from the living legend himself, Hirokazu Chip Tanaka. Let's take a look.
Well, we're almost out of trailers, so we'll have to ration the few we've got left. And hey, if careful resource management is your thing, you're in luck because these are all games that put your survival skills to the test. Take a look.
back from the living legend himself, Hirokazu Chip Tanaka. Let's take a look.
Well, we're almost out of trailers, so we'll have to ration the few we've got left. And hey, if careful resource management is your thing, you're in luck because these are all games that put your survival skills to the test. Take a look.
This game uses her sash as a weapon. It has the strange ability to absorb humans. That's why I couldn't find a hidden passage big enough for a human to fit through. All she needs to abduct humans is a space big enough for that sash.
Can't you do anything more than flail around, kicking up dust? Your fighting style is as ugly as you are.
I can do this. I know I can. Don't stop. Keep attacking. I can't afford to second-guess myself. Not against an upper rank. I must steel my resolve. I have her. I know it. I can do it. I can cut off her head.
Oh dear. Don't tell me you actually believe you can stand a chance against me. Because that will be your downfall. You really are hopeless. If you can't see the sheer difference in our power.
Don't let her push back! Keep attacking!
Something's coming this way! Up there!
Wind? What's powerful enough to create a hole that reaches this depth? His presence! A Hashi!
Lord Tengen!
Makio, Suma, you've been doing some flashy work here.
As expected from my wives. Okay, everyone's been accounted for. I rescued Hinatsuru earlier. I told her to leave the entertainment district.
Whoa, awesome! Just what you'd expect from the god of festivals!
All right. From here on out, things are gonna get real flashy!
This place, it remembers you. And it's not finished with you yet.
What is happening?
The lines, they're fading. Where the island ends, you begin. It's getting harder to tell. I've been trapped for what seems like an eternity. Just give it time. You'll learn to live with it too. This doesn't change what you left behind. The pain, the voices, every choice you've made. Strange how fragile truth becomes here. Stranger still how much you trusted. Here you are, tracking yourself deeper. I'll be waiting for you, down in the mines. We'll confront the source of all this suffering. And maybe, buried beneath it all, lies an answer.
Welcome Pioneers to our very first look at the development build of Spacecraft. We're really excited to show you where the game's at right now and give you a feel for some of the systems we're building behind the scenes. Keep in mind everything you're about to see is work in progress and doesn't yet fully reflect what we envision for the game at launch. In this dev blog, we're focusing on the tutorial, which gives you your first taste of how the game plays and introduces some of the core systems. Your journey starts on Babylon 7, a space station owned by the company. Stations like this are central to the game. They're where you'll refine resources, trade goods, upgrade your ships, and more. In the tutorial, Babylon 7 is a solo instance, but in the full game, stations will be important multiplayer hubs for interaction and cooperation. We've designed piloting to be intuitive, built around two key concepts, flight path and flight speed. Your ship moves based on the direction you're facing, and you can smoothly throttle up or down to manage your speed. At its core, spacecraft is an expansive, open-ended sim where you can explore, build, trade, and fight across the living galaxy. You'll pilot your own ship, mine resources, craft parts, and design your own vessels. From setting up automated production chains to engaging in tactical space combat, how you play is up to you. You can play solo or team up with others to shape the economy, grow powerful corporations, and leave your mark on a newly forming galaxy. And yes, traveling from space down to a planet's surface is completely seamless. Exploring planets means heading to landmarks and scanning for resources. As you find new materials, they're logged automatically on the planetary map. Find something unfamiliar, scan it to analyze and reveal what it is. Resource gathering starts simple with a mining laser, but quickly branches out. Different materials need different tools. Some, like hardened shells, have to be broken up with missiles. Liquids and gases require specialized harvesters. Volatile resources can explode if they get too hot, so you might need cooling systems to handle them safely. For certain materials, you'll need to land and go on foot, adding variety and risk to how you gather resources. Eventually, you'll automate this process. That's when things start scaling up. You'll build bases on different planets, install extractors, and set up drones and cargo ships to handle mining, refining, and transportation. You'll manage power, storage, housing, and supply chains, building out entire networks that stretch across the galaxy. If you're the kind of player who loves optimization, there's a lot to dig into, and you can do that as a corporation with your friends for extra help. Back at the stations like Babylon 7, we'll navigate between areas using elevators. Each zone serves a different purpose. Some, like the shipyard, are private, perfect for refining resources, crafting advanced components, or working on your ship without distractions. Others, like the docks, are instanced by ship traffic. We're also building shared spaces, like marketplaces, where you'll trade with the company and other players. Some stations will also have unique zones tied to quests or introduce new mechanics entirely. Ship editing is a major feature too. You can customize and upgrade your ship by swapping out modules or go even deeper with the assembly system, letting you physically reshape your vessel. Add new engines, wings, or blocks and tweak performance to suit your playstyle. As you progress, you'll unlock the ability to build entirely new ships from scratch, with every part affecting how your ship handles, how fast it goes, and how much it can do. That's just a glimpse of what we've got in store for Spacecraft. We'll be back with more updates soon, diving deeper into the game and how all these systems come together at scale.
Hi, I'm Leonard Saalfrank, studio founder of Omniok, and I hope you enjoyed the trailer. Ferocious is our love letter to action, adventure, mystery, and dinosaurs. You're not just surviving the island, you're exploring it, uncovering its secrets, and even teaming up with the creatures that you used to fear. The demo is currently live with 2 playable levels, mixing survival, exploration, and intense combat. There's so much more to discover, so please follow us on Steam or socials to stay in the loop. Thank you.
That about does it for this lunch break trailer block, but don't worry, we still have plenty lined up for the rest of IGN Live Day 2.
Coming up very soon, if you're a fan of Alan Wake and Control, you'll definitely want to stick around for a look at Remedy's new game, FBC Firebreak, the new multiplayer game set in the same universe.
We'll also be catching up with the creators of HBO's The Last of Us, and hopefully you can stick around for Game Scoop later today, where we'll be checking in on 2025's Game of the Year contenders.
IGN Live continues after this.
You're watching IGN Live, brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. We launched Devs React to Speedruns 5 years ago. We've done so many episodes with so many developers, but this is the first ever voice actors react to speedruns, and I'm here with the cast of Claire Obscure Expedition 33. What's up, guys?
Here we are.
All right, we're gonna need a little bit of audience participation here. This is Mitchell, he's a speedrunner. You guys buy Oh Snap online. Hi.
Bravo!
He's shy. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna count down from 5, and we're gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, and that's when the speed run is going to start. Everybody ready?
Yeah!
5, 4, 3, 2,
1, Bonani!
Okay, so what we're doing here is we are starting from the Forgotten Battlefield, which is almost the end of Act 1. But that's fine, because nothing sad happens at the end of Act 1.
Oh, no.
Right, guys?
Right.
Nothing sad at all. So, yeah, this is your guys' 3rd interview with us.
Yeah.
And how have you guys been enjoying IGN Live thus far?
I'm having a terrible time.
Yeah.
Ben!
I hate it here. No, it's been amazing. The audience have been so welcoming to us, and to kind of seeing the love for this game that people have and experiencing it really firsthand for the first time since it's been out, it's so cool.
Yeah, I forgot, because of all the things, I didn't even intro you guys, so let's do that now. We got Ben Starr, the voice of Verso. Woo! Kirsty Ryder, the voice of Lune. Woo! Max Songs, I can't do it, I'm sorry. I love you. One more time?
Cazorla.
Cazorla.
Bonjour.
He is the voice of Eskia. Rich Keeble, voice of Minoko. Shalanik, CL. And everyone knows Jennifer English as Mael. So, we're doing the speed run. How many hours have you put into Claire so far?
Too many. Probably about like 300. I probably play 3 hours a day. Yeah.
Wow. When you guys were, especially for you, Max, when you were, when this game was in development, did you think that people would be beating it in an hour, 20 minutes, hour, 30 minutes?
Oh, no. Especially when you know that there are, I think, 4 hours and 30 minutes of cutscenes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
well, here's the thing. He skips them all.
Yeah.
So, sorry about that.
Great cutscenes. I just don't watch many of them.
Get him.
Makes me so
Get him. Get him.
Thank you so much for respecting our work. It really is amazing. It's so cool to see the ways in which audiences have really engaged with this. And I think Guillaume has said himself that, he wants to see people do no-hit runs. He wants people to experiment with the fastest way they can complete it, because this game is obviously a really beautiful narrative and an amazing immersive world, an amazing story, but also it's a playground for fun. And it's just really cool to see people kind of play the game in this the way that it was intended.
Clipping through bushes.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I want to do an episode with Sandfall, and they're going to be really upset when they see all this kind of stuff. So I have a list of funny questions here. I'm going to start with Kirsty. Kirsty, you play Lune.
Yes.
She's the only character in the game that doesn't walk. She floats. Does that just make you feel better than everybody else?
Yes.
Good.
Good.
You are better than everyone else. The first clip I ever saw of Claire was Lune floating around. So, what is it that you're even doing right now, Mitchell? Did you mean to fall right there?
I did not mean to fall. So
Okay.
there's a really cool boss here. I think you showed the cinematic earlier today, but we're just going to skip the boss entirely, and I'm actually going to go really high in the air too here, so you'll see in a second here.
Is there someone you like running as the best? What do you think, Max? Is this what you wanted the game to look like, or he's just depressed?
Completely absorbed.
Sorry.
That's
He's
all right.
so sad.
You'll get to see it again because I missed where I wanted to land.
Oh, we get to see it again.
I wanted you to see it twice, so it's fine.
Stage fright. It happens. No.
You can do this. How did you realize you can do this?
There's a lot of people who look into a lot of different things in this game, so I didn't realize I could do this, but someone else found it, and yeah, it's just a lot of messing around with different stuff to figure it out.
It's so beautiful seeing Mael just plunge to her. Did you do it?
Yeah.
We did it. Okay.
So good.
Speaking of Mael, Jennifer, I have a question for you.
Yes.
If people here don't know, which is like, okay, this is also the voice of Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3. Any Baldur's Gate 3 fans? So my question for you is quite simple. What's it like just being in the best games ever made?
Look, it is coincidence, can I just say. I didn't just like handpick the, well, I kind of did with Expedition. I'd like got the audition through and I was like, yes, this seems like it's fucking amazing. So I did choose that, I suppose, but they chose us. I think everyone here blind auditioned. So the developers, so Guillaume and Jen, just heard us. They had no idea who we were. Yeah, so thank you, Guillaume and Jen. But no, it does feel very good. That's it.
I'm glad.
Thanks.
I love Baldur's Gate, and I'm sure everybody here does too. So, I mean, what are you gonna do? Hey, look, it's you, Max.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Can we get a? It's time for swim.
It's time for swim. I am Speed.
What was it like filming all of those things?
Well, it was funny because at first Esquier was not part of the motion capture process because he's Esquier. I mean, apart from a few scenes, but so I didn't know a lot about. Most of his dialogues are in the camp. But now once you get to know him and everything he feels and the past with also Verso, it's so touching.
Yeah.
So I tried to be as honest as I could, almost like a child, like he feels something and he just, like if he's mad, well, he's gonna tell Verso,
Here's a bit of trivia. Does anybody remember? Don't answer. Does anybody remember what Esquier is filled with?
Yes. Me.
Wine. Verso's wine.
Yeah, well, I remember when we were recording it, and Jen Svedbergian said that they wanted to do Esquier plushies that are also wine coolers.
Yes.
Which would be a really cool thing. So make it happen if you want it, make it known. But like Esquier wine coolers would be really, really good.
I want one of those.
Just like a wine pouch that you can squeeze and wine can come out.
Oh my god.
Shala, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
You've been in a lot of games as well.
I have.
How has being in Claire been different than Cyberpunk or Baldur's Gate?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just the writing, the depth of the character. It was delivered to us like a film script, which you may have heard, and that allowed us to really immerse into the world, and was just so much more helpful when creating the character.
Yeah.
Yeah, and having an emotionally rich character with such a deep history was completely new for me.
Might I also say, CL has the best hair in the game. She really does.
She got good hair.
Yeah. Have you guys all seen the bald outfits? I've only seen the Mael one, and it is...
The witch outfit.
What's that?
Which outfit?
It's the where you can make your characters bald.
Oh, no, I haven't seen it. I haven't
seen
I've only seen Mael, and it is... It's awful. It's quite awful.
Okay.
You look like Megamind.
Oh, nice.
So, okay.
That's goals.
So, okay. So we are in Minoko Station. How's the speedrun going so far?
It's going great. You missed the best song in the game. The
We
Minocos
did.
theme. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that happens. So, Max, who did... These are all just animations, or did they have you guys, like, filming stuff to get all these?
We did the mocap for the cutscenes, not...
Just the cutscenes?
Yeah.
These are all animated in.
Yes,
Have
it
you
is.
guys watched a lot of the fights in here and see all the crazy things your characters do? It's nuts.
Yeah, the way Gustav runs, for example.
What's that?
The way Gustav runs.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty intense.
So nobody filmed all these running animations?
No,
They
no,
just
no.
filmed somebody just sprinting, and they're like, yeah, that looks good.
I mean, we kind of did some for sometimes they needed to pick up from one cutscene to the gameplay, but no, all those animations were made by the studio.
So this wasn't you, friend.
That's not me. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That wasn't you, just on all fours, just running around?
I mean, I would have loved to do that, but
If they
yeah, I'm
would've
not going to
asked,
take
you
credit
would've done
for it.
I mean,
Ben,
Yes.
you know a little bit about Final Fantasy.
I do.
You were in a Final Fantasy.
I was.
Final Fantasy 16.
Yes.
Now, this game is nothing like that, but this game is very, a callback to Final Fantasy 8, 9,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Are you a fan of those as well?
Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII is my favorite game of all time. So
Okay.
I preach the good gospel of Final Fantasy VIII, so thank you to everyone who comes up to me and says they feel seen when I talk about that game. But, I mean, Guillaume is also a huge fan of Final Fantasy VIII. And actually, he sent me a clip about a year ago of all the characters running around the world map to blue fields from Final Fantasy VIII. Just because he was like, I want to show you the world map, but inspired by the game that both of us love. And I think there's so much of the DNA of RPGs of years past in this game. Yeah. And you can see it. It's this team have made a game that they would want to play and inspired by the games that made them fall in love with video games. And I think the reason that everyone's here supporting us right now is because they feel that love in this game. And I think that's what makes it feel so special.
Yeah, as I was playing it, because I didn't look too much into it before I played it, and it's like Eskia, he becomes your boat, and then he becomes your airship, and you're in this open world. Like, I didn't know there was like an open world in the game. Everyone's like, oh, it's kind of linear, and then you leave the like breezy meadows, the first area, and you're on this open world, and I was like, I'm 12 again, playing a game on my PS1, because that's honestly how it feels when you're playing this game.
I mean, the overworld map was, the solution to a problem of scale back in the 90s. And I think maybe video games decided that that was a thing of the past. And, there are fantastic video games out there that have overworld maps. Like, I'm a huge fan of Ni no Kuni. That has an absolutely stunning overworld map. And there are, I think Dynasty Warriors did it recently this year as well. But, it's really, really great to pay homage to what is not just a solution now. It's a wonderful thing that made us get this sense of scale in these games without having to actually do the scale.
Right. So, I'm going to turn to Mitchell here. You're on the hot seat, buddy.
All right.
So, when speedrunning this game, is it all just about, perfect parries, perfect dodges? Because, I assume you're not leveling up much.
Yeah, we're definitely lower level than most people would be casually, so it does rely a lot on making sure you just don't miss any parries. So, yeah.
I see you're already fighting Renoir.
I did. I fell from the sky again. You kind of missed that point, but we do that a lot here, so I just kind of fell from the sky and ended up here.
Got it. Spoilers for everyone who, you eventually fight Renoir. So none of you got to work directly with like Andy Serkis or Charlie Cox or anybody, right?
I mean, none of us got to work directly with each other, really. It was about, there were opportunities for us to be in the booth, but not really at the same time. You know?
Yeah, we were lucky that we got to meet each other at a dinner, like halfway through your filming. Was it at the beginning of your? Well, not all of us, but some of us got to meet, and that's so rare with voice acting. So to get to meet the body along with the voice, so that you can imagine it when you're in the booth, is like very helpful, but very rare. But we got that on this.
Yeah.
I remember hearing you in my first session, and I didn't know you were in it, and I went in the booth and I heard you, and I was like, oh, friends.
Charlotte, what was it like when you, like, did you see a cast list before you were cast? So you didn't know Andy Serkis was in it? He's like actually legendary, you know, not that you guys aren't, you know, but these like Hollywood actors, and you're like, oh, I mean, you got to work with them at least, right, Max?
When we did the mocap, we knew that Charlie Cox would be Daredevil and Andy Serkis would be Renoir, but that was it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's it like? Like, have you guys watched back any of your scenes, like specifically you with Renoir, and being like, look at me, I'm just hanging out with Andy Serkis, you know?
Yeah. It was, Ben and I went to Montpellier for their Christmas party, and we sat with Alyona, my girlfriend as well, and it was really lovely because Alyona hadn't seen anything, and we just watched every cutscene, and she sobbed like there was no tomorrow.
Wait, who was that?
She sobbed like there was no tomorrow.
Oh, Charlotte?
Alyona.
Yeah, she's there.
I mean, I would sob too.
Out there.
But it was really cool because we got to watch it in Montpellier and meet all of these incredible developers, and I kind of wish they were here. They are the most wonderful group of people.
Yeah.
And we worked hard on this game, but nothing like these guys. Like, they have worked solidly, and there's only 33 of them. I think it's 33? No, in the 30s. And they have put their all into this game, their blood, sweat, and tears, and it really fucking shows. It's absolutely hats off to them.
I remember, like, as we were approaching this game, anytime I was like, hey, are you gonna check out Claire? And they'd be like, oh, I'm like, dude, you have to see the voice cast. Like, you have to see the voice cast. It honestly is like probably one of the best assembled, like, for one game. Like, it's an insane cast, and it all comes together. We were doing an interview earlier where we were talking about, you know, how you guys did not talk with anybody. Like, you just recorded your lines and somebody would feed off that, and it's like, it does not show at all.
Yeah.
You guys just seem like you're talking to each other all the time.
Well, it's instinctual. You just would go into the booth and you would just have to do something immediately. And I think sometimes there's this feeling that there's sometimes a feeling that you need to do something over and over and over again, but actually some of the best stuff in here is a first take.
First take.
You know, there are scenes towards the end, I mean, like, there is so much time pressure on this that actually you go in, you've got to do your best, and I think a lot of the rawness comes from that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're like, I should probably do a good job.
Yeah, you come in and you've got to do a good job because these devs have done that, you know?
Yeah, what are you saying?
Well, it's just sometimes you can overthink what you're doing in the booth as well, and it's just like instinctually, you're not overthinking anything. You're just given the impetus, and you're in the moment, and it's just spontaneous, and you can rest assured when the team's there going, that was it.
Yeah.
Like, moving on. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for me, I was thinking, oh, we just have to move on. We're not going to get it any better. But yeah, it tends to be, go with your instinct. And if you do it too many times, it starts to sound a bit like you're
guys,
acting. You know?
We need to wrap it up. Rich is getting worse by the second here. We need to, you know.
Yeah.
Is this the hardest game you've ever worked on, Rich?
Can you say again?
Is this the hardest game you've ever had to work on?
The hardest game?
Yeah, the hardest game.
Is
the hardest game you've ever had to voice act
had
for.
to work on?
The hardest game to play, you mean?
No.
Your performance.
Oh, sorry. I can't hear very well, sorry. I mean, actually, it was quite, I think because everyone else was really great, you know, so they're feeding in the lines. And Jen and Guillaume in the sessions were really good at contextualizing where we were. That made it kind of easy, really. I mean, that sounds arrogant, I think, but because, you know, when they were feeding in Ben's lines and I was reacting to that, because he'd done it so well, it kind of made my job easy, you know.
So you were acting with Ben, but Ben wasn't acting with you.
Yeah, I don't act with anyone. I request that I'm alone, and I don't want anyone else near me. No, it was just the timings of how it worked out.
Yeah.
Sometimes, so when Jen and I were recording, sometimes I'd be listening to Jen's performance, and I'd get to act off her, and then other times you'd have the same. And it really is just a scheduling thing. Yeah.
It like blows my mind though, because like, okay, you guys have so many scenes where you are acting with each other. So like, Charlotte, were you working with somebody that just wasn't Kirsty filming those lines? Or are you just reading your line and then you read the next line? Or is there somebody to bounce off of?
Yeah, so we're given like the context for the scene, and then we might see the visuals for that scene, which was really helpful.
Sure.
We've obviously had the narrative before, and we've been with the script, but it very much is an imaginative kind of somatic experience, and then Guillaume or Jen or Joe will give us the line before, and and then we're just hoping for the best, you know, digging deep and hoping for the best.
I find it just so hard to believe with you, Jen, because you have like the most emotional scenes in this game, and you're just in a booth crying by yourself and just no one to console you. You're not actually hugging a giant SKA. There's no.
I would have done so well with the giant, and maybe that should be in my rider for the next game.
Exactly. Yeah.
A
You're
giant
like, I
SKA to
require
hug.
a giant plushie. I prefer it to be filled with wine, if possible.
If possible. No, it's genuinely quite hard, and I think I'm really lucky in that I did Baldur's Gate 3 right before and had that experience, and I think I got to use that, everything I learned, to put into Expedition. But yeah, not the easiest job in the world, I have to say.
How much did it differ filming, like doing this versus like Baldur's Gate 3? Did you do the mocap for that?
Yeah, so Baldur's Gate 3 was all mocapped, whereas we had wonderful mocap.
She's right there.
performances.
No one could see her.
No, I was pointing to Max Ons, but also girlfriend. Yeah.
Max is pretty good too.
Max is
He's pretty good.
Yeah, so it was all fully cooked, really. Like, we had the cinematics, we had the music, we had the beautiful animations, and we had the beautiful performances from Max Ons and Nacelle and Charlotte. So, yeah, very different. But we had to lip sync as well to your voices, which is a really technical thing to do.
Right.
And yeah, it was hard, wasn't it?
I remember seeing an Andy Serkis interview. You know, he's legendary for doing mocap and all that stuff. And he said that this was one of the hardest things he's had to do because, you know, he's used to being the guy in the suit. He's not used to having to just follow what Max does. So it ended up being quite difficult. Like, we'll start with you, Ben. What do you prefer? Do you prefer being in the full mocap, acting with somebody, or do you like the kind of like chill kind of freedom of being in the booth?
All of it. I don't have a preference at all. Like, it's what's the challenge directly in front of you. So when you're doing mocap, or performance capture, you have that amazing freedom to be in a room. You really have that sense of proximity and movement, which is incredibly freeing. But then you have the puzzle of not seeing anything there. And then when we had this, we had the visuals, we had the music, but the puzzle is now deconstructing reality, reverse engineering it, and making it feel like we were there. They are both puzzles that need to be solved in different ways, and they're both equally fun with different challenges.
Shala, have you ever done full mocap acting?
Yeah, in Baldur's Gate 3, I did
nice.
that as well. Yeah, and like Ben says, they are just completely different processes and equally as fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about you, Kirsty?
No, I haven't done mocap. I want to do mocap. Anyone mocap job? I'm in.
You want all the stuff on your face, all the beads, and
Yes, give it to me. I want that black suit. I want the little hood.
Yeah.
I want your little stand. No, I would love to do mocap. That's definitely a dream. Hopefully, one day.
This is what I have to ask. This is going to be for Max. Rich aside, so the characters were fully developed. The game was basically, almost ready to go before they brought you guys in to do the English, right? But your characters all look like you. So is this what? I don't get it.
I know where you're coming here. I know what you're gonna ask.
Because it's like Kirsty, she kind of looks like Luna. You kind of look like Verso if you had longer hair. You absolutely look like Mael. What? Was that just a happy accident?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah. I think so. No?
Rich, you look just like Minoko.
He can't hear.
I didn't hear
For those that don't know, we did the main stage interview earlier, and they were all dressed as mimes. But if you haven't played the game, you'll know that Minoko doesn't get a baguette outfit. So he's wearing his swimsuit.
Yeah.
You get this from doing
It's been a big hit.
Yeah. Authenticity.
Mitchell, what have you done? Again.
I'm just not where you're supposed
Every
to
time
go.
I look over, you're breaking my game.
Yeah, I do that a lot. I just kind of ran around the whole map. This one has like a bunch of elevators that are really slow, so I just didn't really feel like riding them.
We're wrapping in 5 minutes, but how much longer would you need to finish the game?
It would probably take like another 25 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we won't wait for that. You're missing party members, though. Is that intentional?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything because I didn't want to like make someone feel bad, but
who are we missing?
Yeah, here I'm missing CL here, so I know.
I didn't hear that. But I have not heard that.
Yeah, you're missing. I just didn't pick you up.
Do you not like him anymore?
I can't hear him.
Oh, he doesn't have CL.
Rude.
Rude.
Saving it.
Rude.
I understand.
That's pretty rude. CL's one of the best characters, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I'm a fan of her.
Is there a reason you don't have her? Did she die?
No, she's alive. It's just I just left her in the village. It takes too much time to pick her up.
So she just doesn't go on the expedition with you guys.
Patience, my friend.
In Mitchell's world, you just go to Gestrel Village and you just stay. You're like, bye guys, good luck with the paintress. I'm gonna stay here.
With Golgra.
Well, that's great. I mean, you're already at is this the second Axon?
Yeah, this is the second one.
Siren.
Do you like, Jennifer, that it's mostly you on screen?
Say that again.
Do you like that it's mostly you on screen?
I mean, I am a double Leo.
The double Leo.
Yeah.
She explained to me before the shoot what a double Leo was because I didn't know what that meant.
No,
it's really fun having Shadowheart explain zodiac signs to me. Is that what they are? Zodiac signs?
So sorry, I can't
No, it's
hear.
fine. It's fine.
Can we just say we can't hear each other?
Oh, yeah.
Or you.
Oh, yeah.
We don't know what's
Half
happening.
the time when Ben's
We're really
talking to me,
confused.
I'm just going.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know why you're clapping. Like that's how confused I am.
The best part of this interview is going to be when I get to watch it on YouTube later and I get to hear all of your answers. Have you guys been convinced that I'm just like,
yeah,
great answer? You guys are like talking about death, and I'm like, that's hilarious, man. Anyways. Well, we are just about wrapping up. I see. Oh, that's the one of the paintress people. Have you guys gotten to see all the different hairstyles and stuff that your characters get to wear? They're all really good. My problem is I kind of keep them in the default because that's what I like. But yeah, they're all really, really good.
Oh, I love this.
You've got.
Welcome to IGN Live. Today, we're kicking things off with the Xbox Game Showcase.
We both know why you're here.
And you'll hear from the creators of HBO's The Last of Us. Season 2 of Twisted Metal.
We're really gonna wait for this door to open all the way?
And check out collectibles from Doom the Dark Ages.
The Slayer has been activated.
Along with special episodes of Game Scoop and Unlocked.
Finish this fight.
Day 2 of IGN Live starts right now.
Hello and welcome to Day 2 of IGN Live 2025. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, and I'm coming to you from the Magic Box at the Reef in downtown Los Angeles. And it's been a phenomenal show so far, but today things are only going to get better because it is Xbox Showcase Day. Are you guys ready? That sounds like a yes. All right, today I'm joined by Miranda Sanchez, Sydney Goodman, and Michael Hyam to help me break down and recap all things Xbox. Welcome to my friends. How are you guys?
I'm chilling, man. I feel good. I'm hyped for this.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to start with kind of almost an existential question, which everybody's like, wait, what? What are we doing here? But from where we sat here a year ago, things are pretty different for Xbox 1 year later. In that they're shipping just about everything on everything at this point. So I'm kind of curious to hear from you guys, what kind of is an Xbox showcase anymore, right, Miranda?
Yeah,
Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's just like a showcase of things, of course, that we're going to look forward to. But I think that is honestly a question they have to answer this year, right? Of what does the Xbox brand mean when they're shipping everything everywhere? Obviously, the controller is iconic. They're really big on PC, and they really, I think, pioneered the way in saying, hey, we're going to make sure our Xbox games are also on PC for our PC players to get an optimal time if that's what you want. But by going to other brands, it's kind of just opening this door of what do you do with your loyal fans at this point? What are you going to offer them that is special? Or is there anything? Is it just an exclusivity period at this point? So I think that is just a big question they're going to have to answer very soon.
How many of you guys out in the audience have bought an Xbox game on your PS5 recently? Yeah, I'm seeing hands up there.
That's a decent amount.
They're topping the sales charts the last couple months. Sydney, your thoughts on this kind of just bigger question about what an Xbox showcase is in 2025?
Yeah, and it's interesting because I grew up, I'm a bit of an Xbox purist, so there is part of me that misses the exclusivity of that and the fun of oh, this is for us.
Yeah.
This is for the Xbox community. At the same time, though, I think it's kind of exciting. My friends who have PlayStations that have traditionally always been PlayStation players, they also get to be excited for today. So I don't want to call it bittersweet because ultimately it's a positive thing. But yeah, I don't know. Everybody gets to be excited about today's announcements theoretically, right? Yeah. Because Xbox hasn't said, okay, blanket statement, everything's coming to everything all at once, right? So I don't know, maybe it adds an element of surprise and suspense.
Yeah, Michael, what's your over-under on how many games in the showcase will be exclusive to Xbox?
Probably none of them.
Zeros?
I don't think they're in that business anymore. They're very clearly not in this business anymore.
Yeah.
So when you talk about what an Xbox showcase is, don't forget that Xbox Game Studios is 20, 30, they got a lot of studios, and I think one of the things too I'm going into the showcase is that they have proven that they're kind of back on track. For a while, Xbox was struggling to put stuff out with delays, cancel games that didn't really hit the way they want, but they've been putting out bangers after bangers recently, and I think they're still going to ride that momentum as studios kind of get into this rhythm. I think Xbox has established a rhythm, and I have all systems because I kind of have to, but when I'm looking at the lineup on Xbox, it's one thing after the other. I'm on that platform, whether it's PC, Game Pass, or on the console. Claire Obscure, that's Game of the Year material, and you could get that on Game Pass.
Yeah.
Now, granted, that's not an Xbox studio, but not everything is going to be under the Game Studio umbrella too. So they have other third parties who are probably going to showcase on this thing and make big waves. The first time we saw Claire Obscure was at an Xbox showcase. So I think the track record for their showcases and the games that they kind of curate to say that they are supporting, their track record is really good. So I have high expectations for this showcase, and maybe I'll see my next favorite game. I don't know.
Yeah, so to your point about Xbox finally shipping great stuff, I kind of want to hear, I'm curious the audience reaction of which of these is their favorite. Like, you look since about October, November of last year, they've shipped Flight Simulator 24, they've shipped Stalker 2 as an exclusive, they've shipped any fellow Indiana Jones fans out there? That's my game of the year from last year. Yep. Then into Avowed early this year. Michael, I know you're a fan.
That's a banger.
We've had Doom: The Dark Ages super recently.
That's a banger.
Yeah, like they're getting it done these days. Like they're finally like the egg took a long time to hatch. But we're finally starting to see some little baby chicks running around, which is nice to see. So I'm just sort of curious, like, what's each of your excitement level for this? Kind of sitting to your point, knowing that it's not all just going to be Xbox exclusive, that everything's going to be coming to pretty much all platforms. So Sid, how are you feeling going into this one?
You know, I'm really excited because I woke up with a really good feeling that we're going to see something about Wolfenstein 3.
Oh.
I don't think it will be much, but I will be so satisfied because part of me is almost, the last time we heard about Wolfenstein 3 was, I think it was 2018. Pete Hines confirmed more or less, like, yes, we're going to finish this story up. Everybody wants to see that done. We want to see that trilogy happen. But 2018 was a while ago. Like, I would love to see some sort of confirmation that it's like, hey, we are working on this now that we've shipped Indiana Jones. I don't need to know that it's coming in 2025 or 2026. I don't need to know that it's coming in 2027 even. I just want to know that somebody is working on this.
Yeah. So Miranda, Sid kind of touched on this earlier, but one thing that's maybe changed is this year, should more PlayStation gamers be excited about the Xbox showcase, right?
Yeah, I hope so. I'm really hoping that we'll see, I guess, a little bit less of a focus on that. I'm sure they'll be like, also on PlayStation somewhere, like just like a little tile screen or something. But honestly, what I'm hoping for, we get into in predictions, we doing that a little bit?
We'll get to that in a little bit. We're saving the best for last on that.
I would say, as far as excitement level goes, though, it's moderate. I think we're kind of in an off year where everyone was sort of holding on for GTA. We know Fable's getting pushed. The next year's game, E-Day, is probably still pretty far away. And we know they tend to show it once and they just kind of go quiet for a bit. So I think this is just going to be one of those slower years, and I think we kind of saw that from Sony as well. It's just a bit of a not a lull, and there's definitely stuff to be excited about, but it's just not going to be as full force as some of the other showcases we've had.
You've just given me a very pleasant thought, which is, in a year from now, when we're all here doing this again, we'll all have Grand Theft Auto 6 on our consoles at home, right? Yes! Wait, can we just stay home and play GTA 6 next year? It'll have only been out for 2 weeks at that point. Yeah, who's hyped for GTA 6 even though we're still a year out, right? That's gonna be the game. Michael, there's no chance. Is there even a 1% chance that there's a GTA anything in the showcase today?
No. Rockstar calls their own shots, man. They're one of the rare studios where they drop trailers whenever they feel like it.
Yeah.
And people are going to watch. That thing's going to get millions upon millions of views. Everyone's going to be talking about it. They don't need to attach themselves to showcases. And honestly, going back to an existential question is, what's the purpose of a showcase? It's kind of to uplift the people who don't necessarily have all the means to tell everyone about their game. And the Xbox has been great about that, whether it's ID at Xbox with independent games or their main showcase with some of their own studios, or third-party developers like Sandfall Interactive, who still looking for some kind of audience with a first game. So I think that's the excitement, is that you might see new IP, you might see things you don't expect, because that is kind of the purpose of it, and Xbox has been pretty good about that.
Yeah. Miranda, again, kind of bigger question, why should Xbox continue to do these showcases when it's kind of a third-party showcase at this point?
They bought all those studios. They have to showcase their stuff somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think it's going to come down to that, right? And of course, highlighting an opportunity for the developers. And I think Michael really hit on it well, that they do want to showcase indie developers. And I feel like
ID at Xbox was such a great way for them to champion that and make it really explicit that these are smaller teams that they really care about and that they believe in. The other thing too, of course, is that I just want to know what's coming to Game Pass.
Game
Pass is huge.
Like,
I want
how
to
many
know.
Game Pass subscribers in the crowd? Yeah, like that's a pretty good. So that is that clearly the message is working from Microsoft, because yeah, that's Michael. I would argue that's maybe the #1 thing about the Xbox Showcase is it's kind of a 90-minute ad for why you should keep your Game Pass sub for another year, right?
Yeah, kind of like to that point. You know, if you see a hype trailer for something new or whatever, or something you're looking forward to, and then like on the bottom of the thing says coming to Game Pass day 1, like tell me you don't get hyped about that if you're subscribed to it, because I think that's it's about approachability, it's about accessibility to games too, giving people access to those things that, you know, dropping $70 and almost $80 in the future probably is a hard thing to ask. Like, listen, I don't got $80 to drop on a game right now, but I do have a sub to Game Pass, and I think I play a lot of games that way. Like, granted, I had access to things like South at Midnight and Clear Obscure beforehand for work purposes, but if I'm like a lot of my friends who have one platform and they're on Xbox, they're like, yo, did you play Clear Obscure? I'm like, yeah, that game's fire. It's like, oh, it's on Game Pass. Like, boom. They play it and that's their next favorite game. I keep talking about Clear Obscure. My bad. I can't stop thinking about it.
It's so good.
They know this is what we do.
Yeah. I mean, like, how many of y'all with Game Pass spent the day back in April playing Oblivion Remastered when that just dropped, right? Like, that's going to keep you subbed for a while.
Yeah.
So, for me, Microsoft's still a platform maker at the end of the day, even if they're kind of breaking convention, breaking tradition by publishing all their stuff on a bunch of other platforms. Yeah, is there anything? Are we going to see anything announced for Switch 2 at this? You guys think?
I mean, there'll probably be like multi-platform games where you'll see like Switch or like after the fact, like, oh yeah, it's gonna be on Switch too. That happens often.
That's still really exciting though, because like it's just obviously new and there's not a ton of games on it. But that's an exciting idea to think that some of these games actually will be coming to it. Maybe one day we'll get Halo on Switch. I don't know.
So last year, I said on this stage a year ago, I thought last year's Xbox Showcase was the best one they'd ever done. We'll get to predictions here after the break in a second, but real quick from each of you, how do they top it this year? Miranda, can they top it?
No.
No? Like last year was high bar.
If they bring GTA, maybe. If there's some cool exclusive, you know, you get a, I don't know, a Warthog. That would be so silly, but I would drive it.
I'm now picturing tearing around Leonida in a Warthog, and
you can go off-road
I don't hate it. Yeah.
There's a whole off-road area. It just makes sense.
That's true. That's true. Sid, how does Microsoft top last year's awesome showcase?
I mean, you know my answer on a personal level.
Yeah.
It would be Wolfenstein 3, but I agree with Miranda. I'm really excited for the showcase, but last year's a hard one to top. I think we end up kind of seeing more check-ins and future things to be excited about, but maybe things are a little too far off to top something like last year.
Michael, can it be done? Can they raise the bar from where they set it very high last year?
For me personally, if they come out with a lot more weeb stuff, for me, I think that would top it for me. But in terms of like mass appeal, you know, but the bar is high. I don't think they have to clear it. You know, there's just like a certain, like, as long as they're good enough and they show things that are important to them and people are genuinely excited about, I think that's success. But for me, I want more anime games, man. And like Xbox has supported Japanese developers in big ways, and I would be excited to see that.
Ninja Gaiden 4, prime example game I'm looking forward to. All right, We've got the Xbox Games Showcase coming up in a bit, followed by our Podcast Unlocked post-show recapping all of the reveals that we're about to get. After that, we'll be talking to the folks behind two huge upcoming games, The Outer Worlds 2 and 007 First Light. And a bit later, we'll be sitting down with the folks that made The Last of Us Season 2. But right now, we got to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. The Xbox Showcase kicks off very soon right here on IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Thriller from Build a Rocket Boy, the studio founded by Mind's Eye is a new single-player action-adventure thriller from Build a Rocket Boy, the studio founded by visionary game director Leslie Benzies, known for his work on the Grand Theft Auto series. In Mind's Eye, you play as former Special Ops soldier Jacob Diaz as he fights his fate against high-tech experiments, AI, and an unchecked military power in Red Rock City, a metropolis where corporate greed and political ambition are in constant friction. Let's take a look at the latest trailer for Mind's Eye.
What are you doing here?
Come with me.
At first, I thought it was just broken synapses in my head.
Keep your lens feed on.
In years. I've been seeing things. Like a part of me that's been buried down deep feels like it's just knocking to get out. I'll be seeing you around, Charlie. Maybe this is the real me.
Diaz, you were a good soldier.
I don't want any part of your future.
You don't deserve what they gave you.
It's activating.
You're one of them. You're working with them. No, please.
What do you mean one of them?
And we're back. You're watching IGN Live, and if you're here for the Xbox Game Showcase, don't worry, you're just in time. Before we get back to Xbox, just a reminder to stick around after the showcase for a full deep dive post-show, as well as interviews with folks making some of the games that are going to be getting shown off. Plus, a ton more coming out of IGN Live later today, like a deep dive with the developers at Skybound Games. Wait till you see what they've got. Damon X Machina 2, Deadpool VR, Twisted Metal Season 2, and so much more. All right, let's get to an unlocked tradition that we've been doing at IGN for quite some time. We're doing it as last minute as it gets this year, which is our annual Xbox Showcase predictions. We each go around, we each jot down a few things ahead of time, what we think we might see, what we're hoping to see, what we predict is going to be in this showcase. I'm going to be a bad host and just go first, because one of the ones I had written down kind of maybe got confirmed on accident yesterday. So I'll just say I ran into somebody yesterday that makes me pretty confident in this one. So I think it's time for Double Fine to announce its next game.
Okay.
Psychonauts 2 was 2021, so it's been almost 4 years.
I can't believe it
already.
was that long ago. Like it felt like maybe 2 years ago.
I know, it's gone by quickly, but yeah. And the person I ran into, I'm like, why would you be here unless you were announcing something? So, Miranda, we're pretty sure that Double Fine is not doing A, Psychonauts 3, or B, as I've tried to get Tim Schafer to admit, like, are you guys doing Banjo 3? And he says no. He had said on Unlocked a couple of years ago at this point that they would be doing something new and original. So what do you think we might get from the mind of Tim Schafer and the team at Double Fine if, in fact, we do get an announcement from them today?
I don't know if that's something we can predict, Ryan. Honestly, like, Tim Schafer has a wonderful imagination, and I just think of everything that we've had from them up until now and hearing them say, no, we want to do something new and original. Like, that's exactly what I want from Double Fine.
Yeah.
I want them to have the best playground for creating whatever they think is going to be cool.
And I think
we probably can't even predict genre from them,
No.
right? Because
Yeah.
the Double
Except
Fine's gone all over the place.
point and click, adventure.
Yeah.
We're going to do some more action adventure platformer. Like, the world's their oyster, basically.
Yeah. Michael, give me a prediction. What do you think we're going to see today?
Maybe not the most exciting thing, but I do expect to see Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Remake, and maybe Rebirth as well, make its way to Xbox. Remake's coming to Switch too, and I think it's about time that Square Enix kind of starts branching out a little bit more. It's not that they don't put games out on Xbox, it's just that their cadence is so weird, and I think, not that they're struggling for sales, but I think they've realized the limitations of being on one platform, mainly PlayStation, and then coming to PC, which is a great idea, of course, but there's a whole other platform with Xbox that they can have access to so many other people who maybe don't have those platforms and just haven't even touched a Final Fantasy game before. So I expect both 16, 7 Remake, and hopefully Rebirth, but I know that would take a lot of work, and that would be a lot to drop in one go. But yeah, don't sleep on the latest Final Fantasies, because I do love those games, and I think it would be smart for Square Enix to do that, and I would like to see them.
I love that you're just getting totally greedy with it. You're like, not one, not two, like just all the Final
give me all of them.
Fantasies.
Come on.
Onto my plate, feed them to me.
There's no need to wait. I mean, I played those games, but I would like to see other people try them too.
Yeah. I mean, Sydney, the economics of it are just tough for any third-party publisher, right? It's tough to make money while leaving one platform out anymore, right?
Yeah, well, and I mean, I think we can all agree on the fact that just everything is more expensive now, and that, you know, making games and maintaining games is not an exception with that.
Yeah.
So it makes a ton of sense to really take advantage of the fact that there's a whole group of people that theoretically haven't gotten to experience these games, and I think it sounds like a win-win for everybody.
Yeah. Well, have you got a prediction for us, Sydney? Something you think we'll see at the Xbox Showcase today?
So I will once more ask for Wolfenstein 3. However, thank you. I do think we're going to see something, and this might be wishful thinking, but something around Halo, the Halo universe.
Oh.
I don't think it will be basically anything, but only because I don't think they're going to say anything about Gears. And maybe this is me living in the past, but I just feel like I would like them to comment or give kind of that older guard of fans something. And we heard about, 343 becoming Halo Studios last November. And they have said that they're working on Halo things in Unreal Engine 5. Yes. So I don't think we'll get much in general in the showcase. I don't think we're going to get a ton of new gameplay or super long narrative trailers, but I'm hoping, and I will put my hat in the ring, is that a saying?
Yeah.
That we'll see something about Halo or a Halo adjacent property.
Well, you bring up a good point. This is an honest question if anybody remembers. When was the last time Halo was at an Xbox showcase? It's been a minute, has it not?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Has it been since Infinite shipped in 21?
Probably.
I think you're right, but that's a crazy amount of time.
That's got to be the longest they've ever gone without featuring it in one of their showcases. I want to ask the audience, so we've talked about this in the past on Unlocked, all right, so Halo Studios, they're going to work in Unreal Engine 5, they're kind of starting over. I have two theories. One, they're either going to do a remake of Halo 1 in Unreal Engine 5, or just go with Halo, reboot the series entirely. Yeah. Because it's probably going to PlayStation at this point, right?
Yeah.
So would you guys rather have, by a show of applause, a remake of Halo 1? Anybody? All right. Or just rebooting the whole thing and starting over? I think it's the remake. The remake seems to be the... Yeah, reboot, not a lot of, I didn't detect a lot of love for the reboot out there.
I think a reboot, honestly, I think a reboot makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think that there's a new generation of players who don't have the same love for Halo, that kind of that grandfathered adoration and loyalty to the franchise that perhaps I do. But I mean, even my brother's not that much younger than me, and he's kind of like, yeah, I guess, whatever. And so it would make a lot of sense to kind of have a really clear entry point for new fans to fall in love with Master Chief again.
Well, we are now less than 5 minutes to go until the Xbox Game Showcase. I'm just very convinced that whatever Halo Studios is going to do, it's not going to be Halo 7 or Infinite 2. I don't see that as the next move for them. Miranda, have you got another prediction for us in our final 5 minutes here?
Yes, I do. I do actually think, Sydney, we're going to see Gears of War, but not EA. I don't think we're going to see EA. Instead, I think they might, hopefully, for all of us Gears fans out there, do a remastered trilogy. Like,
so on top of Reloaded,
yes.
It's already been announced.
So they have, just pack in Reloaded, you got it, but then do 2 and 3.
So the Marcus Phoenix collection, basically.
Exactly. That's
right?
what we want, just everything tuned up, beautiful. Because how else are they going to ship to the PlayStation, right? Like, we really need these sort of updates. And, like, obviously it's not maybe the most exciting for everybody, but as a Gears fan, I've been taking my twin sister through Gears. I'd really like to have that updated experience.
Where are my Gears fans out there? Like, anybody? Yeah, I mean, it's such a great series. E-Day is going to be so sick whenever we get around to that. So, yeah, it's and just having John DiMaggio back.
Yes.
He's so good. Michael, have you got another prediction for me for this showcase?
Yeah. Okay.
What's that look on your face? Where are you going with this?
Listen, call it rumors, call it leaks, but if this is the showcase in which we see a Persona 4 remake, I will pop off, y'all. I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna scream, I'm gonna throw up. It's gonna go crazy.
The stage is gonna be disgusting.
Production team, save that clip just in case we might need it in 2 hours.
If we see that, I'm gonna stage dive, man. I'm so.
Yeah.
That being said, that game does need a lot of work if they were to remake it. They can't just put out the same one. Persona 4 Golden is a great version of that game, but it does need some serious overhauls if they want to do a full-on remake. So if we do see that here at the Xbox Showcase, I would get hyped, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna pop off. But then I would do a little research in the background, like, how are y'all remaking this game? That's very important to me, but nonetheless, people be talking about it, it's rumored, leaked, now's the time.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think they would do the content that Golden has, or would they leave it out? Because I know that was the thing with Persona 3 Reload. It's like, oh, this is just the focused base game. Like, it's not extra stuff or upgrades or anything.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, I'm not sure if I think they would, actually. Yeah. It's because it's not too much. It's not like with Persona 3 that's like, oh, we have the female character and it's a kind of a different route. Whereas for Golden was, hey, we put some extra content on top. So there's no reason why they wouldn't do that. But then again, Atlus's release plans are always kind of weird or whatever. But regardless, I think that if they were to remake it, there would be so much in there that it kind of wouldn't matter one way or the other. But hey. Watch me pop off up in the theater later when we're watching the showcase.
I'm waiting for that stage dive. Now I want this to get. Please announce this, Microsoft, because I want to see that stage dive. I see some broad-shouldered folks out in the audience that are ready to catch you if you do. Sid, have you got one more prediction for us in the final 90 seconds here?
I think we're going to see something about Contraband.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, I had that down too. 2021. A vague cinematic trailer, nothing since.
Yeah,
right?
That was a long time ago.
From the developers of Just Cause, so super talented people, Avalanche. Yeah, I had in my notes, like, if that's not at this showcase 4 years later, I'm going to assume it's canceled. Like,
right?
It's just,
because we haven't literal silence.
Yeah, and I'll just go ahead and we got 1 minute to go. I'll give you my last one, kind of on that same note. Everwild? Rare?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was announced. I had to look this up. It's a pre-pandemic announcement. 2019 was when that was first announced. Then they showed it one more time after that. I'm kind of in the same boat with Contraband as I am with Everwild. Like, is this still happening?
Yeah.
If it is, it seems like this is the year. It's time to show it. So we'll see. I mean, there's a lot. They still haven't given us updates on everything they've announced over these last few years. So it's going to be interesting to see what we get coming up in less than 20 seconds. So on that note, it looks like the 2025 Xbox Game Showcase is about to start. We'll see you back right here right after the post show, so stick around. Count it down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, Xbox.
I care that the colony is in disarray. We didn't come to Arcadia to get bogged down in pointless warfare. We came to spread freedom and liberate resources for profit. But this pesky Earth Directorate agent is mucking things up. They're not alone in doing so. And they think they can just choose how things play out. They could stop us from stealing the Protectorate's brainwashing technology, which we need to improve our market share. What if this stranger aligned with the Order and that world computer of theirs? That could be the key to closing the rifts that threaten the colonies. So, you see why this menace must be wiped from the face of existence. Or, better yet, brought to our side through the power of capitalism. Now, let's get out there and buy our way to victory!
I'm yearning and yearning for you. My heart and revel in you. Every last bit of my way, every last bit that I'm paid, every last bit that I save is intended for you. Although the cost may be high, one day I know you'll be mine. Someday perhaps I'll own two. For now I'll take one that's brand new. 'Cause I'm yearning and yearning for you.
An adventure made for capitalism by capitalism. Inflate our impressions and egos by staying tuned after the showcase.
World premiere.
Babe, what's wrong?
I'm sorry. I've just been so depressed lately.
You know, it would fix everything. Humanzapron. Yeah, humans are barely sentient. Scientists have done studies, and their brains are like half the size of ours.
At Xbox, we strive to put the player first. And that's what you've seen from us over the years. We've led the industry with backward compatibility. We championed crossplay and cross-progression. We deliver Game Pass, first on console, then on PC, and with cloud gaming. So what's next? How can we give you even more freedom, more choice, more ways to play? Our next step is to unify your gaming no matter where you buy or play. So we're building an Xbox experience designed for players, not locked to a single store or tied to one device. The Xbox Ally is an Xbox you can hold in your hands, bringing together the power of Xbox and the freedom of Windows. On this Xbox, you can play games across your entire library, including all the Windows PC game stores, from Xbox and Battle.net to Steam, GOG, and Ubisoft Connect. And the highly anticipated Hollow Knight Silksong will be available at launch and in Game Pass when the Ally releases later this year. In fact, every new game you see in today's show will be playable on the Xbox Ally. We have always wanted you to have the unique experience of Xbox on any screen. That's why we're investing in Xbox Play Anywhere. Whether you're playing on console, PC, smart TV, or any Windows handheld like the new Xbox Ally, the Xbox experience roams with you. Your library, progression, friends, and achievements. There are over 1,000 Xbox Play Anywhere games on Xbox today. And every new game you see in today's show, from our partners and our studios, is Xbox Play Anywhere. And because it's Xbox, you can always have access to Game Pass with a diverse lineup of games from the biggest franchises to critically acclaimed indie hits. This is the freedom we believe players should have. Any game, anywhere. And we are giving it our all every day to make this vision real. But it all comes back to the games. From Dead to Rights on the original Xbox to Armored Core 6, our relationship with Bandai Namco Entertainment has stood the test of time. We both believe in bringing amazing experiences to players around the world, and their next game does exactly that. From Rebel Wolves Studio, this is a story-rich action RPG steeped in dark fantasy that I can't wait for you to explore. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Monsters have always been here, watching from the shadows. And when we were at our weakest, they came out into the light. We feared for our lives, but we should have feared for our souls instead. The vampires didn't come to kill us. No, they came to rule. Turn us into mindless, docile cattle. Not me, though. They tried to change me into one of them. But I became something else instead. Their worst nightmare. Trapped between the two worlds, fighting to even the score, fighting to understand the evil behind it all.
He is out there watching, seeping into you, growing.
Watch your back, Yakumo. You're a wanted criminal now.
I'll kill the Dark Dragon myself. It's my mission. My duty as a Raven Ninja.
Breaking the Dark Dragon free has its consequences.
This is it.
Sayori.
Ryu, there's something I need your help with.
The Dark Dragon is mine.
Good luck, Indy.
What are you doing, Jones? Are you crazy?
This is where it starts. Beneath the streets of Rome. Enter the city of Antioch. Find a secret relic. Bring it back to the Holy See. Defend the secret. They worshipped the giants.
World premiere.
遥か昔、この国に輪廻の獣が現れた。輪廻の獣は汚れを吐き、あらゆる生物を蝕んだ。西暦4026年、人類は滅亡を待つのみ。封じ子エマ、お前こそが輪廻の獣を滅ぼす刃となる。
The glittering streets of Avalon sure do shine. Because they suit their filth down to us.
Get your paper in! Who's for a paper?
Here's to playing in the mud. Life here ain't for the soft-hearted.
You will be paying me back until you fucking rust.
It ain't for the spineless.
To keep your filthy pickers off me!
And it sure as shite ain't for the decent.
That's a clean sweep for one of
There has been a crime! Justice itself has been affronted! I have been burgled!
Lord Griswick.
Burgled!
Yes, I got that part. Do you know anyone who might wish you ill? We can't arrest and question everyone. Let's see if we can narrow the suspects down a bit.
They were,
Trust your instincts, sir.
tall,
Yes, sir.
built rather slim, well, muscular. Was very quick, agile.
Go on.
With a mustache. No, larger.
I see.
Quite fashionable. That's the fiend who robbed me.
They got my good side this time. Breaking in is the easy part.
Your brandy, sir.
Getting away with it is the real trick.
These candlesticks ain't gold. Worthless and dull, just like you. Nah, I have a customer. How can I help you?
I'd rather talk to you, Errol. Sounds like I'll get a better deal.
You talk to me first, and him never. Got it?
Uncle's a bit touchy, ain't he, Errol?
Touchy? I say I'm touchy! There. Anything else you'd care to say to Errol? Brains. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Round here, it's all sharp edges, empty pockets, and blood on the cobbles. Goodbye, Silas.
No, no! I'll hurt you, you fucking meatsack! I'll leave you with a pissing bed of peaches!
You'd either got a gang at your back, or a knife in it.
We're family here. Family takes care of its own.
Can't put a price on that, can you?
Them's in charge. They don't keep order. They keep power.
Take this thing into the crucible and melt it.
They just want us beaten, broken, and too scared to fight back.
I don't want to kill him.
That's why it pays to be clever and well-armed. Let's go and end a few arguments. Don't get cocky. They've got a weapon far worse. Time. And if they can rewrite history, they can rewrite us. But look who just found Mummy's keys. Now I can fiddle with time. Put the bullet back in the barrel. Bring the chaos to a crawl. Take a mistake and make it like it never happened. We can change the world as we know it. One choice at a time. And I can even go back and change the past to change the future. And let me tell you, the hunters don't like it when the rabbits got the gun.
Now let me alone and piss off!
Our creative teams are dedicated to bringing players award-winning, record-breaking, critically acclaimed games. Call of Duty, Black Ops 6 from Activision, Doom, The Dark Ages from Bethesda, Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred from Blizzard, and Avowed from Xbox Game Studios. All of our teams across Xbox First Party are shipping their most played games ever, and they're also delivering more content than ever before. From original single-player experiences to vast online worlds, our teams are empowered to build the games they've always dreamed of. We want our players to have the choice and flexibility of where and how they play the games our teams make. So of course, our games will be available day one in Game Pass, and every new game we make for both Xbox consoles and PC will be Xbox Play Anywhere. On behalf of our creative teams, thank you. These experiences don't stop when you put down the controller. As you've seen in recent years, more and more of our characters, stories, and worlds are expanding to brand new audiences through TV and film. A Minecraft movie and the Fallout TV series broke records and brought millions of players into the game. We have more projects in the works as gaming continues to influence film and television like never before. When it comes to growing new franchises, Obsidian is having a year like no other. From launching a blockbuster new game like Avowed to the upcoming release of The Outer Worlds 2 this October. Obsidian is always delivering great games, and they have a third game launching this year. You'll get to go deeper on it in our Direct, but until then, let's take a look.
World premiere.
I told you, you can't run from me, you foul beast! With new flexible legs, the yoke girth action figure can ride anything!
Breaking news. There's been an explosion at Brook Hollow Park. Chaos descended on a ceremony commemorating the 2-year anniversary of when 4 teenagers were miniaturized against their will and left to fight for their survival in the backyard of a deranged scientist. Formerly evil company Ominent Practical Technologies was set to dedicate a statue of the 4 teenagers, fast food science robot Burgle and Dr. Tully, when an explosion erupted. Dr. Tully and the teenagers' current whereabouts are also unknown.
You gotta keep them separated.
The predecessor, ND3500, reached. Accessing predecessor's travel log. Attempting data salvage.
I have encountered an unprecedented orphan. It was in a state of suppressed recomposition.
The behavior pattern of the orphans populating the area is highly unusual. they become exceptionally aggressive. It is highly recommended to proceed with caution. They seem to act more consistently, in coordination. Destroying the nest is now a priority. Such is our calling. Such is our calling.
World premiere.
Mayday! Mayday! Hold one to mission control! We're falling! Thomas, the ship's breaking apart! There's no time! Evacuate! Now! Thomas, come in!
Ariane, you sacrificed everything for a new world, to save mankind. And I'll always love you for that.
Thomas, wherever you are, I'll find you.
Welcome to England, Mr. David. I know this must be a shock, having never met your real father, but he left you this hotel in his will. It's been in your family for generations, much like the caretaker. He's a little eccentric. You'll see.
Let me welcome you to the Grand, a hotel famous across the land. Every room used to be in such high demand. Your wish I'll command here at the Grand.
Well, hello there. It looks like you're about to do some renovations. Would you like some help with that?
So, my father was renovating the hotel when he disappeared?
Not just the hotel. He was helping the entire village. You have his power tools. You know, you could pick up where he left off. You seem like a good man, like he was.
I'm in. They don't suspect a thing.
Just make sure the locals don't get wind of what you're really up to. Because if they find out, they will wicker man your ass.
You keep looking into things, and things are gonna start looking back. Don't make the same mistake your father made. In this place, the only one you can really trust is me.
There are as many gods in the world as there are stars in the heavens, and when we need their help, they send us a hero. Who would have guessed the defender of my homeland would be my daughter?
She unlocked the heavenly spear, but is she worthy?
You can't rule if the heavenly spear is mine.
주권 국가의 자주적 결정을 누가 허락하는가? 만약 이 결정이 패권 국가의 특정 정치 집단의 이익을 저해한다면 당신의 특정 행동이 대중의 의사결정에 영향을 미칠 수 있으며 반대로 누군가는 당신의 의사결정에 영향을 주려 한다는 것을 인지할 때 자신만의 온전한 입장을 세울 수 있지 않을까? 당신의 입장은 온전한 본인의 판단인가? 그렇게 믿고 있거나 믿고 싶을 뿐. 당신은 무엇 때문에 분노하는가? 당신의 분노는 스스로 결정한 것인가? 누군가 당신의 분노를 이용한다. 지정태. 지정태!
World premiere.
E ora olaiem loite fativi. Novo. Ilo? Te kemaite mana. Muite onanite waiora. Dia novo tua libemo iwa lotaname. Ona otalima di efema. Teonami. Toma tua calio, terali.
Well, hello there. Beautiful day to relax by the old fishing hole, wouldn't you say? When it comes to fishing, Appalachia is a land aswim with opportunity. Yes, you'll find fish of all flavors in every walk of waterway, from its mightiest of rivers to its humblest of ponds. Just step up to the bank, cast your line, and when your bobber starts bobbing, reel in the rewards. What do you got on there, Jed? Worms. And how are they biting today?
See for yourself.
Bagging the big fish starts with finding the right tools for the job. There are as many unique combinations of rods, reels, bobbers, and baits as there are fish in the sea. And when you've caught your fill, pop over to the local tackle shop to swap fish tails. Can you smell that? No matter what troubles plague the future wastelands of Appalachia, you can always find comfort in cozy little joys like this. You just gotta know where to look. Vault Life is your ticket to easy living. Design and build your own little slice of paradise. A place to show off all the bits and bobs you collect in your travels. Got a green thumb? Plant your own peaceful vegetable garden. And nothing warms the heart like a neighborhood cookout. Community makes a wasteland a waste home. Join today, and tomorrow you'll be kicking back and sharing a meal with friends in beautiful Appalachia.
World premiere. World premiere.
Hey, what's up everyone? It's Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I just want to say thanks to everyone for all the love and support we've seen since we announced Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 a few months ago. These games have changed my life, but more than that, I've seen them help spread a love and appreciation for skating all over the world, and that means everything to me and the team. I can't wait for you all to experience the game. It's been rebuilt with so much care and attention to detail, with some brand new parks, new music, new skaters, and more. And you can enjoy it all with your friends with up to 8 players in multiplayer. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 officially drops July 11th, and we have a lot more surprises to come. Check out the launch trailer now.
Watch it, mate. Yeah.
World premiere.
Who decided to show up? It's game time, baby!
You think you can still find your way back home, Phoenix?
Looks like they upgraded. Nausea, baby! Let's do this.
This is gonna be awesome.
Form up!
World premiere.
The Smugglers League is always there. But you won't see us. You won't hear us. And the only way you'd ever know it is if that's what we wanted. As smugglers, we deal in the goods others are afraid to handle. Guns, explosives.
And don't forget the rum.
It's a life of danger like no other. So I guess my question is, can you handle that?
Getting your hands on gold is one thing, but you should know that this is what we're really after. The bigger the boom, the better. Smugglers need to be adaptable. It's more than moving under moonlight and shadows. You should be ready to take advantage of others' misfortune. Stealing, of course, is always an option. Just do whatever it takes to get the job done. You are pirates, after all.
Welcome, my friends, to the Smugglers League. You're paying for that.
World premiere.
Hope you're not in a hurry because northbound is backed up all the way to 18th Street. And the southbound ain't looking much better. So you might
This is ridiculous. Please, come on.
Are you one of them? You're here, but it's right.
Had enough yet?
No, Dad, not even close.
Hoped you'd understand why I had to do this. Accept our rule or die.
I'd like to propose a third option.
I'm not your son anymore. I'm the guy who's going to throw you off this planet for good. I trusted you!
Back off! Ready to bleed? This is over. All right, coming through!
Let's do this! Gotcha!
Going up! Come here! Need a hand? Might want to look up!
I'm up! See how you like this? It's an army!
I am ending you! I see it all now.
Any objections?
Know your place, little lamb. There's no one to save you now.
You will answer for what you've done!
The flames are our own, and they burn as one!
Come to me, Ifrit!
Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being, but she may yet be saved by you.
World premiere.
Games like Psychonauts 2 showed how Double Fine excels at creating unique and innovative experiences, and Keeper is no exception. Looking ahead, next year marks 25 years of Xbox. It's a big milestone for the platform and franchises that you helped build and make popular. We couldn't have done this without everyone who's been with us on this journey. As we think about bringing a new generation of players to these iconic franchises, I'm excited to share that players will get to celebrate 25 years of Xbox with a new Fable, the next Forza, Gears of War E-Day, and the return of a classic that's been with us since the beginning. Today, you've seen an incredible range of games from creators across the globe. Creators like In Exile, reaching for new heights with Clockwork Revolution. Sluggerfly, making Team Meat's modern classic platformer into 3D. Square Enix, bringing more of the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy franchise to our players. And Team Ninja, returning to the beloved series they debuted on Xbox. You've also seen the next Xbox hardware release, our Xbox Ally handheld, which lets you bring your Xbox experience and your library with you anywhere. I hope you enjoyed the breadth and depth of the games, updates, and experiences that are coming to Xbox from our partners and our own creative teams. We're seeing more players on our platform and in our games than ever, thanks to all of you. We're proud of the creativity that Obsidian is delivering this year. Immediately after Showcase, our Direct begins, where you'll go inside the studio for an extended look at The Outer Worlds 2 and Grounded 2. Thanks for joining us today. But before we get into the direct, we have a final world premiere. Enjoy.
World premiere.
Welcome to the Guild. We have been expecting you. Please, follow me. You already know us as a global tech leader. Our software, our systems, combined with our skilled team, is designed to save lives. Your years of service have shown you the importance of our work. Here, you'll witness the global scope of that mission in action. Let me introduce you to our esteemed visionary.
For too long, we have been bound by outdated systems, accepting limitations instead of redefining them. The Guild is safeguarding tomorrow, now. We are pioneering the future of protection worldwide. Our advancements are designed to elevate everyday life, reshaping the future of technology on a global scale. I'm Emma Kagan, CEO of the Guild.
Fear is a powerful thing. David Mason. Menendez.
Welcome to Obsidian Entertainment. We here at the studio have joked around that this has been the year of Obsidian, with Avowed releasing early this year and now ending the year with 2 more games. And what better way to cap this incredible year for us than by doing what our studio does best, sequels.
That's where I come in. You can get out of here, Fergus. Thank you so much. No, you're doing great. You nailed it. The sequel is the lifeblood of every great franchise. Think about it. The original creates the world and builds fandom, but the sequel, that's what makes it worth remembering. No sequel, no hoverboard. No sequel, no dual SMGs. No sequel, no raccoon tail. No sequel, no Zune 2. Which doesn't really exist, but I wish it had.
There was a Zune 2.
There was a Zune 2? I'm Mark, the head of sequels here at Obsidian, and I have sequelized everything. Blockbuster movies to AAA video games to my first marriage, so trust me, I know what I'm doing. Come along on this journey with me. Part 2.
Let the killing commence.
The Outer Worlds 2 is a sequel to The Outer Worlds 1. It's a continuation of the themes of robber barons in space and how people are controlled by the stories they're told by the people who have power over them. This time we're able to go a lot deeper because we have more time and money, which is a great thing, and we're able to make it a much more true Obsidian reactive RPG than we were the first time around. So we're going deeper and more complex with everything for this sequel. Deeper story, lore, RPG interactions, reactivity, all the things we've been known for as a company. It's really a complete realization of everything people want from an Obsidian game. Surprisingly, this is the first time in over 25 years that I've had the chance to do a full sequel for a world that I helped co-create. It's really just a fantastic opportunity to explore and expand the universe in interesting ways, and to go even further with the themes of how people are affected by living in a dystopian corporate reality.
You can shoot your way through it, you can talk your way through it, you can sneak your way through it. And so no matter what kind of play style that you like, this is just an awesome franchise and an awesome game to jump into, even if it's your first one.
The first Outer Worlds was a great base to start from, as it has all the elements of a great Obsidian RPG. Interesting characters, deep worlds, important choices. In the Outer Worlds 2, not only did we want to double down on those elements, but we wanted to give players even more of it.
We've also put a lot of investment into skills and traits that impact things like combat, conversations, and areas that we call RPG interactions, which are the part of the world where players can use their specific skills, perks, and backgrounds to solve problems in unique ways in our new, bigger worlds.
I love a deep RPG experience, and building out that RPG crunchiness for our players was at the forefront of what we set out to create. We prioritize those deeper RPG options with different character builds and combos so players can express their role-playing power fantasies. We also have different equipment options for different playstyles and different companions with different abilities. In the first Outer Worlds, you start off as the Stranger, which was basically a blank slate to build on top of with various attribute points that would begin to define your personal experience in the game. You can make any kind of character you want, but we've given you a role. That role is an Earth Directorate agent. You can think of them as kind of like space cowboys or space sky marshals. They're the good guys that go into places and kind of fix everything that's wrong. You're gonna be one of those. But we don't tell you why you joined the Earth Directorate. There could have been a lot of different reasons, right? It could have been because you're an actual lawbringer and you want to go in there and spread law throughout the galaxy. It could be that you're a roustabout and you just had nothing better to do. After you pick your background, one of the really important choices you have next is choosing your traits. While we had attributes in the first Outer Worlds, we've leaned into traits for the Outer Worlds 2, which are these big changes to your character depending on which ones you pick. So it could be something like Brilliant, where you can tag extra skills and you start getting extra skill points. And that's obviously really great if that's how you want to build your character. You can also go and do something like Lucky, where you get extra critical chance, and you also get a lot of really cool options throughout the game as well. Of course, we brought back Dumb, so players love the Dumb option.
Tell me, do you believe in signs? Not quite what I meant, but I like your contempt for boundaries. I could put your adventurous spirit to good use.
You get like lots of really cool, fun conversation options in the game, but we took that even further. And again, there's lots of elements in the game where you can be dumb and use that for something. Could be something as simple as banging on a machine to get it to work. After you've invested in some of your traits, your next choices are going to be choosing your skills. The skills themselves basically allow you to build on your playstyle and what your character is doing in the game. That will be everything from playing stealthily to speccing for an explosive specialty. throughout your entire journey, your character continues to change with the different choices you make. In the Outer Worlds 1, actually had more skills than we have, so we condensed them down to really the core and essence of what we really wanted there. But we made each point that you put into a skill much more impactful. So instead of getting small percentage changes, we actually did much larger changes per point that you put into each skill. And again, all these things, because of how they're checked inside the world itself, can matter quite a bit. You know, just even having one additional skill point in something can open up a lot more options in the world itself. If anybody's played Fallout New Vegas, they'll be very familiar with like the perk system. We basically borrowed that, but went even grander. We actually have more perks than Fallout New Vegas did. But here's the cool thing, right? We check and use perks for literally everything, right? So you can do everything from, hey, I want to make a stealthy build that steals stuff and is really good at that. Okay, great. Well, you can take maybe the pickpocketing perk. So that's not available to everybody, but if you select that, now you can actually go around and steal things out of people's pockets. There's another perk called heavy-handed, right? Where say you're a melee person, what this does is now your power attacks that you use actually knock people down.
Oh man, I really like the serial killer perk. As you start killing people, they will drop hearts. And you can take those hearts, and essentially you're taking these trophies, you could say, and it's actually giving you a permanent health bonus every time you do it. We have this perk called Assassin. Now, this is an early game perk that you can take, which every time you stealth attack an enemy, you're actually going to get a movement bonus for a certain amount of time.
Flaws were a system that everybody loved from the first game. But we wanted to make it more personal to the player. We wanted it to really reflect how you were playing the game and give you a bonus that you actually wanted to really engage with.
With the flaw system returning, we knew we needed to go bigger, better, and more real than ever before. So we turned to the team. And I told them, no bad ideas. Give me what you got. Okay, we need more flaws. We need them to be real. I want to put them in the game, so give me something. Inspiration. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I have bad knees.
You got bad knees? They hurt when you walk a lot?
Yes.
When you walk too much, they hurt?
No cartilage.
Sounds boring. Makes you sound like a boring person, but it's in the game.
I know it.
It's a good flaw. What about you?
I like to take small things sometimes.
So you're stealing?
No, I'm taking.
When do you give them back?
I don't.
Claire. Claire, you shouldn't be stealing. What are you doing? You shouldn't be stealing, Claire.
Tiny crimes.
Tiny crimes? Do you hear the second part, though? It's a crime.
Well,
you're stealing. Claire, that's wrong. You can't steal things, okay? But it's an amazing flaw, and I'm putting it in the game. But you're a bad person. And are you the one that took my stapler?
do you need it?
Yeah. Give it back.
Okay.
Please. You, what do we got? Flaw.
I like to stare at the sun.
How long did you stare at the sun?
Just lunch break.
An hour?
Oh, I only get 30. You guys get an hour?
I get an hour.
An hour.
Oh. Makes me feel energized.
How many fingers am I holding up?
3?
No. Anything else? We'll put it in the game. We'll put it in the game because I feel bad for you. Anything else?
One of my favorite flaws is something called bad knees. It will actually give you the option to take this flaw that'll make it so that you move faster throughout the game. But the problem is, anytime you stand up, your knees are going to make a loud popping noise that makes it so that, well, everyone around you is going to hear you.
There's one called Kleptomaniac. This is really interesting because what it does is when you steal something, you can actually sell it for more bits than normal. And like that sounds really great. The drawback is sometimes when you're looking at things in the world that are owned by somebody else, you'll automatically steal them. So you have to be very careful about how you use them.
One of our more wacky perks is the Sun Gazer Flaw, and it just gives everyone cataracts while playing their game. So everything becomes like light shafts and blooms and hazes, and makes the game pretty unplayable if you happen to choose that perk.
If you happen to be the type of player that habitually reloads your weapons like I do, well, you'll be offered the flaw of over-prepared. Now, you'll get larger magazine sizes on all of your weapons, but if you ever fully empty your magazine, you're gonna take a debuff for a while. While we support options like being a gunslinger who wants to key into destructive weapons, or a rogue who wants to alpha strike their enemies before they know what hit them, we also allow for a lot of fun and experimental builds. You can be a mad scientist who utilizes gadgets and wacky science weapons and armors. Or even a psychopath who gains permanent bonuses to health by murdering their friends.
Nothing shows the impact of these character build options better than, in my opinion, the bridge area, which has a quest you get early on in Paradise Island. Not only do you kind of encounter this very early, and it's a very core one to the story, but it really expresses our philosophy of allowing the player to solve problems in a bunch of ways. So you may solve it by speech options. You may talk to them and maybe have to go do a quest for them and really kind of prove that you're a friend of the Protectorate to get by.
I may have need of your help, stranger, if you are ready to seize an opportunity to show fealty to the Protectorate.
You could go guns blazing and you could just take everyone out inside the POI, lower the bridge itself, and kind of get across. You could sneak in, lower the bridge, and then actually sneak in under the bridge to get over to the other side. You can bypass the bridge entirely if you found like certain gadgets, like the shield gadget that protects you from poison gas as you go across, or the double jump boots, which kind of allow you to jump across the chasm and get across that way. There's even a really kind of messed up way, right? Which is players can actually sacrifice one of their companions. The companion who they just found is part of.
We're no different than the Breeze if we start tossing our own to the rats. I sure as law ain't gonna follow someone who can't see the wrong in it.
I must admit I'm surprised we could come to an understanding. But I thank you for your loyalty, stranger. As promised, you shall have clearance to cross this bridge.
It's such a fun quest, but again, it really showcases that we want you to be able to solve this in whatever way you want to. When you build your character your way, we're there for you. We really want you to have the experience that you want to have out of this.
From the very beginning of our discussions about the Outer Worlds, we really knew we wanted every game to take place in a different colony. This lets us expand on all aspects of the universe. Every colony can be its own thing with its own flavor, and we can center them around anything we want. Any ideas or setting we're interested in. Arcadia is an isolated colony with abundant resources, and it's run by an authoritarian faction called the Protectorate. Their dictatorship is thematically based around the question of how much freedom people will give up for security and luxury. For Protectorate subjects, unfortunately, that answer is everything. The Protectorate is also incredibly wealthy because it was founded by the inventor of the skip drives, which are the Outer World's faster-than-light engines. But those skip drives are starting to cause rifts in space-time, which are cutting off all the other colonies on Earth from being able to trade with each other. The Order of the Ascendant is an offshoot of the Order of Scientific Inquiry from the original game, and like them are a science-based religion with the same goal of solving the universal equation, which will allow them to predict and alter the future to the benefit of all mankind. They used to be part of the Protectorate, but they split off to focus on solving the equation for the good of everyone, not as a way to simply control the masses. The player's been sent to Arcadia as an Earth Directorate agent to find out how the skip drives are causing the rifts and what can be done to stop them. Each of the factions have their own solutions to the rift problem and their own goals. The Protectorate wants to close them to protect their legacy as the inventor of the drives and their wealth. The Order wants to close them not only for the good of everyone, but also because they're complicating the math they're using to solve the universal equation. And Antes just wants to be able to open and close them at will to control all the trade routes between the colonies. In addition to expanding the themes and lore of the Outer Worlds, we're also expanding the humor, so each faction has its own flavor of absurdity. Anti's Choice is a merger between Anti-Cleo and Spacer's Choice from the original game, and there are corporate representatives in the Outer Worlds too. They've invaded Arcadia to liberate their resources for all of humanity, at a profit, of course.
One of my favorite things from Fallout New Vegas is the radio system. It was just iconic for me, and I wanted to make sure that the Outer Worlds 2 had that. So we actually built out 3 different radio stations, one for each of the major factions. You also have a ton of music. Each station might have, like, I think 20 tracks of unique music that we've made for it. It's a lot of stuff. But the really cool part about this entire thing is that we actually put a lot of reactivity into the radio. So it will respond to the things that are going on around the world that you've been interacting with. So if you go into a location, let's say you solve a problem for the Protectorate folks, if you listen to the Protectorate radio station, they're going to be cheering you on as a hero.
Wonderful news, everyone. The Zeranium gas leaks at the Automech repair facility, strongly believed to be caused by Auntie's Choice malefactors, have been corrected.
Some hotshot for hire just managed to fix the electrum leak in their repair facility. Now, I'm not saying we caused it in the first place, but we sure like the idea of all those broken auto mechanicals and all the excessive gasping and choking involved.
The factions and companions are great examples of how we're going deeper and more complex this time around. They're integrated into the game's storyline much more than we did on the first Outer Worlds, and like with everything else in the game, they have a lot more reactivity. There are 6 companions in the Outer Worlds too. As usual, each has their own quest lines, but this time they are also connected to a different faction and have character arcs that the player can affect through their choices. Your first companion is Niles. He's another Earth Directorate agent like you, and he's looking for your help to decide whether he wants to become an even better agent or to turn his back on the Earth Directorate completely. There's also a somewhat cute Automech support drone that is basically Niles' helper. Her name is Val. Marisol is part of the Order of the Ascendant, and she's an aging but still deadly assassin. That's right, she's a deadly mathematician who may or may not have some unfinished business to attend to with the player's help. There's also a cultist named Azza, who is part of a sub-faction that worships the rifts, and in her case, violence in general. You can choose to either turn her away from overt violence or support her chaotic and dangerous tendencies. At one time, Auntie's Choice had a program to graft soldiers with animal parts to make them more formidable. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work, and most of them are now dead. There's a combat medic who survived, however, named Inez, and she wants the player to help her fix her graft, among other things. Finally, there's Tristan. He's a Protectorate Arbiter, who is judge, jury, and executioner all rolled into one heavily armored package. It is your choice to either help him judge wrongdoers or show him what true justice looks like.
We definitely have reactivity in the game based on how you've been treating your companions. I won't reveal the end of the game, but let's say if you have not been treating them well, you will find out at the end of the game what that means.
Companions are a very, very important part of merchandising, because that's the real beauty of the sequel. We're talking merch, baby. It is the lifeblood. It is what fuels us. Do you want to see some of my ideas? Hop, hop. Check this out. Gen Alpha loves body pillows, especially ones that look like human beings for some reason, right? Who needs a significant other when you could have a knife-wielding space psycho up in your sheets, huh? What do they do with them when they get them, huh? Maybe a little napping, maybe a little snuggling, maybe a little nut.
The visuals of the first Outer Worlds depicted a frontier colony in space. The Outer Worlds 2 is driven by an invasion of the Arcadia colony system by Auntie's Choice, which shifts the visuals to be more reminiscent of a World War I-like setting in space. That evolution is seen across all aspects of the game, starting with the factions. How do you militarize everything, including extreme capitalists or math-crazed scientists? In a World War I setting, war comes with propaganda. The Sovereign uses it to maintain control. Auntie's Choice uses it to help their bottom line. The Order just wants to show how it exists within the grand plan. We want players to feel like Arcadia is a living, breathing place scarred by a long-standing war. Fairfield, one of the first towns you encounter, was once under Protectorate control, but has recently been taken over by Auntie's Choice. They don't just occupy the town, they rebrand it with their signature style, repainting buildings, posting guards, and adding propaganda-based holograms featuring Auntie and the Moon Man. Showing the towns evolving after the invasion helps us push immersion for our players. One of our priorities in visually realizing the world of the Outer Worlds 2 was making sure everything is clear and recognizable from the player standpoint. We want to make sure each faction has a particular look and design. So when the player is running across these vast, different environments and landscapes, they're recognizing the motifs and visuals of who they're talking to, what they're going to be talking about, and how that progresses throughout the story. The first Outer Worlds was really about the player interfacing with corporations. And while we have that in the Outer Worlds 2, we really want to express not just the corporations, but how the player interacts with other facets of the world, like government entities or religious structures. And then we elaborate on those.
With larger environments, we wanted to encourage exploration by improving player mobility across the board. Now you can run, slide, double jump, mantle, and parkour your way through all of the nooks and crannies of these worlds. It really allows the player to just explore and have fun finding really cool stuff.
We've aimed to make everything in the Outer Worlds 2 better from top to bottom. The RPG elements were the start, but that's touched our story, our art, and especially our gameplay. A good sequel is true to the original. That's first and foremost, right? Like, we all want to add in a bunch of things as you're making a sequel, right? We want to make it bigger and better in every way. That's what we were trying to do here. And I thought, we did not need this consultant. We've made enough sequels. We understand how to do this. And I will say, I don't think it's been entirely successful.
I am very proud of the combat improvements we have made in the Outer Worlds 2, thanks to my patented combat system. You may be thinking to yourself, it can't be that good? Shush, what are you even talking about? You haven't seen it yet. Watch this. Put a helmet on, because I'm about to blow all of your minds with my COMBAT system, combat system. My name is Mark, I'm the head of sequels. Shall we begin? You're thinking, what's C for? C. Capitalize the fact that the people loved the first game. We're gonna take those people, we're gonna make them buy the sequel, giving out pounds, pounds, pounds. Quick ones, ha, ha, not you, Dev. Here we go. What comes after C? O. Optimize for player satisfaction. I am terrified of online gamers, okay? I wanna make them happy, so let's, okay? All right. Mobilize the players so they're ready for that sweet, sweet pre-order. Clap with me. Sweet, sweet. If you don't have rhythm, Brandon, just say it. Sweet, sweet pre-order. Everybody has a different rhythm, and it's blowing mine. And here we go. B, burglarize. What is this? It's basically just finding new ways to loot dead bodies. You know what I mean? Right, Otis? Okay, well, it's a big part of the game. A, you gotta agonize about how many people are gonna be angry that we have just put so much combat into this thing and almost no romance at all. We should look at ourselves. What is wrong with us? Huh? We can't have one love story in this? How many people have been in love? Raise your hands. Raise your hand if you're in love. Okay, are you lying?
I have a wife.
Put your hand down. T, toi. In French, that means two, sequel.
I think that means 3.
Okay, you're getting ahead of yourself. Come on, Claire. We're on 2. And how do we end it? Anything is possible. And we've established that we're the best there is, and there's no sequel better than us. And if I could just say one more thing, thank you very much. I know I've kind of changed the world of video games today.
For the Outer Worlds 2, we wanted to improve gunplay in every way. We focused on improving the feel of each weapon, the way a weapon snaps into ADS, the way recoil feels when firing, and how impactful our sound effects really sell the weapon's fantasy, to things like how a unique reload animation can add a lot of character to each weapon. We've increased the variety of weapons by including new weapon types, but also through a host of fun and unique weaponry. We have things like the Bourse Blaster that fires out tumors that can explode like grenades, or can even be eaten by the player for additional health. We have a weapon called Rookie's Reward that will actually level up the more you use it throughout the game. And every time it levels up, it's got fun fanfare where it's like shooting out confetti and it's got a fun little setup. We have a really fun weapon called the Pop-Up Gun. It fires out ad drones that will distract your enemies with corporate ads, slogans, and jingles. While your enemies are distracted, you can focus fire on them or explode these drones for additional damage. New to the Outer Worlds 2 are throwables. So you can use frag grenades to flush out enemies, smoke grenades to camouflage and escape, distraction devices to bait enemies into a stealth attack, and even science grenades that will levitate enemies, allowing you to fire upon them while they float helplessly. And of course, science weapons are back. We have returning favorites, like the Shrink Ray. This time it's been upgraded so you can shrink your enemy down to the size of a sprat and run over them, exploding them into bits.
The Shrink Ray, that was probably my favorite one from the first game, so we brought it into the second game, but we improved it though. So instead of shrinking your enemies for a short period of time and having them re-expand, this time they stay shrunk, and we actually added in the ability to step on them and kind of squish them and kick them, because we knew that that was the player fantasy. We knew that's what everybody wanted to do. They wanted to step on the enemies, they wanted to kick them. So we made sure to double down on that stuff.
In addition to things like our returning favorites, we also have some really fun and unique new science weapons. One of them is called the Armageddon. This one's really cool because it actually shoots out these masses that are like these little arms that will stick to people or cover or all kinds of different things, and they will continue to just hit them until they get destroyed. And we have another one that's just super cool called the Spectrum Dance Saber. This is a melee weapon that actually lets you attack to a musical beat. And if you continue to do that, you'll actually get additional bonuses each hit you do. One of my personal favorite weapons is called the Big Bang. It's just a big freaking gun that uses material harvested from rifts to shoot out a giant ball of energy, vaporizing everything in its path. Now, ammo's extremely rare for this weapon, but you can use it in just the right situation to devastating effects.
Like another great one is Gary. If you wear Gary, he will lash out at your opponents as you're walking through combat. So we even have science armors, and we've really kind of shown off what we thought was really great for the player from a science perspective.
We're all about letting people play the game their way. There are some players who prefer to be immersed in a first-person view, taking in all of the details. But there are others who really prefer to take the world in from a third-person perspective. Why not allow both? Well, now you can swap between the two, letting you enjoy the experience in whatever way you like. One of the things I really like about having the third-person mode is being able to see all of the fun and unique armors and armor combinations and weapons that you can equip your player with. All of the actions that you could do in first person, so you're double jumping around, you get to see your character in that way, and you get to take in the world and see things in a different light.
The Outer Worlds 2 is really the biggest game we've ever made. Bigger choices, more reactivity, more weapons, more things to find in each of the worlds the players can visit. The team has done incredible work bringing the Outer Worlds 2 to life, and we can't wait for you to play it.
Even though we've always been a multi-project studio, this is going to be the first time we've ever released 3 games in 1 year. It feels amazing to do. We're so excited for more people to be playing our games. It is truly an exciting time here at Obsidian. We're exploring worlds big and small while expanding on franchises that we've created, and we have no plans to slow down. We hope you all continue to come along with us as we do what we do best, make your worlds your way.
With the Outer Worlds 2, we're all about the best place to play, which is also the promise of Xbox. You could play the Outer Worlds 2 on this Xbox, but it may be hard to play it when you're staring at all these beautiful holes. Let's cut that. You could play the Outer Worlds 2 on this Xbox. Oh yeah, now that's Microsoft. Or you could take a phone call on this Xbox, then play the Outer Worlds 2 right after. Excuse me, I'm getting a call. Hello? What am I doing? I'm playing the Outer Worlds. Hello? Yeah, this is Mark. I didn't know I had jury duty today. You could play the Outer Worlds 2 on this Xbox, but it takes 2 people to lug around safely. We're gonna go up to my apartment, okay? And this is an Xbox you actually wear that also plays the Outer Worlds 2. What do you think, Claire?
This is amazing.
Are you playing?
I think so.
Fantastic. So now this is actually not an Xbox, so you cannot play the Outer Worlds 2 on it. Can't play anything on this. I guess Bread. You ever play Bread where you take it out of one slot, put it in the other? I don't have friends. If you pre-order the premium edition now, you'll get early access, which is like a prequel to the sequel, or is launch the sequel to the pre-order, or like, why are any of us alive at any time? It doesn't matter. Either way, my job here is done. It's time for the Grounded 2 portion of the Direct, which is sort of like the sequel to the Outer Worlds 2 portion of the Direct, which I absolutely just hit a home run with. You know, it's really nice to see my influence go on to other games. Take it away, team. And big exit. We're so proud of Grounded. What started as a small passion project to make a quirky game where you're shrunk down to the size of an ant, trying to survive in a backyard, grew into something way bigger than we ever imagined. Over 25 million of you jumped in, explored, built, crafted, and fought off giant bugs together. Y'all helped make the entire experience very special to us. The team's been cooking up a ton for Grounded 2, and we're so excited to talk about it. I had to grease some palms to steal a bit of time from the direct to give you a deeper look. There were so many possibilities and ideas that didn't make it into the first game, so with the sequel, we have the chance to dream bigger. To achieve those dreams, we partnered with the amazing folks at Eidos Montreal. Together, we're taking Grounded from the backyard to an even larger world, the Brook Hollow Community Park.
When we started working on Grounded 2, we knew that we wanted to make a bigger world. Fortunately for us, Eidos Montreal became our main partner on developing Grounded 2. They have a lot of similarities to the sorts of things that are important to us at Obsidian. They tend to make very narratively strong games. They make games with really deep characters and great character progression. They make games with great gameplay.
Everyone at Eidos Montreal is thrilled and honored to be working with Obsidian Entertainment. Our two studios share a lot of DNA. The same things that are important to Obsidian Entertainment are important to us. Choice and consequences, player communities, and doing justice to great IPs and great franchises. The fact that we're the first partners that they're working with to make a sequel to their franchise feels like we're an important part of their history.
The events of Grounded 2 take place 2 years after the first game. The same 4 teenagers are returning.
So there's Max, Hoops, Willow, and Pete.
They're a couple years older, which means they've gone through a bit more high school, a bit more mature. It's 1992. The world's a little bit different, but we're still in that fun, nostalgic era of the early 1990s. In Grounded 2, we're moving the action out of the backyard and into the Brook Hollow Community Park. Not only is it bigger, it allows us to tell a lot more stories and expand the world of Grounded by exploring what the community of Brook Hollow has been up to and what they've been through.
The park overall is about 3 times the size of the backyard, and our initial starting area is actually the same size as the entire backyard from the first Grounded. The reason we wanted to move into a park wasn't just to create a bigger world, but was to give us the opportunity to explore the community of Brook Hollow and what secrets have they been hiding.
What we love and what we're excited about in terms of the park is the opportunity to create environments and landmarks that are mundane at normal size, but are colossal wonders when you're the size of an ant. Everything from a giant trash can to a community picnic table or a snack bar. All of these areas come to life in a brand new way.
Part of the fun in Grounded 2 is that the park was evacuated really quickly right before our teens were shrunk. And that means that the park has been sort of turned upside down and is in a topsy-turvy state. And that leads to really fun environmental storytelling, but it also leads into the creation of amazing biomes for our characters to explore. One of my favorite examples of this is the ice cream cart. In all of the commotion, the ice cream vendor's cart has been knocked over and its contents have spilled out into the ground. And what this means for our young adventurers is that they'll be able to explore this frozen cave of interesting challenges and colorful Lovecraftian horror.
We have one anthill that's actually somebody decided to bury a bunch of toxic stuff in the park. And so there's all these toxic chemicals under the ground. The environment looks very cool and very spooky with all of these sort of chemical pools. And of course, nothing can live down there except for one type of insect, the cockroach. We are oftentimes reinventing environments, and in future updates, you're gonna see a ton of new stuff. You do a lot of fighting against insects of all shapes and sizes. We didn't just want it to look better, we also knew we wanted to add a new layer of strategy. The changes that we've made aren't limited to tuning animations or adjusting attack or defense numbers, or making characters or insects move faster or slower. But we did all that too, but there's also an entire sort of rock, paper, scissors strategy involving light attacks, heavy attacks, and blocking. We've also added dashing as a new way to both get out of danger quickly or jump in for a quick attack. And almost all the insects in the game will have these abilities now too. Sort of like a chess match, but one that's super frenetic, looks super cool, and is ultimately just a ton of fun. We're leaning into clear playstyles for tanky warriors, low defense, high damage rogues, effect-wielding mages, and ranged hunters. In the first Grounded, we have mutations, and there were weapons and armors that favored different playstyles. In Grounded 2, not only will there be passive mutations, but there will also be active mutations. And a lot of those mutations support these archetypes.
My favorite way to play pretty much any game is chasing after those game-breaking builds. And that's why I'm so excited for what we're doing with archetypes in Grounded 2. I'm all in on the rogue. Now, you can even dual-wield daggers. I've been dialing in this glass cannon build that stacks ambush, assassin, and cardiofan mutations with the wolfbane daggers and the wolf spider armor. It lets me open up combat with massive backstab damage that also inflicts venom. Then, I can use the extra stamina to reposition and try to dodge, rinse, and repeat. It's high risk, high reward, and absolute chaos in all the best way. I'm looking forward to seeing what wild combos the community comes up with and what they inevitably break once they get their hands on the archetype system. It's going to be awesome watching it evolve with player feedback and watching us try to keep up with all of your game-breaking builds.
One of the great things about Grounded is the variety of players it attracts, from builders to crafters and everything in between. If you've ever watched me on Casually Grounded livestream, you'd know that I'm neither. I am a murderer of insects. Personally, I prefer the term harvester. I love going out, hitting things, and bringing the materials like insect body parts back to my friends to use. This way, we keep progressing and playing together.
We're also trying to make sure that armor and equipment are easily understood by the player, especially when they're playing co-op with their friends. It was really, really important for us to deliver on all of that for the bigger space and experience, because that was the only way we could truly support the feature the community has been asking for since the very first Grounded release. Mounts. Our mounts, we call them buggies, have an entire suite of moves and have their own special abilities and attacks.
We really wanted the buggies to be an extension of the player in every way possible. And that meant making sure that buggies had unique and valuable abilities across all the core pillars of Grounded. So that doesn't just mean exploration and travel. That has gameplay implications for combat, crafting, and building as well. Just like how we wanted to expand on player playstyles throughout the game, we're going to make sure that every buggy that we add has its own personality.
The Red Ant Soldier can enlist up to 2 Red Ant workers to follow you around and help you out. If you get into combat and you don't want to fight while you're saddled on your buggy, you can jump off and they'll fight right alongside you and provide support. The Orb Weaver buggies are a little less useful when it comes to general utility, like building a base or harvesting, but they're awesome when it comes to combat. Sure, their defenses aren't super strong, but they're heavy hitters. They're also super fast, and they have some great special abilities, like a scream that allows them to stun lesser-powered insects, and the ability to shoot webs and entangle other creatures. So the Orb Weavers won't be your base-building buggy. You should use the Red Ant Soldier for that. But they're super fun for exploration and combat. Red Ant Soldiers and Orb Weaver Spiders will be available at Game Preview launch. There will be others in the future, but those are the 2 we're starting with. The connection that our Grounded community has with us is something we want to keep forging with the sequel as we make an even bigger game than the original.
Pretty much from day one, we knew we wanted to return to Game Preview for Grounded 2. Sure, it comes with some trade-offs, like the game's not done and it's out to the world. but there's so much value in building it alongside the community. Buggies change how you traverse and navigate the park. What we're doing with Grounded 2 is we're actually keeping zip lines held back so we can see how players engage with buggies, and then we can tweak zip lines to bring them back over time to really complement that buggy experience and make exploring the park far more fun. That kind of feedback loop helped shape the original Grounded, and we wanted to shape the design for Brook Hollow Park, archetypes, buggies, all of it. We also learned a lot from that first time around. One thing that stood out immediately, players blaze through our content, especially the story. That makes sense. Story, characters, world building, that's kind of Obsidian's thing. It's the flavor we bring to the survival genre. So this time, we're starting with a much bigger baseline.
There's been an explosion at Brook Hollow Park. Chaos descended on a ceremony commemorating the 2-year anniversary of when 4 teenagers were miniaturized against their will.
One of our favorite parts of the first game was watching the community uncover clues and spin up theories. This time around, we're leaning even more into that, and we'll be keeping a close eye on what our players discover and how they interpret it. Because you never know what might inspire us as development moves forward.
We really started to hit our groove at the end of Grounded 1. We found that being open about what we were planning and then following through was key to building trust with the community. As a small team, we had to experiment with update pacing and scope, and what we found resonated the most with all of you were bigger, beefier updates, even if it took us a little longer to land. So that's the plan. Larger, more complete updates spaced out just enough so we can take your feedback seriously and make every drop count. You can expect in our big updates, new buggies, new biomes, new building pieces, all the good stuff. And we're launching with a public roadmap so everyone knows what to be excited about in the future.
All of us at Obsidian Entertainment and IDOS Montreal are super excited about how close we are to letting all of you players get shrunk a second time and explore the all-new park on buggies in Grounded 2. If you're a returning Grounded player, we're really looking forward to you experiencing all the improvements. If this is your first time getting tiny, then all I can tell you is that a world with an entirely new perspective and an entirely new feel awaits you in Brook Hollow Park. It's time to ride together and survive together.
We have been expecting you. This is where it starts. We can change the world as we know it. Can you handle that? Let's do this. I'm in.
I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
Here's to playing in the mud. And when we need their help, they send us a hero. Here we go. Please, follow me.
Well, hello there. It looks like you're about to do some renovations.
Keep your filthy pickers off me!
Do you think I care?
This is gonna be awesome.
Mayday! Mayday! Hold on to mission control, we're falling!
Had enough yet? Form up!
Games Xbox show. We call it Unlocked. The Xbox Game Showcase just gave us a look ahead at what we'll be playing in the coming months and years on Xbox. And here to help me break down what was shown off, I'm joined once again by Sydney Goodman, Michael Hyam. So good to see you both.
Hello.
Back. So good to see the crowd back, entertained as they were by the Xbox Showcase, as we were. I don't know about you guys. For me, I think we have to start with the next Xbox, which is a handheld.
There you go.
It's a handheld. It's coming. It's happening. Game Pass integration. So, all right. Time to reveal the secret. Michael Hyam, all right. You've already played games on it. You've already experienced it. You got to tell the people. Tell us.
I actually got to use the Xbox Ally X, as it is called, the new handheld that was just revealed officially today at the showcase. And I'm kind of impressed by it. I think the thing for me is that there's so many PC handhelds out there already. What's the next one going to do? And I think it being an Xbox platform is really important because I don't know if anyone here has used the Asus ROG Ally, the original one, running Windows 11. It's kind of a pain to use because you're navigating Windows on a tablet that wasn't built for that operating system.
Sure.
So the big change here is that the Xbox app, it boots straight into the Xbox app.
Nice.
It's playing PC versions of the game, but it is all through the Xbox app, and they cut out a lot of the unnecessary background stuff so it runs optimally, and it feels like an actual gaming system rather than a PC with games slapped into it.
Yeah.
And what you may notice as you're looking at this right now is that it has grips like an Xbox controller. And that was one of the shortcomings of the previous ROG Ally, was that it was hard to hold because it wasn't ergonomically built like that. But this one, it feels like they took an Xbox controller, split that thing in half, and put a powerful PC in the middle of it. And I really enjoyed my time. I only played about 15 minutes of it.
Yeah.
I played, well, I guess I could also say I played Gears of War Reloaded on it.
Nice.
So I got a double preview right there. And this thing, it ran max graphic settings. Granted, Gears of War Reloaded is a remaster of an Xbox 360 game. Looks great, runs great though, but max settings, 60 frames per second. It's some impressive technology. I don't need to get into the PC specs because I'm a PC nerd. So if you want to hear more about that, you can pull me aside later. But all you need to know is that if you are interested in an Xbox handheld, this is what this is, and it runs games really well.
I got to ask you, any sense of price? Because, it looked like when Phil was holding it, it looks like a serious piece of hardware.
Hey.
So
It looks expensive.
Maybe, obviously, they didn't give us a price, but what's your best guess as a tech editor IGN, of what the range we're looking at here might be?
Yeah, so for the Ally X, it's the top-level model, and that one's using a AI Z2 Extreme processor, for all you nerds who know what that is. I do. I'm a nerd. But that's not cheap. That stuff does not come cheap. And the previous ROG Ally, I think it's kicked off at $650.
Okay.
And $650, that's a pretty price. The thing, too, is things are getting more expensive. The Xbox went up in price.
It's $600 for a Series X.
That's wild. This thing is going to be more expensive than a Series X. I would be surprised if they could price match it or go below because of the tech that is packed in this thing. You've seen it elsewhere with other PC handhelds. It's going to be expensive. My guess is probably $800.
I knew you were going to say $800.
Yeah.
That is...
They've turned on you, Michael. It's not even your device. They've turned on you.
Don't kill the messenger.
That's so much money.
Was that?
I said that's so much money.
Really
but in fairness, you are also talking about the top-end version.
Top-tier version, yes.
True. Yeah.
There is a lesser model, I guess, that's going to be, I suspect is going to be significantly cheaper because of the hardware it's using.
Yeah.
It's using a much weaker processor.
A lot less RAM, too, right?
Less
RAM. 16 instead of 24, I think.
And a smaller battery. And when they talk to me about it, they're like, they really want to focus on it having good battery life with a smaller battery. So it's going to be a lot less powered. I think that one could probably go for maybe $400.
Oh, well, that's a lot better
than
$800.
$500 maybe. I don't know. That would be aggressive pricing. And I think if they're going to have a lesser model, the appeal needs to be affordability.
Yeah. Well, the Series S just went up to $450.
How much is a Steam Deck right now? Does anybody know?
I don't know what they're at now. I just remember what I paid at launch, and I know.
Same. I got mine at launch.
I'll remind you, if anybody was here at IGN Live last year, when Phil Spencer was sitting right next to me,
Right here.
He straight up said, like, we're building a handheld and it's not going to be a cloud device like the Portal is. So 1 year later, it's here. We've got it. We've seen
Man
it.
of his word.
So, Sid, an Xbox handheld, taking Game Pass on the go, carrying your save file from your desk, your either PC or your Xbox console into the handheld and on the go, and then back again. How much appeal is there for you on that?
I sound like I'm being paid by Xbox, but Xbox Play Anywhere, baby. Like, it really is super convenient. This feels like something that we only dreamed of maybe even like 10 years ago.
True.
Which is nuts. It definitely was a complete fantasy when I was a kid, and this idea of like, oh, I have to go. I mean, I guess when you're a kid, you're being chauffeured around a little bit more, so you have more time in the car. But I think it sounds amazing. I mean, I think as you get older, personal experience, you're always trying to find those moments to like jump into your game for a second because you don't have those huge blocks of time anymore.
Yeah, true.
So the idea of being able to take, oh my gosh, the distractions are everywhere.
It's a lot. Don't worry about it. The idea of being able to take it anywhere
is amazing.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think like, I definitely want this. Number one. So if my wife is watching, maybe for birthday, Christmas, just take the hint. But two, like I honestly think that I'll probably play more Game Pass games because of this. Because at home, you know, I'm kind of locked in on whatever game I'm really playing at the moment. Yeah. But with this, if I'm out and about, and hopefully it's got, maybe I can hotspot it to my phone I don't know, but if I could just dip into whatever's interesting, some little cool indie game on Game Pass. Like, I'm more likely to do that with this handheld than I am at home, personally. For sure.
Well, and I think it kind of answers the question that you asked during the pre-show, which is like, what does it mean to be like an Xbox fan? What does this mean? And I think that this feels like a very clear answer to that, of keeping people in the Xbox ecosystem, even though their games are available on other platforms.
Yeah.
There's a huge benefit.
That's true. So you guys fired up for an Xbox handheld? Is that something that's good? Yeah, I mean, that's... The people have spoken. They're ready for an Xbox handheld. We've been wanting an X-Boy for a long time. Now we finally got it.
And that's coming out this year, holiday 2025.
Yeah. Which, I guess real quick on the back of that,
yeah,
you know where I'm going. Go ahead.
Silksong?
Take it away. Yes.
Silksong? Yo, that was the strangest way to say that Hollow Knight Silksong has a release date /
release window. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'll take it, but I mean, I feel like Hollow Knight Silksong deserves a little bit more spotlight than that.
Like, every one of these showcases from anybody, Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, Keeley, everybody wants to see Silksong.
And it's always a footnote.
And they keep not showing it. And it just weirdly showed up hidden within the ROG Ally reveal, which I thought was super interesting. All right. I want to move next to a game that I think, not to give away our personal best of show picks, but this one's up there for me. We're getting a new Double Fine game.
Yeah.
Tim Schafer, one of the most brilliant minds for 30 plus years now in this industry. It's called Keeper, and you're a sentient walking lighthouse with I guess a little parrot buddy, and I mean, look how cool this looks. I mean, the art's going to be great when it's Double Fine. We were talking on the pre-show where we said, Miranda was saying we have no idea, like what even we can't predict what Double Fine would possibly do. I definitely would not have predicted that you play as a walking lighthouse. That would not have been on my Xbox Game Showcase bingo card. And we get it this year.
Yes.
It's coming, it's right around the corner, so they've been cooking on it for, I guess, what'll be basically 4 years from the time Psychonauts 2 shipped to when this guy ships. Sid, what'd you think of Keeper from Double Fine here?
So I'm going to go on a very quick tangent, but The Lighthouse, the film, is so creepy, and the tone of it is a world that I want to be in, and watching what they've shown us of this has me so excited, because I don't know what it is about lighthouses and this kind of like gritty, creepy, but intriguing.
Creepy,
It's a friend, though, because it's keeping and it's safe. I'm so excited, and I just love a colorful world. I love a colorful world, so very excited.
Michael, your thoughts on Keeper?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see what's next from Double Fine. If this is going to be it, that's what's up. But because they're always so creative, like it kind of doesn't matter what the premise is. You know that they're thinking up ideas. Even like when I think about something like, was it Headlander was a cool game?
Yes, good one.
Yeah, and like that's so different from everything else. And then I actually think Rad was a pretty cool idea, which was their top-down roguelike.
Yep.
Before Hades, the way they did progression in a roguelike game in Rad was kind of, you saw that in Hades, and then it was like, yo, Hades has like this story built around the roguelike idea, and Rad did that a couple years prior. And then obviously everyone loves Psychonauts. Psychonauts 2 was like Game of the Year material.
Game of the Year nominee.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, not that I'm like putting those expectations on Keeper, but I mean, the variety you get from a studio like Double Fine, something completely different. You know, it's not a shooter. It's not like this crazy action game. It's not another Souls-like or whatever. Not that I would expect that from them, but I think that kind of variety, those creative ideas are necessary within the Xbox umbrella. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Out October 25th. Who's downloading that day one on Game Pass? New one from Double Fine. Absolutely. I will be there day one. I know a game that Michael Hyam's going to be ready for on day one. So I don't know if we have cameras ready. You promised a stage dive if we got Persona 4 Remake. Are you going to get your ass off that couch and go dive into that crowd?
Hey, listen. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I think you also mentioned vomiting.
I don't know if they signed liability waivers on the way in where it's like if they get hurt trying to catch you, they can sue IGN. So I don't know. Maybe we don't want that. But.
Yeah, I don't want a liability. Well, I did say, so here's the thing. I did say I was going to scream, cry, and throw up. I'm sorry I didn't do none of those things either. And so, all right, let me preface this a little bit. Don't get me wrong, a Persona 4 remake, I'm watching this right now, I can't believe it's real, but the reveal trailer was, come on, I wanted a little bit more than that.
That reeked of like, oh, what's the minimum amount of footage we can get away with in a reveal trailer? Oh, like 3 seconds of running? Okay.
Yeah, so
but you're really happy about the announcement.
Yeah, so I'm happy that it exists and we got confirmation. There's no more leaks or rumors or anything like that. And like seeing, I'll be real with you, that place, like Inaba in Persona 4 where it takes place, that place does mean a lot to me. Those characters mean a lot to me. That story means a lot to me. So the fact that it is real, you know, I'm excited. I just didn't pop off in the way I thought I was going to because, yeah, it didn't show much. But I think now the question is, what are they remaking about it?
Yeah.
You know, what are they changing? What are they keeping true? How are they evolving the Persona formula? Or are they just relying on how they did with 3 Reload, what they did with 5 Royal, maybe are they incorporating other things they've learned from Metaphor? Atlus's RPGs have been great, but I think that it's kind of getting to a point where I want to see them take the next step. Granted, this is a remake of a previous game, so, you know, keep my expectations in check, but I still want to see them push the bar in some way.
Sid, Clockwork Revolution. What'd you think of that one? That was one of the more unique games. In Exile, you know, veteran RPG makers there.
And they showed a lot.
They
just kept showing. It looked like there was a lot of really interesting weapons, which I'm definitely a weapons girl, so that was very exciting to me. Yeah, I don't want to cheer for weapons necessarily, but maybe in-game weapons.
Video game weapons.
But that, like, what is that, steampunk style, I feel like, I don't know, to play off of what we were talking about with Double Fine, like, it's just fun to see a different world. Like, that's, I think, why people love Double Fine so much, is it's creative, it's different, and I think just like with Clockwork?
Clockwork Revolution.
This is a different world. We don't get too many steampunk games, and it looks really well built out, and I'm excited to jump into it.
And Michael, there was even little hints of BioShock in there with some hand powers, which is cool.
Yeah, like,
2K won't make us a BioShock game, so somebody's got
to do it, right? Yeah. And I think the art style reminded me a little bit of Dishonored. It's really cool too. So I don't know the next time we would ever see Dishonored. Granted, this is a different thing with a lot more RPG elements. In Exile has like a really sophisticated RPG systems in their games, and to see that with a setting and a world like this is, I'm hyped also because of the new IP. So this one was definitely hidden. Might be game of the show.
If you like first-person RPGs, Xbox is definitely the platform for you. All right, we need to take a short break, but the Xbox Game Showcase post-show, we'll be back right after this, right here on IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by Mind's Eye. Pre-order now.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Welcome back. This is the Xbox Game Showcase post-show right here on IGN Live. All part of Summer of Gaming. We just saw Ninja Gaiden 4, release date, yes. Call of Duty Black Ops 7. We'll talk more about that in a minute. And so much more, but let's see what the folks online are talking about using our Lenovo Legion 7i, a laptop designed for everyday use, including live productions like this one. Enjoy a thinner, lighter gaming experience with the latest NVIDIA GeForce RTX 50 series GPU, the advanced performance of the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, and a breathtaking OLED gaming display. Our first tweet comes from our friend Paris Lilly. I've got it pulled up right here. Paris, very bullish on the Xbox handheld that we just saw. He says, ROG Xbox Ally X is a day one and will lead the way for the future of handheld gaming. Xbox Play Anywhere is absolutely the future for how I want to play my games. Thank you, Paris, for watching and posting. We love you, buddy. We'll get you back on Podcast Unlocked pretty soon. So, in the opener, my little teleprompter there, we had a mention of Call of Duty Black Ops 7, the one more thing of this one. So, Black Ops 7, I'm not gonna lie, right here in my notes, I wrote, I feel lied to. Did anybody else watch that trailer thinking we were getting some original IP, something brand new? And then it was, oh, it's actually a Black Ops game. So, Sydney, you're first up for you here. What was your reaction to that very interesting last thing that Xbox showed?
Yeah, it was just an interesting way to go about it, I guess, because Black Ops 7, objectively, like, I love Call of Duty, I love Black Ops. I'm excited for Black Ops 7. That said, it did feel like a bait and switch because I thought we were getting new IP, and you're excited about that because it looks really like polished and good, and you're excited, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh wait, Whiplash, we're at Black Ops 7. So they are saying that we'll get more information later in the summer, and it is in fact another sequel of Black Ops 2, even though he looks very different. I can't remember the actor's name. It's Milo, last name starts with a V, is the face that we're seeing, but it is David Mason, who we see as a kid in Black Ops 2. We're seeing him, or I guess we also see him as an adult in Black Ops 2, but now we're seeing him 10 years later. So I'm really intrigued by the story, but it was a weird way to give us the information.
Yeah, Michael, your reactions to it, and then you'd made a pretty, after that, you'd made a pretty astute observation backstage too. So take it away, your thoughts on Black Ops 7's reveal.
So when you look at the rest of the showcase, anything that's coming out this year, they had a release date. Not a release window, not coming like fall, whatever. They had a release date. And this, you expect the Call of Duty every year, but they did not put a release date on this one, so I do not think that this is the Call of Duty that's coming out this year, or if there even is one, right? I mean, judging off this, I'm 99% sure that this is not coming out this year, and there will be no Call of Duty this year. So it's going to be probably a 2026 joint. And on top of that, we just came off of Black Ops 6. That was last year's Black Ops game. I don't think, one, they would be ready to put out a Black Ops 7 in consecutive years, and I don't think people would want that necessarily. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Black Ops is the best sub-series of Call of Duty.
I would agree.
Yeah. And especially when it comes to the stories that they tell, because they do some pretty crazy things with their storytelling there. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't, but I like what they do with it at least. And you need a break from that though. Like I like the spy thriller type thing of 6 and the previous ones, Call of Duty, even like Black Ops Cold War. I thought the story was it was hammy, but it was fun. And so they're doing a futuristic stuff again with 7. They're getting into the role of technology and things like that. So I think there's potential there. I just don't know if it's, I would need a break, or they would probably want to do something else with the franchise. So it was a bit surprising. And I don't really want to say it was a letdown, but it was just oh, okay, I guess that's what they're doing. Sure.
Are you guys fired up for more Black Ops already, or do we need a break? Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a mixed reaction there. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm having a hard time believing your very astute observation that they didn't put 2025 or fall 2025 or a date. It seems unfathomable if they would actually take a holiday season off from Call of Duty, but
I do think because now they have Warzone, I think there was a period of time where it was completely unfathomable, but they put so much support into Warzone, obviously different teams. But I think in their head maybe it satiates both a profit margin sort of a thing and the audience. Because I agree with you, I think they skipped this year.
Yeah.
All right, well, a game not skipping this year that this is probably my most anticipated game for the rest of 2025. We're in the year of the ninja. Welcome, my friends, to the year of the ninja. We got Ninja Gaiden 2 Black as a stealth drop back in January. We're getting Ninja Gaiden Ragebound for you 2D Ninja Gaiden fans here coming up this summer. And now, coming up in October, we have Ninja Gaiden 4. Who's fired up to go back for another round of Ninja Gaiden? It's been a long time. October 21st, so I will be not at work that day. I'll be playing Ninja Gaiden 4. Hopefully some of you will be doing the same. Sid, are you a veteran of the series? Would this be your first one? Are you into this? Where'd you land on Ninja Gaiden 4 now that you've seen a decent bit of it?
So this would be my first one.
Yeah.
But everyone in the office speaks so highly of it. And I say that as someone who's not in the office regularly. I kind of pop in and out. But
it still gets mentioned anytime you show up.
Truly. And so I feel like I'm okay, I think I'm missing out on something. And then seeing the footage, it's okay, I am missing out on something. So I don't know. I would venture to say I don't think I'm as excited as you because you seem very excited.
I go back with this series for sure.
But I'm definitely excited for when it comes out to jump into it.
Michael, you ready to go back in for some more Ninja Gaiden?
Oh yes, especially because this is being made in conjunction with Platinum Games.
Yeah.
And Platinum has gone through a lot of changes in recent years.
True.
I still think they got some sauce left. I still think they got the juice despite everything that's happened to them. But I mean, it's Koei Tecmo with the support of Platinum Games. And these kinds of action games, like, yeah, I'm ready for this. And it's been so long. I mean, granted, we did get Ninja Gaiden 2 Black to like whet our appetite for the return of the series. But yeah, like a fresh new Ninja Gaiden game. Yeah, I'm all in on that. And like from what we saw previously with the first reveal, and then we saw with this trailer, it's one of those things where I don't want to say it's a known quantity, but you look at it like, oh, I know what that is. I know what I'm gonna get out of that. I don't need to see anything more.
Yep.
Just give it to me now.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be. This is one game where I don't think it needs to be like necessarily revolutionary, but if they just nail down that hard, that stylish action gameplay, the rest, like, will take care of itself.
Anybody downloading Ninja Gaiden 4 on Game Pass day one? Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you? So one of the early reveals in this was a game that has been announced, and it did huge number. Like, it was announced months ago with very little fanfare. It did millions of views on IGN. The Blood of Dawnwalker. So, yeah, were you guys fired up for Blood of Dawnwalker? Like, this looks pretty good. This is our first look at gameplay of this one. Vampires never go out of style. We know this. Michael, yeah, what'd you think of what we got to see of this one from Bandai?
I'll take a new IP any day. Like that's the one thing I said. Like going into the showcase is like there are some known quantities and all that, but I want to see some new stuff. And yeah, like I think also it's the year of vampire games. Like that's a thing that things trend in and out, but this feels like a full-on like story, a full-on like investment in this kind of universe. So I'm excited for it. There's still so much more, so many more questions I have about it. And we also, like, you can only tell so much from a cinematic trailer, right?
True.
Like, your cinematic trailer could be fire, and that game could come out and be so mid, right? I'm not saying that that's what I'm thinking this is going to be, but yeah, the gameplay snippets that we did see in it, yeah, I think they're cooking with this one in terms of, like, how deep those systems go, how you interact with that world. Those remain to be seen, but I like what I'm seeing so far.
Do we have any Grounded players in the audience? Because there's millions of people that play Grounded. So, Obsidian, clearly the best bang for the buck when it comes to the money Microsoft paid to acquire studios. I don't know how much Microsoft paid for them, but I know they've shipped more games than Activision has, and they paid like $69 billion for Activision. So Avowed this year, The Outer Worlds 2 later this year, and this summer in game preview is Grounded 2, which was, I guess, shouldn't be unexpected when there's like 10 million plus players for it. Sid, are you ready for more Honey, I Shrunk the Kids-like action from Obsidian?
I mean, it's a fun world to be in.
Yeah.
You know, I love a creative world, and it's just, I'm really excited that we don't have to wait that long. Wasn't it an August release?
I believe it's July. I'll get it in my notes here.
July.
It's very
Whatever
soon,
it is,
yeah.
it's extremely soon. And I'm still kind of in shock. I kept kind of hitting
Yeah.
Michael during the showcase that I was like, Obsidian? How do they?
Yeah, how are they doing?
Who is their project manager?
How do they keep
Because,
getting
like,
away with this?
They're cooking over there. And I went to go visit them for The Outer Worlds 2 a couple months back. And yeah, Obsidian's not like this huge studio either. I just think that they really lock in on, they know what they do well, and they lock in on that. Their games aren't huge. Like Avowed is not like the next coming of Elder Scrolls, and Grounded is not trying to break new ground necessarily, but they know what they do well, and they keep doing it. And like the thing about Grounded too, the original Grounded, was that it wasn't like they didn't have a ton of players to begin with, but they built towards
it. Yeah,
that.
very organically.
Yeah, and like doing something like game preview gives you the room to build and work with the community to eventually get to a full release that everyone is kind of pitched in on and actually wants to play long term. So it's just like, I think of Obsidian, old school, as like playing the old school RPGs.
Yeah.
And these really kind of, I don't want to say niche, but for sickos. Like, RPG sickos love Obsidian. But they have expanded so much, and they've diversified their portfolio in a way that is like really impressive.
Yeah, July 29th, by the way, for game preview on that. All right, before we go to our next break, I have to go right back to Mr. Hyam because another prediction that you made in the pre-show very much came true.
Yeah.
Mr. I want all the Final Fantasy on Xbox right now.
Yeah.
We got it.
Listen.
16, yes. FF7 Remake, yes.
Yeah.
Are you happy now is the question.
What did I know? I actually didn't know anything beforehand. It was kind of, granted, I'm going to say, like, it wasn't like this amazing prediction that I had, right? It was just kind of having an inkling of the direction of Square Enix, because I pay attention to them very closely. They're one of the studios and publishers that I keep up with like very closely because I love their history, I love their games, and their recent history has been so interesting because they do put out great games, and then they also have like real serious lulls in their catalog along the way. And I'm just like curious about what their game plan is as they've gone through the years. And as I said in the pre-show, limiting yourself to certain platforms is one of those curious things where I'm like, you don't really need to do that, I guess. I mean, you know, they get funding from PlayStation and Sony to keep their things exclusive. They get support in that way, which, you know, made sense previously, but things have changed so much, not just across platforms, how Microsoft and Sony handle their own platforms, but how Square Enix handles their own business. So it's about time, and I hope what this says is that Square Enix games at this level will come to Xbox sooner rather than later in the future.
Yeah, Sid, Square had talked about, they had said, oh, we're basically disappointed by the sales of FF16, which is a wild thing for a publisher to say. But then they said, yeah, we're gonna start putting our games on all platforms, and it's the way of the world now, right?
Yeah, it really is, and I think it's really great for players.
Yeah.
Like that's the bottom line, is that it's great for players because Final Fantasy is honestly a series that I've only gotten to like watch people play. I've never had the pleasure. Like, one of my earliest gaming memories is my neighbor's brother was playing Final Fantasy VII, and I fell in love with Cloud. And I had an Xbox growing up, so I never really got to play it. Right. And I think it's just really exciting that a whole new generation of players gets to fall in love with these characters.
Anybody going to be playing Final Fantasy VII Remake or 16 for the first time on Xbox? Yeah. Good on Square for bringing it over. All right, we need to take a quick break, but stick around. More Unlocked coming up right here in just a moment, right here at IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by FX's Alien Earth. Premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN GameScoop.
GameScoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcast Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Welcome back. You're watching the Xbox Games Showcase post-show right here on IGN Live. It's time to talk about the post-showcase direct they did for The Outer Worlds 2, and then we'll talk about some other games as well. So, again, Obsidian's third release in this year. 3 games, 1 year. Michael Hyam, I have to turn to you first here because, as you noted earlier, Michael, you had the pleasure of visiting Obsidian for the IGN first month of exclusive coverage that we had back in April.
Yep.
Now we've got a date. We know we're pretty locked in here. How are you feeling about The Outer Worlds 2?
I've been telling people this. When I came out of seeing it for the IGN first, I came out of this telling people after embargo that, that I think it's more ambitious than people expect. Because they've spent a lot of time on this one, and talking to Leonard Boyarsky, who's kind of a legendary developer.
OG, yeah.
Yeah, he's an OG who had made Fallout. He was talking very candidly about how the first Outer Worlds was them trying to build a new foundation. It was a template. They were just like, we need to make a competent game, and hopefully this is our new foundation for a second game. And with The Outer Worlds 2, what I'm seeing is that, hey, we already have the basics down pat. Now we're building some really sophisticated and interesting RPG systems on top of that now. So, I always say that in my preview, I was like, bigger doesn't always mean better, but this game is much bigger. It's what you do within that, and I think between like level design, them incorporating some immersive sim elements, going harder on RPG stuff, and a lot of the emerging gameplay elements with the flaws system, they're doing a lot of interesting things. Yeah. I was talking to the creative directors about what they're doing, and the way they talk about how they built this game was just them like chilling in a room, like throwing ideas out of dartboard. Was like, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, let's try that. So I think I'm so kind of interested in the way they approach the game, the way they develop games, because it feels like they understand the Obsidian magic. They're not. They haven't been funneled into like a creative hole where there's like, hey, you got to make this kind of game. You have to make this kind of game. They have the room to still be themselves and build off of the things that they've previously done, and they had the time to do it. Again, like Avowed and Grounded 2 this year is still really impressive, but yeah, speaking before, it's like the way they're structured is like really smart, it seems. And yeah, I'm excited to. I didn't get to actually play it when I went there. I watched like an hour's worth of gameplay in a room, and I was like, can you just give me the controller? But alas, I did not get hands-on with it, but for everything I've seen and talked to them about, Outer Worlds 2, I think it's at the top of my hype list.
Sid, has The Outer Worlds 2 won you over with everything you've seen?
Absolutely. It is also at the top of my hype list for this year. Yeah. I'm really excited about the flaws system. It feels like a fun game, and I've watched some of the IGN first that you put out. Amazing job, by the way. You all should watch it, and listening to them talk about their game, it makes me even more excited than like what I've actually seen. And so I think I have a lot of confidence that the full game will be just as great as what they've been showing us.
Who's downloading Outer Worlds 2 day one on Game Pass? Yeah. Again, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You've got to do it. If you're an RPG fan, particularly Western RPGs, although not even necessarily Junior 9, we got the Final Fantasy, it's like, you basically need to be playing on Xbox or on the Xbox ecosystem, because we've got Avowed, Grounded's kind of an RPG, right? It's still, still kind of counts. We've, of course, got The Outer Worlds 2. We've got Clockwork Revolution from In Exile. We've got Fable coming next year. Didn't see Fable today, which wasn't a huge surprise to me. I kind of figured once they delayed it to 2026, that probably meant they were going to sit out this particular showcase. But yeah, and now Final Fantasy 16, 7 remake, Persona 4 remake. Like, you've got to be playing on Xbox if you're into RPGs. Like, it is arguably the best platform for role-playing games. I want to talk about I'm going to throw my production team a slight curveball here because this is one we should have flagged before. We were just talking in the break. There's a new, very AAA, high production value game coming from Game Freak, who remind us what Game Freak has done previously, Pokemon stuff. And so they have made, they're making a new game called, where'd it go in my notes? I just had it up a second ago. Where'd it go? Beast of Reincarnation, thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
my notes are not well organized, as you can tell, but set in the year 4026. Sid, what did you think of this from Game Freak?
Honestly, I feel like there was a kind of like a delay because I saw the Game Freak and then all of a sudden I was like, wait, they're
trying to process it.
What's happening? And it is so beautiful. That was my big takeaway of it, was just how beautiful this is. And I think you might have said it, but when you give them the tech specs off of a Nintendo device, it's like they're cooking.
Michael, what'd you think of this one? It's another Game Pass day one for this one.
That's why it's just wild to think that one, Game Freak isn't doing a Pokemon game, and that they're doing this style of game, and it's on it's showcased with Xbox, and it's day one Game Pass. Like, it kind of doesn't make sense to me. Like, we've almost typecasted Game Freak, and like, it's. I don't want to say like this is already a technical marvel. Like it looks impressive. Don't get me wrong. So we'll see how the game runs when it comes out. But yeah, it makes me seeing this, if anything, makes me think about what does the development process of a Pokemon game look like then?
Yeah.
Like if this is what they could do outside of being pigeonholed as the Pokemon developer, what other creative ideas do they have, and have they been in a drought with ideas with the Pokemon company? Are they sticking to certain guidelines when they make Pokemon? It's like, no, it has to be this. You can't really go outside of that. But they've had some innovations here and there with like Pokemon Arceus and some of the things that they're doing with Pokemon ZA later this year. And I don't know, maybe they're getting to that next level instead of just being the Pokemon developer who like puts out mid-tech games. Like, I think this could be a big step for them.
All right, so time's almost up. Let's end on everybody's favorite game of the showcase. I love this part where we just get to pick out our little games of show. I am going to default to Sid here first because I know when we talked backstage, you've got a game that we all love that we haven't mentioned yet. So please.
And it's Mudang.
Mudang
Two Hearts. I think it's exciting to see a game set in Korea because we oftentimes don't see very many games set in Korea. I did a little bit of research after the showcase, and it's based on a webtoon, a South Korean webtoon. Wow. Yeah. I think the speculation, nobody's really sure how closely it's gonna stray or stay close to the original plot, but it's a North and South Korea have come together, and the day that the bill's gonna be signed, there's a terrorist attack. And so allegedly, again, I couldn't really tell if this was the webtoon's plot or attributed to the game, but there'll be kind of 3 different protagonists that you're following. A K-pop star, who I think is in the military, a North Korean soldier who's, I think, fighting for South Korea. Either way, and then a terrorist is the third protagonist. So I thought the game looked really intriguing. I'm always excited to go to get a different cultural lens. And it's being developed by, I think, EVR Studios, which is a South Korean studio, and it's their first game. So.
Did anybody else get Splinter Cell vibes a little bit from this one? Yeah. Yes, my people. Yeah.
A little bit of The Division.
Yeah, even a little Rainbow Six in there too.
Surprising it's not a Ubisoft game.
I know, right? So I'm glad this exists because Ubisoft doesn't seem to want to make me a new Splinter Cell game. Which every year I get up here and I hope for it, and every year I'm disappointed. So maybe one of these years. But in the meantime, Mudang 2 Hearts. Michael Hyam, your pick for game of the Xbox showcase.
I know that I said the hype died out for me, but I'm gonna be a shill and I'm gonna say Persona 4 Revival. Oh man, I mean the more I think about it, the more I'm like, the trailer not being hyped kind of doesn't matter anymore. And now I'm just like, yeah, I would love to see Persona 4 again. I want to see what they're remaking with that, what they're actually changing to it, rather than just doing a graphical overhaul. But I don't know. I love Persona 4 so much, and I want to see them do right by that story.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's all good. Probably unsurprising to anybody in this room, I am going to go with the new Double Fine game, Keeper. That's my game of the show. I think they saved it for near the end for a reason. Like, I appreciate Microsoft trying to elevate Double Fine a little bit. They've always been this like creative darling in the industry whose games never really sold up to the level of what they should have. Like, it was just the classic like critical darling, often commercial disappointment. But they've just been so great for so long, and now that Microsoft owns them, they don't have to worry about making sure their game sells just enough copies where they don't shut down. Like, they can just go nuts, and we saw them do that here with Keeper, where, like, if they had to go out, if they were still on their own, I don't know how many other publishers would have greenlit a game where you play as a walking lighthouse.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
That's a pretty cool premise to me, and I can't wait to see what Tim Schafer and the team at Double Fine are doing. So, I mean, there's so many other games we could have shouted out. We didn't even talk about Invincible Versus. Like, how ultra violent was the Invincible? A 3v3 tag fighting game, like. That's honorable mention. That looks super great too. It was a great show. Like, did you guys enjoy this Xbox showcase? Did Microsoft do well? Yeah, they did well. It was a good one. It was a good one. They did good this year. Bravo to Microsoft for bringing us a whole bunch more video games, and a lot of them this year too. It wasn't like oh, everything announced is we're not going to be playing for a year. No, like a lot of this is stuff we'll be playing in the next 1 to 6 months. So good stuff. That is about all the time we have for today, but we'll have plenty more to say about the games that Xbox showed off today. And you can be a part of the conversation when a new episode of Unlocked drops each and every week on IGN, typically Thursday mornings. We're also on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Podcast Unlocked, that's right. Right now, there's tons more coming up on IGN Live. So don't go anywhere. Stick around.
IGN Live is presented by Nintendo Switch 2. All together, anytime, anywhere.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to ign.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You're watching IGN Live. In just a bit, we'll be getting some top secret info on 007 First Light. After that, we're breaking down Daemon Ex Machina, Titanic Scion, a game I've always liked the ring to. It just has a nice ring to it. With the creators of the game, and after that, expect all sorts of foul talk when we check out Deadpool VR.
But right now, it's time to get a look at another ultra-violent superhero comic that's getting a new game courtesy of Skybound. IGN Live continues right after this.
Mysterio uses her sash as a weapon. It has the strange ability to absorb humans. That's why I couldn't find a hidden passage big enough for a human to fit through. All she needs to abduct humans is a space big enough for that sash.
Can't you do anything more than flail around, kicking up dust? Your fighting style is as ugly as you are.
I can do this. I know I can. Don't stop. Keep attacking. I can't afford to second guess myself. Not against an upper rank. I must steel my resolve. I have her. I know it. I can do it. I can cut off her head.
Oh dear. Don't tell me you actually believe you can stand a chance against me, because that will be your downfall. You really are hopeless if you can't see the sheer difference in our power.
Don't let her push back! Keep attacking!
Something's coming this way! Up there!
Wind? What's powerful enough to create a hole that reaches this depth? His presence! A Hashira!
Lord Tengen!
Makio, Suma, you've been doing some flashy work here, as expected from my wives. Okay, everyone's been accounted for. I rescued Hinatsuru earlier. I told her to leave the entertainment district.
Whoa, awesome! Just what you'd expect from the god of festivals!
All right. From here on out, things are gonna get real flashy!
You're watching IGN Live. Robert Kirkman's superhero epic made the jump from the page to the screen with a brutal animated series that doesn't pull any punches. Soon, fans will do some punching of their own in Invincible Versus. Here to tell me all about Invincible Versus, we have art director Dan Eder and combat designer Ripal Rip Parbu. Welcome.
Welcome. Thanks for having us.
So I just saw the trailer. It looks incredible. But I did want to ask you, it seems like this game is a 3v3 tag fighter. Can you guys talk about why that was the right fit for this game?
I mean, I think in general, when you're watching the Invincible series or you're reading the comics,
the team format really stands out, right? You've got teams like Team Teen, you've got Guardians of the Globe, you've got the GDA, you've got the Viltrumites. So just that part by itself, I think it naturally lends to a multi-team format versus a standard 1 versus 1.
And then, Rip, can you tell, we didn't really get to see a lot of the interface or some of the mechanics. Can you tell us a little bit about what the mechanics are for this game?
I gotta have you repeat that one more time.
Oh,
it's loud in here.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the mechanics of the game? We didn't really see a lot of the HUD or anything like that.
Yeah, obviously it's a 3 versus 3 tag fighter. It's brutal action. It's very bloody. There's overkills. But mechanically speaking, you know, there's an auto combo system. So it's a really easy way for new players to get into the game. You can just do a combo by hitting one button repeatedly. That'll go into a special, into a super. And then you can easily tag and bring in your characters. And being a tag game, you want easy access to your assist, essentially. So our active tag system allows you to extend your combos using your teammates, and there's also a two-way dynamic that happens across there because of our Killer Instinct background, where you're able to break those assists and actually stop those combos midway through.
I'm going to come back to that Killer Instinct background in just a second. But Dan, Invincible has a very unique art style. Can you talk about how you went about recreating that art style in the game and what else you did to kind of, you know, invoke the comic of Invincible?
Yeah, I think because all of us are huge Invincible fans, we wanted to do the characters justice. The overall aesthetic of the show was a huge inspiration for us, but also we had to adapt to the medium, right? Like this is an actual fighting game. It's not an animated show. So there was a lot of decisions that had to be made with level of detail, rendering style, overall anatomy. Do we go realistic or do we go a little bit more stylized? So we wanted to capture a really interesting 2D, 3D sort of hybrid where the characters are for the most part pretty realistically lit, but then you have an outline, you have really graphic sort of details in the outfit, very vibrant color palette. At the end of the day, we wanted this to feel like an authentic representation of the characters at the show. And also the comics, right? So there's, thankfully with Invincible, there's so much inspiration and reference to pull from that made it easy for us.
So speaking of that Killer Instinct kind of, you know, DNA, one of the first things that I thought when I saw this trailer was Killer Instinct because of the hit stops, the really crunchy sound effects. Can you talk a little bit about how Killer Instinct has influenced the design of Invincible Versus?
Sure. So obviously, Killer Instinct was a 1 versus 1 tag fight, 1 versus 1 fighter, but there's really a big impact in a lot of the hits, right? So we brought that over to Invincible Versus. But really, the core of the KI influence in here is with that two-way interaction between offense and defense. So a lot of the times in Killer Instinct, what would happen is you could react to the combos, and if you're aware and you had the good reflexes, you could actually break the combos, right? At the highest level of the game, that actually got a little bit out of hand. The combos got really short because of it. But in a tag fighter, you want to still have long combos and feel like you're doing a lot. So what we've done is just put those breakpoints when you call in your active assist to break the combo. And similar to Killer Instinct, we also have a combo meter in this game. So you're not really limited in your combos in terms of, you know, this many ground bounces, this many wall bounces. You can do however many you want as long as you fit into that combo meter. And then to extend your combo and bring that combo meter down, you have to rely on your teammates to come in to bring that back. So once you're going to those phases where you're bringing your teammates in, that's when the opponent has an opportunity to say, I want to try and stop this, and I can react to that. But just like Killer Instinct, the other opponent on offense has the chance to mix you up as well.
So the trailer is a really good show of this, but Invincible is shockingly violent at times. How are you guys incorporating that violence into the fighting game?
Oh my gosh, it has got to be the bloodiest, most brutal tag fighter of all time, right? I mean, it's bloody as hell. Exactly. Yeah. People clapping out here. It's amazing, and you expect that from this, right? But I think one of the big things we have in this game is the overkill system. So you are literally gonna hit a superhero so hard that you're probably gonna knock off a limb or two. That's just the way it goes in Invincible.
So satisfying where that happens, when you get the overkill and you get someone's head like getting just blown off. It's like mission accomplished.
It looks like it. Robert Kirkman, obviously the creator of Invincible, how involved has he been in this whole game development process?
I think Robert is heavily involved artistically, but also, again, as you know, the one who kind of put this world together. We value his opinion big time. We don't want this to feel detached from the source material. If anything, I think there's a lot that we can kind of use from his knowledge and find ways to mix it up, right? Like we don't want to just kind of retread old ground. Like, hey, if we did this in the show, let's do this 1-to-1 in the game, because then I think that can get a little bit boring. But instead, we're always looking at ways to elevate it. And Robert is very core part of that conversation, right? Because who knows these characters better than him? And Ryan and Corey as well, the other creators. So I think that's the good thing about being part of Skybound, is that you have access to that knowledge and that creativity. Once you blend that with the sort of skills that we have on the gaming side of things, with Rip and the gameplay and all, everyone else involved, and then on the art side, I think it sort of creates something that feels wholly unique, but also, again, feels authentic to whatever Corey, Ryan, and kind of Robert are thinking of. So that's really cool. It's been a real pleasure working with them.
So there's a lot of tag fighters in the space, Marvel vs. Capcom, Blaze Blue Cross Tag. Have any of those kind of served as your guiding light in terms of developing the mechanics? And can you expand on how they have or have not?
Yeah, so definitely, obviously, we have a tag fighter background in this game, obviously. But I truly feel like our tag fighter is unique because of the Killer Instinct influences that we've put into the game. And I think the cool thing now in the tag space, 2026 is looking like the year of tag fighters, right? It's looking like the golden age of tag fighters even. And I think it's so cool how these games have all kind of evolved the genre. So you take that base of what you expect from a tag fighter and you add on to it, right? And so that's what we've done here. The two-way interaction with the combo system is a big part of that. Also, the overkill of the blood that we have, the brutality in general, the destruction in the arenas. That, I think, is all very unique to our tag fighter.
One interesting thing that I noticed is that Omni-Man is wearing his Viltrumite costume and not the typical, Omni-Man outfit that you would expect. Can you talk a little bit about why that is?
Dan?
Yeah. Well, so we are creating an original story for the game with the help of the creators again, which is really cool. So, how that's gonna play into the story remains to be seen. But again, we're always looking for ways to be creative with the characters and add some sort of added value for true fans of Invincible, right? Because you don't play the game just for gameplay, even though gameplay is awesome. We want people to actually feel like, hey, holy shit, this is a moment that I couldn't even imagine taking place between, I don't know, Eve and Mark. I think that's an opportunity that we have, because if you think about it, Invincible fans don't have that many opportunities to be actually hands-on with the characters. So we wanted to do something that feels really cool, but also feels like it's taking some risks, right? And because we don't want to play it safe. So when it comes to the story, we want something that has some sort of weight and drama to it, but also is something that the players are going to enjoy. Even if you're not an Invincible fan, we want this to really resonate with people who play our game.
Rich, did you want to add anything?
No, I did actually. So he brought up a really good point. When I read through the Invincible comics, I got towards the end of it and I was like, I want more. Where do I get more Invincible, right? So this is the first full featured game of Invincible with Invincible Versus here, and you do get to see those matchups that you never got to see in the comics, right? So something like Bulletproof versus Thula, like what happens if they get together, right? Bulletproof versus Eve even. You never get to see any of that stuff in the comics, but now you'll get to in the game.
Speaking of Omni-Man, he has been a guest character in Mortal Kombat. I just wanted to know, has that had any influence on how you designed him in this game?
It's actually pretty interesting because obviously in that game, they came up with the moveset for him. And when we came to design part of it, it's like, well, what's this character going to be like? And obviously right now you've only seen him from the story side of things. So like, is he even going to be a playable character? We got to find out and see. But from what we've seen so far, I think it's pretty different than what we've seen in Mortal Kombat.
So really quick to wrap up, I got 3 questions that every fighting game fan is going to want to know. Rollback, crossplay, and are you going to be at EVO?
Rollback? Yes, and speaking on the rollback front, obviously, Brandon Misak was also doing the rollback netcode for Killer Instinct back in 2013. He's the lead network engineer on this game as well. So you can count on the rollback being fantastic. Crossplay, definitely going to be included. What was the third question?
Are you going to be at EVO?
At EVO, that's a great question. But, one of the things about our team, we really value FGC feedback, and it's something we've already done. We've reached out to a lot of the top influencers and top players around the world already at this point. They've given us their feedback, and we've already incorporated that feedback into the game. So we love feedback, and hopefully by the end of the year, people are going to have more time to get hands-on with the game.
All right, well, thank you guys so much. I cannot wait to kick some butt in Invincible Versus. We've got more IGN Live ahead, so don't go anywhere.
IGN Live is presented by Nintendo Switch 2. All together, anytime, anywhere.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
This is IGN Live. The team at IO Interactive has been keeping pretty busy with a brand new James Bond game, 007 First Light, a steady stream of updates to Hitman World of Assassination, and a whole lot of stuff in between. There's a lot to look forward to. Here to tell me a bit about it, please welcome Hakan Abrek, CEO of IO Interactive. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for making a James Bond game and also Hitman World of Assassination. In a lot of ways, Hitman World of Assassination is already pretty close to being a perfect Bond game. Can you tell a little bit about how First Light is incorporating established systems from IO's earlier games and also what it's doing to stand out as a unique experience?
Yeah. Well, thank you, first of all. And, World of Assassination is a product of us doing Agent Fantasy for 25 years now. And throughout those years, we've obviously evolved our engine, our technology, and our game systems to create these, living, breathing locations, an experience where globe-trotting the world, and where we have all these systems with the AI for creating these social spaces where you can really, become an agent and act as an agent, have that gameplay experience. So obviously, those features and that expertise we are bringing into 007 First Light because we don't want to make a game where it's only about shooting and running, but it's also about delivering that fantasy for a Bond where he can traverse in social spaces and speak to people and figure out in creative ways how to solve the obstacles in front of him. So there's a lot we've that we know from Hitman, World of Assassination that we brought into that. But James Bond is a very different experience than Hitman, right? So obviously we, from a technological perspective, we've evolved our engine for delivering these spectacular action set pieces as well that you would expect from a James Bond experience. We have really evolved the action, like the combat, creating a very, I think, a very great system, seamless system for hand-to-hand combat, seamless into range combat. So we really try to push our capabilities on the fidelity and action part as well to deliver these 360 experience, including, cars, exotic vehicles, and stuff like that, which we haven't had in World of Assassination before. So it's very exciting.
I'm excited. I mean, I feel like the big thing is like James Bond, you expect action set pieces, but you know, if things start exploding, it means 47's doing a bad job, whereas like 007, you're like, there he goes, that's his thing. James Bond has been reinterpreted a whole lot of times. Can you tell us a little bit about how First Light's version of Bond differs from, you know, the various movie actors or Ian Fleming's original character, aside from just being a younger version?
Yeah. Well, I think actually in many ways it is taking a lot of inspiration from Ian Fleming's Bond, from the novels, you know, all the way down to the scar and you know, his road to becoming a 00 agent. And I think that's the biggest, it's a significant change because he's not used to the tuxedos and the martinis yet. He's still to enter that world of espionage. And he's a young man, and the making of a 00, right? So I think, so he's not the apex 00 agent yet, but he is becoming that. All his optimism and the youth and all that is, you know, in for a rude awakening when he's meeting this dark espionage world filled with intrigues and whatnot. So I think this is a young, witty man. So the whole thing is about him actually evolving and becoming our Bond, and that's the journey we want to have our players to take with us.
Nice. Now you mentioned the tuxedos and the cars. There's a lot of very iconic kind of Bond, you know, imagery scattered throughout the movies and stuff. One of the best parts of World Assassination is like unlocking the gadgets and the costumes and all that. Can we expect, you know, obviously this is a unique universe. Can we expect some Easter eggs from previous Bond lore?
Well, I'm not going to be specific about that nature of Easter eggs, I guess. But I mean, we are known for doing some Easter eggs in our games, so that might be something that sneaks in there. But obviously, it's a huge franchise and legacy historically. So we will be sending homage to some of these things. And you know, as an example, if you follow us and sign up, you know, you can unlock a golden gun in the game and stuff like that. And without being too specific yet at this point, because we're focusing on the main game, but if people know us and know the World of Assassination, it's probably going to be an ever-expanding and ongoing experience where you could like imagine after the main campaign that there will be exciting things to come.
I'm very excited about that. I'm just going to formally request right now, I want the frilly shirt from On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I think that Bond would look great in that. So to segue from Bond to Hitman, Mads Mikkelsen is going to be reprising his role as Le Chiffre from Casino Royale, but not in First Light, in World of Assassination as an elusive target. Yeah. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I mean, first of all, Mads Mikkelsen is Danish, and, you know, IO Interactive started in Denmark, so I'm Danish, so we kind of absolutely love our Mads Mikkelsen, and Mads Mikkelsen has been doing a lot of these amazing villain roles out there. So we always had a good eye for him to figure out to work together with him, and now that, you know, when we started working on Bond, it kind of was an amazing opportunity to bridge the gap between the release of Bond and doing something in World of Assassination that's going to be in its own right extremely exciting, but also something where it's kind of a homage to, you know, Casino Royale and his role there. So I think this is a good opportunity for having a bit of a taste of Bond beforehand, and for as an elusive target. I think it's a very exciting mission, so I'm looking forward for people to play that.
I'm into it. I got unfinished business with that dude after Death Stranding, so I'm coming for him. You're also adding co-op to World of Assassination. Yes. How is that going to work?
Well, I mean, we ourselves in IO Interactive have been dreaming about this for a long time. The World of Assassination is an evolving platform. That was our vision for 13, 14 years ago. And co-op was always something that we wanted to be part of this, because Hitman is great, all these systems and the freedom of approach you get, and to be able to share that with a friend, I think bodes well for a really, really interesting gameplay. So And it's all these locations we've created. That whole ecosystem of World of Assassination, that's your oyster to be able to share that experience with a friend.
Nice. And then finally, Hitman is coming to iOS this summer. What does that experience look like compared to the one people are familiar with?
Well, I mean, it's our very talented engineers succeeded in making that run very, very smoothly, natively on the mobile phones on iOS. So it's completely one-to-one experience that you have from the consoles and from the PC, running really, really well on iOS. So it's extremely exciting. So if you want to do some freelancing and you want to, rig in those achievements, you can do it on the run as well.
That is great news for fun, bad news for productivity. I'm into it. Thank you so much. First Light 007 is coming to PlayStation, Xbox, PC, Nintendo Switch 2 sometime in 2026, and Hitman World of Assassination is out for all those platforms and then some. And if you haven't played it, you are missing out. Stick around. More IGN Live coming up after this.
Hey everybody, Ryan McCaffrey with IGN here at Summer Game Fest. I just took a look at, actually played a bit of Crimson Desert, which from the numbers on IGN, we know you guys are super interested in as well, and you know what? After playing it, it's for good reason. The two things I want to talk about are the tech and the combat, because they dropped me, they said 15 hours into the story, so that, I have no idea what was going on story-wise, but the tech and the combat. I'll start with the tech. So, it's proprietary engine. This is one of the more impressive game engines I've seen in action. It was running full 4K 60 with no AI boosts, assists, with tons of enemies, tons of characters on screen, and just the texture detail, the lighting, the scale, the scope of it. I mean, these are huge, huge outdoor areas. Fire propagates. They have full physics going on everything. Like, it was a really impressive technological showpiece, but I had seen that before. Back at GDC, the Game Developers Conference, they gave a more tech-heavy presentation. This time, getting to actually play it, turns out there's a pretty seemingly darn good game running on it as well. So the combat, I would almost say it's like in a way, and this isn't a one-to-one thing, but a 21st century, super evolved next version of Dynasty Warriors. I mean, it's not that there are hundreds of guys and you're plowing through, but there are a ton of enemies. You can be attacked by like 10 guys at once. There's guys on horseback running by trying to get you. And there's so much going on combat-wise. And what's nice is you've got elemental powers that you can mix in with your just combat moves. They showed me a lot of different ways that you can combo your attacks together. And so it does seem like there's a lot going on gameplay-wise here, which just is totally aided by the cool tech going on in the background. So Crimson Desert is a game that, again, we've seen really good numbers for it on IGN. I hadn't played it yet until now. I hadn't really even seen it myself other than getting in that tech demo, which wasn't real game stuff. But everybody that's been clicking on IGN's Crimson Desert stuff, you're on to something, because this game, I think, has some serious potential to be a really, really big game once it finally gets done and into people's hands. But for now, super impressed by the first hands-on, and for a lot more on Crimson Desert, stay tuned to IGN in the coming weeks and months. We will have a lot more on this game. Stick with us.
Years ago, an ambitious new game named Daemon X Machina carved out an audience that fell in love with its super customizable mechas called Arsenals, as well as its high-speed combat on land and in the air. Recently, a sequel was announced, Daemon X Machina Titanic Scion, and today we have an exclusive look at the brand new trailer that will take you into the story and dark sci-fi world of this action-packed new entry. Let's take a look.
How many have sacrificed their lives in pursuit of a sliver of happiness? The wish to be with those they love.
No one can change humanity forever. Not outers, not humans.
All I want is to destroy this divided world, then share its remains equally among those strong enough to survive.
What are you?
I will not give in. Prepare for my might! You will pay for this!
I knew you couldn't let it go.
I never saw you as fool enough to kill an ally.
The same as you, a non-human being created by human hands.
Gear 1's dead, and you fear nothing. I fight for myself, and no one else. I'd be happy to take your lives. Every last one!
For a world to stand tall, its pillars of rule must remain indestructible.
Pretty cool. All right. There is so much to unpack with that trailer. I'm thrilled to introduce a special guest to discuss the trailer and evolution of this series. Please welcome Kenichiro Tsukura, producer of the Daemon X Machina series and formerly of the Armored Core series, along with his interpreter, Jason Iga. Welcome.
デーモンさん、皆さんこんにちは。今日は、皆さんにお会いできて嬉しいです。マーベラスという会社はですね、牧場物語やルーンファクトリーで知られている会社だと思うんですけど、前作デーモン X マキナをですね、制作して、たくさんのファンの方に愛されていただいて、新しい挑戦もできたと思っています。そしてですね、スタジオのメンバーたちもですね、こうしたメカや SF のジャンルでより多くのファンの方っていうのを獲得したいと思っていますし、僕自身がいろんなこういうメカのジャンルを作ってきたこともあって、このジャンルにすごく愛情があるということもあります。でこの「タイタニック・サイオン」というタイトルはですね、オープンワールドで、このメカが、空中や地上を、自由に駆け巡るっていう新しさがあります。
Great. So this is obviously a series that's built on delivering high-speed, high-action battles. Now I noticed a significant change to the core design. The pilots in the game are no longer in Giant X, but are wearing armored suits. Can you tell us more about what this change is and what's behind it?
はい、現実のこの世界だと技術が進むとですね、メカとか、兵器とかっていうのは小さくなっていくんですけども、タイタニックサイオンの世界でもそれを反映しました。そしてまたですね、アクションスーツとしてですね、自由に今フィールドを駆け巡るっていうプレーできることをやるとですね、メカジャンルにおいては新しい可能性を開いていけるだろうと思ってそれを入れています。その結果ですね、メカとフィールドをチャレンジしたことで、RPG のような遊び方っていうのもできるようになったので、メカジャンルこれまで触ってきてない人でも楽しんでもらえるようになっていると思います。
So tell us about customization. What in these new armored suits, what options do players have, and do you have a favorite loadout?
今回ですね、たくさんの武器を自分に装備するっていうコンセプトは変わっていないんですけど、近未来のですね、アーマースーツを着てよりかっこよくて自由にもう自分の好きな戦い方ができるっていう、ゲームになっています。そしてですね、単に武器を使うっていうだけじゃなくて、スキルとかアクションを組み立てていくっていう新しさがあります。そしてですね、武器は今映ってますけど、6つの装備と5つのアーマーっていうのを装備できます。そしてですね、自分がよく使っているのが自動で攻撃をしたりとかですね、あとパリングができるシールドと、ブレード、そして自動で攻撃してくれるミサイルっていうものを、よく使うんですけど、これはいろんな戦い方ができる、どんな場所でも対応できるのでよくそうしてるんですけども、攻撃に特化したり、いろんな組み方で皆さんの自由な遊び方ができます。
So in the trailer we saw battles against other characters in armored suits, as well as battles against battles against more alien-like creatures. Can you give us a bit of insight into the world and what the player is fighting for?
このゲームはですね、他の惑星からやってきた人たちが、移住をしてるんですけども、その惑星でですね、人々が築いたコロニーがある舞台、コロニーがある惑星が舞台になっています。そして、 そこでですね移住した人たちっていうのが、独立の宣言をするんですけど、戦争になってしまってですねそこで、AI の兵器であるイモータルというものが使われます。そしてこのイモータルというのがですねその後戦争が終わるんですけどAI なので独自に進化してしまってそれが今の人類の脅威となっています。人間もですね、僕ら人間もこう進化して、アウターと呼ばれる超能力者になってるんですけど、プレイヤーの皆さんはですね、そのアウターの一人であるノバというキャラクターをプレイしてもらいます。そして人類とアウターがこう対立をしていてですねでその中で、皆さんは、ノバとして人類の側になって戦います。イモータルとか、他のアウターたちそしてですね人類を滅ぼそうとする支配者たちと戦うことになります。
So at times players are hunting down immortals and trying to obtain rare items. What are those for?
これはですね敵を倒すと、もうその場で雑魚でもボスでも装備、武器とかアーマーを手に入れることができるんですけども今回は、敵から遺伝子というものを手に入れることができます。でこの遺伝子を自分と融合するとスキルが手に入るんですけどもスキルはですね、重力の攻撃をしたりであるとか自分使っているブレードを大きくしたりそしてですね瞬間移動の攻撃をしたりとかいろんなものがあります。ただ遺伝子をこう自分に取り込んでいくので、自分の姿っていうものがこうどんどんと、敵に近づいていってしまうっていうことがあって、力を得るには、代償を払わなければいけないというそういうシステムになっています。
So I believe there's an online multiplayer component. Can you tell us about that?
はい、オンラインはですね3人で、ストーリーモードを遊ぶことができるんですけどもこれはですねまず、友達と、また他のプレイヤーといつでもこう遊ぶことができるので1人でやってても、そのまますぐに友達を呼ぶこともできます。なので、すごく遊びやすくなってますしあとこうボスモードボス1回あっただけのボスでもそのまま戦うことができるっていう別のモードもありますしあとソロプレイの人でも NPC を連れていくことができるのですごくいろんな遊び方ができるようになっています。そしてですね今言ってるマルチのオンラインなんですけど僕らもデバッグプレイっていうのをやるんですけどこうデバッグしてる最中にこうフィールドでみんなで遊んでると楽しくてですね何時間も遊んじゃってたっていうこともあります。でオンラインの装備なんですけど回復周りのパーティープレイとして回復させたりとかですね、防御を強めたりとか、いろんな装備もあります。そしてソロプレイであってもですね、ソロプレイと一緒のところなんですけど装備を、きっちりやっていくんですけど勝てない敵がいても装備を変えればやっぱ勝てるようになるので、友達ともそういうで遊んでほしいです。
So can you tell us about the asynchronous multiplayer and how that works?
ベースっていうものをフィールドに置くことができるんですけど、これはもう誰が置いてもよくて誰かが置いてくれれば使えます。それがあればフィールド上で、装備を変えたり回復っていうのができるのでフィールド上拠点に戻ることなくフィールド上ずっと旅することができます。そしてですね時には、誰か他のプレイヤーの、倒れてる姿っていうのをこう目にすることがあると思うんですけどそこからは装備とかアイテムが手に入ります。でも装備を取られた方はなくなることはないので安心して死んで大丈夫なので誰かが遊んでくれていれば、誰かのためになってるみんなのためになってるそういったシステムになっています。
Well, so what's the deal with riding a horse while wearing the arsenal suit? How does that work?
過去ですねやっぱり小説小説の中でですね
Impressive.
すごいバローズ氏が描いていた火星シリーズというものがあるんですけどSF とファンタジーの融合とか SF とメカの融合っていうのは昔から行われてきていてやっぱそこへのリスペクトとかメカのジャンルに新しい風を吹き込みたいというところで、新たな挑戦でもありますし、タイタニックサイオンでは、移動手段の一つとして実装しました。
Alright, is there anything you'd like to leave the audience with before we go?
ちょっと名残惜しいですが僕らですねこれ、今開発してですね、本当に多くの、本当にたくさんのチャレンジが詰まった、タイトルになってます。これはですね、僕らのスタジオっていうのはまだまだ皆さん知らないと思うんですけども、未来を皆さんと築きたいと思っていますし、タイタニデモエクスマキナタイタニックサイオンですね、 ぜひ応援して皆さん買ってください。All
right. All right, thank you so much for joining us. Arigato. For all of you here at IGN Live, you have a unique opportunity to get hands-on with a demo of Daemon X Machina Titanic Scion right now in our gaming hall next door. Daemon X Machina Titanic Scion is out on September 5th on Steam, Nintendo Switch 2, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series consoles.
IGN Live is presented by Nintendo Switch 2. All together, anytime, anywhere.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You are watching IGN Live. Marvel's fan favorite Merc with a Mouth is getting a brand new game. Here to tell us about Deadpool VR, Phil Therian, lead design manager at Twisted Pixel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for making a Deadpool game. I'm always happy when one of those comes along, which doesn't happen all too often. Deadpool's whole thing is breaking the fourth wall, but VR is sort of breaking the fourth wall in the other direction. Can you tell a little bit about how you're immersing the player in the Deadpool's world and still having Deadpool be his sort of trademark?
Right. So Deadpool is very obviously aware that he's in a video game, right? So he's going to be talking about pop culture references when he's defeating enemies, for example. So people have seen our demo, you throw a grenade at some bad guys, they'll say, Michael bait him. That's just the kind of stuff that Deadpool is really into. So we're making sure that the player feels like he can be Deadpool, but Deadpool's always being himself. So it's kind of a nice mix of how you play and how he responds to what you're doing.
Nice. Now, let's talk about gameplay. What is going on mechanically to make this feel like a proper Deadpool game and not just like a, VR shooter that has a guy with red gloves as the protagonist?
Right. So this is something that we're super proud of. Our game is a game that says yes to the player. So when you're being Deadpool, you can do all sorts of crazy things that you'd expect Deadpool to be doing. In a shooter, do you throw your guns away? No. In Deadpool? Sure, why not? Deadpool throws guns. You can reload your weapons by doing that. You should throw your swords. That does some fun stuff as well. Should you punch people with grenades? Absolutely. Some guy comes at you, cuts off your arm. What do? You take your arm and you smack him with it. So Deadpool is all about letting you experience what it's like to be Deadpool and rewarding you for experimenting. So we have a ton of custom animations in the game that support the players doing super cool stuff. Jump off the walls, dive down with your sword, cool stuff happens.
Let's talk dismemberment, because that's obviously a
a big part or parts of Deadpool. How does that roll into the gameplay? And also, how do you have a fail state as a guy who can't really be killed?
So Deadpool's a super interesting character because obviously he has regeneration. So that translates into a couple of things. One is in gameplay. So obviously you lose an arm, like I was mentioning, you're not out of the fight. You can keep going. You can even use your limbs as a weapon, and your limbs will grow back. You'll see that happening in real time. The other thing is, it kind of ties into how Deadpool solves problems, right? Deadpool's kind of an interesting guy. So when the story starts in a game, Deadpool's hired to take over a helicarrier that's been basically hijacked by Flag Smasher. So how does Deadpool decide to stop the helicarrier? He crashes a Jeep into it. What happens to Deadpool? Why, he loses his head. But Deadpool's not out, right? That's just something that can happen to Deadpool, and then you have to play along. So Deadpool gets his body back and gets back in the fight. So it lets us do some really interesting puzzle solving, and the story is just really fun. If you put your mind into being Deadpool and you solve problems like Deadpool does, you're gonna have a blast.
Nice. Let's talk about traversal. Aside from crashing Jeeps into stuff, we also have got this sort of like kind of a grappling beam. Tell us about just kind of moving around the game.
Right. So the game is a good mix of parkour and combat, and those moves are meant to tie into each other. So you can slide, you can run, you can wall run, and if you use your weapons while you're using those moves, you can do some cool stuff as well. So if you slide and use your swords, for example, in some instances, you can cut the legs off of enemies by sliding underneath them. So really, there's a lot of depth to it. And I do want to say, though, it might sound like it's really elaborate and it's really deep, and it is, but it's not a barrier for people. If you just want to go around and be Deadpool and shooting people, you can do that. That works fine. But if you really want to experiment and be the best ninja Deadpool that you can be, the game absolutely supports it.
So that's always a big thing with VR, is some people handle it better than others. What kind of, I guess, accommodations are you making for people who maybe get a little queasy doing parkour as Deadpool?
So this is the 5th game that Twisted Pixel's been working on, and really we've learned a lot about what makes people comfortable in VR. So we have a lot of comfort options in the game, and I'll say that I think they're probably some of the best that we've put together so far. We've had a lot of people come playing saying, hey, I'm a little worried VR might make me queasy. They've tried our options and they had a really good time playing, so I think we're doing a really good job. We have presets for comfort options, but they're also fully customizable. So if somebody wants something very specific, they can do that as well.
Right on. Yeah, this is Twisted Pixel's 5th VR game. Before that, Twisted Pixel was making, weirdly enough, good Kinect games. That's kind of a freakish concept. Can you tell us a little bit about like how this game is building on previous experience and really taking advantage of the hardware?
Right. So I think if you look at the DNA of Twisted Pixel and kind of what the studio is like, we've always wanted to do some fun, edgy, cool, interesting gameplay. And when we had the opportunity to pick up an IP like Deadpool was kind of an obvious fit for us. So we're putting a lot of our personality into what that gameplay is like. It translates into the humor of how you fight the enemies, the writing, which is read by Neil Patrick Harris, which is doing an absolutely amazing job, by the way. We really wanted to have our own unique spin on Deadpool. So really having Neil Patrick Harris, our own story, our own visual art style, it's really all tying into making a really unique Deadpool experience that really fits the DNA of Twisted Pixel.
Nice. I want to talk about Neil Patrick Harris. What was it like working with him? And you also amazingly got a video where Ryan Reynolds is doing Doogie Howser cosplay and just talking trash about him. Like, and it all comes together very well. How does Neil's sort of portrayal of Deadpool differ from the one people might know from the movies?
So I think the thing that Neil is doing really well is he wants Deadpool to sound familiar to people, but have his own unique take on things. And that was really important for us. As I mentioned, we wanted to have our own unique spin on Deadpool. So Neil will read the lines, but many times he'll have his own joke. He'll put his own spin on things, and it oftentimes ends up better. He's really been having a blast being the character. And as you've seen, we've had a really good reaction from Ryan Reynolds. He's been, taking this with a lot of grace. It's actually been a lot of fun. The amount of interest that people have had in Deadpool and sort of the buzz around it is really electrifying the team. Everybody's super excited about it.
He's a very malleable character. Like, you can really do a lot of fun stuff with him. It seems like a pretty natural fit. Can you talk a little bit about the larger lore and like where this exists in the immensely complex Marvel multiverse?
Yeah, so being inspired from the comics, it gives us the opportunity to do all sorts of stuff that we haven't been able to do before. So we're going to go to interesting places like Sincaria. We've got Ashida, the spirit of Xandar. We're going to be going to Mojo World, which hasn't been explored a whole lot, which means, are we going to run into Mojo? Absolutely. You're going to duke it out with Flag Smasher. You're going to go into fights with Lady Deathstrike. We have Omega Red and some other characters that we haven't even talked about just yet. So really exotic places, cool villains, and all that kind of ties together. I talked a little bit about, Deadpool trying to take over a helicarrier. I won't say exactly what happens in between Mojo coming in, but Deadpool ends up signing a contract he didn't read the fine line all that well on, and then he goes after villains for Mojo, and all that's going to culminate into something that happens in Mojo World. So pretty interesting, cool story, and lots of cool bad guys.
Nice. Can you talk a little bit about sort of how you move through this world? Because we saw some sequences that kind of look like they're sort of scripted on rails. There's obviously sort of bigger arena type areas, and then something in between. How does the sort of story progress through the universe?
Sure. So it's a narratively driven single-player campaign game. We do have one rail sequence at the beginning. It's a Jeep sequence that you've seen in footage, but the rest of the game plays as Deadpool, first-person action game, traversal, combat, range, melee, and basically you do have a sequential story. We have some spots in the game where you get to take a break, upgrade your weapons, which, by the way, we have amazing upgrades in the game. We don't just have like stat upgrades on our weapons. Like if Deadpool upgrades a sword, it could turn into a boomerang. If he upgrades his pistols, all of a sudden they shoot exploding bullets. So you get a little bit of time in between some levels to kind of do those upgrades, kind of figure out what you want to do next. And then we also have replayability features. Some people have seen maybe some doors in our demos. We're not talking about what those are just yet, but we do have some really cool replayability features.
Cool. I guess I was going to say, like, VR games are often kind of on the shorter side, and it's, that's fine because it can be a lot. It can be a lot to take in. But again, what sort of stuff are you adding for replayability in terms of, I guess, bonus missions, challenge modes, stuff like that?
So we do have some secrets that you can find that lead to secret levels. We have all the upgrades. We're going to have some special things that you can do that will unlock stuff. And I'm being super, mysterious. We'll talk about those pretty soon. And then we have those doors that lead to some content that players haven't quite, been introduced to yet. But we will soon. We're keeping some things to reveal a little bit later. But we really want players to feel like they can play through the game, but then go backwards and play levels that they like as much as they want. So the game has a lot of freedom in how you choose to play it. But I will say that it's a full-length campaign, so it's not just a little gimmicky experience. Like, it's a full, strong narrative. It's a great experience.
Right on. One thing I love in VR is doing incredibly mundane, like, little things. Like, again, you always say yes to the player. Just kind of little, almost like little gadgets you would encounter in the world. Can you tease any of the stuff that maybe it doesn't really sound exciting on paper, but that people are responding well to in the game?
Yeah, so one of the features that we have in the game is you can defeat enemies in special ways. Now, we don't tell you exactly how that works, but if you figure it out, sometimes you can get something out of defeating those enemies. So, for example, we have one type of enemy in the game. You defeat them. If you defeat them a certain way, one of their body parts becomes a grenade. Then you could use that as a weapon. So if you piece that together, it's actually super fun. You can take enemies' limbs. You can take their weapons. So we're trying to make it as interactive as possible. Same thing with your grapple gun. Your grapple gun isn't just for going from point to point at levels. You can grapple enemies. You can grapple weapons. It's trying to be as flexible as possible.
Right on. The movies have made some very good use of licensed music. Can we expect more bangers on the soundtrack? Can you talk about that at all?
So I'll say that our trailer is basically just the first little hint about how cool our soundtrack is. We're going to have some amazing music in the game. We have great voice actors, great music. It's an awesome experience. It's what you'd expect out of a Deadpool game. So it's going to be bombastic. It's going to have the gore. We're definitely going to be an M-rated game, we think. It's more than likely. We've got the jokes, we've got the fourth wall breaking, so put all that together with the badass music, kick-ass soundtrack, it'll be amazing.
Right on. You mentioned voice actors. Can we expect any other big names besides NPH?
So, yes, but we're not talking about them just now. I will say, though, when people hear the voice actors that we've lined up, they're going to be surprised.
Awesome. Well, I am dying to find out more. Thank you so much. Deadpool VR hits MetaQuest 3 and 3S later this year, and we've got tons more IGN Live ahead, so don't go anywhere.
IGN Live is presented by PlayStation Days of Play. Get the PlayStation 5 digital console with the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 bundle, starting at $399.99 while supplies last.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know.
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
You're watching IGN Live. Coming up, we're checking out Gwent, the Witcher card game, which is now an actual physical card game. And after that, we'll see another overlap of tabletop and video games when we talk to Wizards of the Coast about the new Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy crossover. Finally, then later, we're talking to the team behind HBO's The Last of Us Season 2. But right now, we're taking a look ahead at Season 2 of Peacock's original series, Twisted Metal. Check it out.
Live from the thumping heart of the universe, all contenders pit their skills against the most deadly dungeons, menacing monsters, and puzzling puzzles. Gather your pals, gear up, and hit the road to stardom in King of Meat!
Hi everyone, I'm Johnny Hopper, studio head at Glowmade, an independent game studio based in Guildford, just outside London in the UK. We've been hard at work on King of Meat, a co-op party platformer launching later this year on Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5, PC and Nintendo Switch. We're really excited to be part of IGN Live, to show you more about the game ahead of launch, and in particular to give you a sneak peek at the bananas content in the game's create mode. The game is set in the mystical world of Lorgok, a joyfully unhinged fantasy world, pitting you as a contender in a fictional TV show against challenging co-op dungeons. You and up to 3 other players must battle through cunning dungeons filled with puzzles to solve, challenges to master, and ridiculous monsters to fight. There will be around 100 official dungeons available for players at launch, and we already have a private community of players called the Constructor Collective who are building more dungeons for us. In King of Meat, there is also Create Mode, where players have the ultimate opportunity to express themselves by crafting their own dungeons to test fellow contenders.
Construct never leaves you empty-handed.
One of the things I'm most looking forward to is seeing all the wild and wacky creations that will come from the players in the game. Thanks again for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy your time with King of Meat.
This is IGN Live. Season 1 of Peacock's Twisted Metal series managed to faithfully adapt one of the most over-the-top and unhinged video game franchises of all time. And from the looks of things, Season 2 is not staying on cruise control. It is hitting the gas hard. Joining us now to clown around, spin his wheels, and hopefully not stay too quiet, please welcome Twisted Metal showrunner, executive producer, and writer, Michael Jonathan Smith.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for having me, Max.
Thanks for coming. You didn't come empty-handed either. You brought an exclusive, never-before-seen clip from Twisted Metal Season 2. Can you set it up for us?
That's right. Today we're going to be showing you your first ever look at the tournament.
Ooh. The Twisted Metal Tournament. All right. 3, 2, 1, go!
3, 2.
You were right. This guy does know how to put on a show.
1.
Let's rock!
Sure you're not worried about the kid?
Oh, I'm sure. She's not going anywhere without this.
Waiting minutes to do this.
I think you understood the assignment.
What'd you guys think?
So we got a lot of kind of fan favorite glimpses in there. You clearly were saving some of your toys to play with for season 2. Tell us a little bit about what we just saw. Some things to call out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, like John and Quiet are back. You know, Anthony Mackie and Stephanie are spectacular. Stephanie Beatrice are spectacular this season. And, you know, we just wanted to bring the tournament to life. We wanted to bring back fan favorites like Sweet Tooth. We wanted to bring back new guys, new enemies like Mr. Grimm and Axel, of course. Yeah, and we have a full roster. I mean, we have over 16 new drivers, and we kind of wanted to just bring the tournament to life. We wanted to bring cars, we wanted to bring weapons, we wanted to bring specials, and we just kind of wanted to feel like the tournament was just blown from the video game into real life.
I want to talk about Axel, because Axel's not really a car; he's kind of a car part.
Sure.
What can you tell us about bringing that character/vehicle to life? What is the practicality of that? Like, how does
Yeah, I mean, no, totally. I mean, that was the biggest thing was like, how do you do it, right? I mean, and I think for me, it's like everyone's expecting exactly what you said. A man stuck between two giant wheels, and we had to nail that. So we did it practically first. So we actually had a giant, over a ton, humongous rig that we built that we stuck the actor between. So it's real, it's practical. And then obviously when it's moving more than a few inches at a time, it becomes a CG creation.
That's probably the safer choice there.
Yes, I mean, yes. But it's a real thing. You're going to see it both real and CG. But we made it. It's real. You're going to see it a ton in the show. And I think you're going to love Axel as a character. We really wanted to stay true to the heartbreakingness of that character and his backstory, and I think you're gonna love what you see from the character.
Nice. Let's talk Calypso. You got Anthony Carrigan in there. People might know him as NoHo Hank. He was Zaz on Gotham. Tell us a little bit about sort of what he brings to the character as himself, and also, I guess, you know, how he nails the original and how he adds his own, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, Anthony Carrigan is a dream. He's just so funny, so exciting. He's also a humongous fan of the game. So when I called him to talk to him about the character, he just like leapt at it. I talked to him about like where the character goes, and he was just so excited. And I think so much of the character is like he's just having a blast. He's kind of standing in for the audience. He's like, oh, I get to play with these characters and see who dies. And I think like they're his plaything, and I think he really wants to put them through his paces. He has all these twists and turns ready for all the drivers. There's a little bit of what do you call it? Willy Wonka in him.
Ooh,
There's a little bit of, you know, wanting to see have all these like twists ready for everybody, for the audience, for you guys, for the drivers. He's gonna torture everybody, and he knows that, you know, one of them's gonna get their wish, and as we all know, it's never the way you think. So I think, you know, it's gonna be really fun to see. And as you can see, there's a little bit of more to the character as well, more to Calypso than we all know.
So let's talk about wishes and all that. We also got a glimpse of what looks like some grim magic happening in the trailer. I don't want to say that season 1 was grounded because it's got, you know, rocket launching ice cream trucks, but it seems like things are getting a little bit more out there for season 2. How are you striking that balance between like realism and surreal magic stuff?
I think season 1 was, we want to introduce the world where we're kind of taking our twist on Twisted Metal. Every Twisted Metal game is a little bit different. This is our iteration, right? And I think season 2, what I learned so much from Twisted Metal season 1 is we all love when Sweet Tooth lights his hair on fire. We want to see more of that. So we leaned, I think we leaned even more into what makes Twisted Metal Twisted Metal. You're gonna see more of the stuff of Sweet Tooth lighting his hair on fire. You're gonna see things like Grim catching a missile and launching it in another direction. We want to lean more into the stuff that makes our show, and Twisted Metal like that. So, and I think when it comes to the supernatural stuff, we really want to lean into like, is it supernatural, or is Calypso the kind of guy who's like, I know that there's going to be a solar eclipse, so I'm going to time it just right. And we really want to like make the audience kind of discuss that and have it, let it be up for interpretation.
Nice. What I love about the show is that there's actually a lot of Twisted Metal involved. There's a lot of practical effects. These are actual vehicles, and obviously you're using CG for some stuff so people don't get killed. Can you tell us a little about sort of what is like the biggest logistical hurdle with like actually blowing up cars and setting stuff on fire?
You get one take. I mean, honestly, it was really important to me as a fan of like action comedies and big action shows to do as much practical as possible. So everything you saw there, I mean, except for the missiles and bullets, was real. We had over 16 to 20 cars on an actual like runway driving practically. When we blew up cars, we had doubles. We had, I think, 4 to 6 roadkills built. So we had multiples of the cars that we knew we were going to be doing big stunts. When we blew up a car, we had 1 to 2 of them so we could get at least 2 takes. Sometimes we had 1 and we're like, here we go, let's see what happens. But for the most part, we had 1 shot at it, and we had multiple cameras to make sure we captured it the best we could.
That sounds like a really fun job, man. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Honestly, it rules, and when you see some of these stunts, I have to hats off. I have to call out our stunt coordinators who came from like the Fall Guy, and I mean, that movie's amazing. Our stunt team was incredible and really pulled off some amazing stuff. I mean, this is literally an amuse-bouche of what we have in store for you this year. I'm really stoked for you to see it.
Nice. Can you tease some of the more bizarre lore that's going to get rolled into the show? I guess you don't want to spoil it, but can you kind of just...
I mean, that's the thing. I don't want to spoil it because, like any good, Calypso has so much in store for you guys. But we really wanted to pull, first of all, the roster. We're pulling some deep cuts from all the games. You're going to see some surprises from, like, I can't believe they pulled that guy from Twisted Metal. We're gonna do some special weapons from the games. We have an entire storyline about getting your special. We have cars, of course, arenas. We have some special references to arenas that you remember from the games. I think we really wanted to make sure that if you're a hardcore Twisted Metal fan, we want you to point at the TV and be like, oh my God, I remember that.
Nice.
And I think it's super important for if you're a Twisted Metal fan that you recognize this stuff.
Nice. Well, let's talk Sweet Tooth, because he's voiced by Will Arnett, but played by Samoa Joe, but it's like those are two things kind of happening separately.
Totally.
Has Joe's performance changed at all since like seeing the finished product in season 1?
I mean, I think we saw that the fans loved what those guys did, and I think we leaned even more into it. I think that if you loved what they did this year, you're gonna love it even more. I mean, I think Joe is such a great, boisterous, physical performer, and it's so fun because we kind of let both actors do their thing. Like, Sweet Tooth is a beautiful Venn diagram of both these incredibly talented performers, and I think you're just gonna love what both these guys do.
Awesome. Well, Twisted Metal is jam-packed with pop culture references. You got a bunch of really fun stuff in there. The hot thing right now in video games is just throwing all sorts of pop culture characters in as guest appearances. So I've actually prepared a few pop culture crossover guest contestants for Twisted Metal, taking some iconic celebrity vehicles and giving them the sort of the Twisted Metal treatment. So I figured our audience could pick one that could be a contestant in Twisted Metal, and then you can tell me how you would get that vehicle out of there. How would you dispose of it? So, all right, first up, we have an iconic sheepdog. It is the Mutt Cutter. It's the Dumb and Dumber dog car, but it's got chainsaws and knives and a katana on it. So it's what do you think about that? Is that a yeah? All right, so. We also got Chitty Chitty Bang 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 Bang, which is the flying car from the Dick Van Dyke movie, except it's got like Tomahawk missiles and a tank. You think that would fly? All right, we got the Recto 1, the Ghostbusters car. Oh, okay, all right. We got some Ghostbusters fans here. All right, then we got Knife Rider, which is it's Kit from Knight Rider, but with an enormous kitchen knife bungeeing to the roof. I think it would fall off. Looks like it's coming back from a really big IKEA, you know, just. And then we have the Misery Machine, which is the Mystery Machine. Oh. Okay, that's another contender right there. And then we have Herdy the Hate Bug, who's Herbie the Love Bug, but he eats people now. All right, I think the two contenders I heard there were the Recto 1 and the Misery Machine. All right, so you can have Scoob and the gang paying you a visit. I think that was the clear winner. We heard some, yeah. You got some meddling kids.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think this is an easy one for Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth would see that goddamn dog. I think Sweet Tooth would come after that dog, put the dog down, would say, I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Lean his head into the fire, light it up, and put the dog down.
Oh, I like that. I'm into it.
Yeah.
Sweet Tooth would, Sweet Tooth blowing up the Mystery Machine.
Oh, and obviously he would rip all of the Mystery Machine's faces off, too. I mean, like as if they were masks.
It was a human skeleton the whole time. I should have known. I love it. Thank you so much. This is awesome. I'm dying to see Twisted Metal Season 2.
Oh, I can't wait for you to see
also,
it.
you got Dragula in there.
I had to get Dragula in there.
Yes.
And before I go, I just want to say, we wouldn't be coming back if it wasn't for all of you guys, if it wasn't for the fans. You guys watched the show, loved the show, shared the show. You're going to love Season 2, so can't wait for you all to see it, so thank you. July 31st on Peacock.
All right. Season 2 of Twisted Metal premieres July 31st exclusively on Peacock, and there's lots more IGN Live coming up after this.
Thank you, Max.
Ryan McCaffrey with IGN, joined by IGN tech editor Michael Hyam. Big Xbox announcement, Michael. We've got a handheld, an X-Boy, if you will. It's not actually called that, but it's we've just seen it revealed. And let's just get down to the nitty-gritty. We learned the basics already. What are the specs of this thing? Like, is it going to play our Xbox games in a way that looks good and runs well?
Well, first off, it is a very powerful handheld PC that's using the AMD Ryzen AI Z2 Extreme processor. Now, if you've been following how PC handhelds have been, that is probably one of the most powerful handheld processors out there right now. And there's two models. There's the Xbox Ally and the Xbox Ally X. That's the more expensive model. That second one right there is using the Z2 Extreme. And I got hands-on with it, and it is very, very powerful. This thing is more powerful than a Switch 2, than a Steam Deck, than the previous previous ROG Ally. So this is Asus and Xbox collaborating together on the hardware front and bringing sort of that PC power to a handheld. Now, there's much more we can get into, but I think the important part when it comes to specs, instead of getting into like all the PC gaming terminology, which some people will be familiar with, I think it's important to understand that it is a 1080p screen, IPS panel, 120 hertz with VRR. So
all right.
Yeah, it looks really, really good.
And you got to go hands-on with it. Like, you actually got to try this thing out. So, key question, what'd you think? Like, was it impressive?
I think from a technical perspective, it was very impressive. I played Gears of War Reloaded, and I got to see it running the Xbox app in the background. That's the only thing I got to experience, but I will say it was running full 1080p, all high settings, solid 60 frames per second. So you will get that level of performance from the handheld. From an ergonomic perspective, I think it's interesting because it's a little bit more bulky, even more bulky than Asus ROG Ally, the previous model, because the grips are essentially chopped off Xbox controllers. And so it's the system itself is bulky, but you're going to get that full controller feel. And I think that's one of the things that have been lacking in other handheld PCs like the previous Asus ROG Ally, and maybe the Switch 2 to some extent. The Steam Deck really nailed the ergonomics, and I think that the Xbox Ally X and the Xbox Ally are really locking in on the ergonomic perspective. So portability, I'm not sure, but in terms of like the gameplay experience, it's really good.
And I know it's software dependent, but did they give any hint on battery life of like what kind of range we can expect on this thing?
So we got the battery specs, but they're still in the middle of testing. So that's the one thing we asked was what is battery life, because this thing is powerful. So the Xbox Ally has a 60 watt-hour battery. The Xbox Ally X has an 80 watt-hour battery.
All right.
So make with that what you will, but they are in the middle of testing. From my perspective, I think battery life is going to be one of the contentious things. I don't want to put too much stock into battery life on something that is as powerful as this. Even using the previous Asus ROG Ally, putting that into turbo mode and overclocking the specs on that thing, it's going to drain the battery. But I think it has enough power to where you can set it to a lower wattage and still get really good performance. But that is yet to be determined.
All right, can you give me some actual numbers for this thing for those of us that like to keep track of exactly what kind of numbers we're looking at?
Yeah, so the Xbox Ally base level model has 16 gigabytes of RAM and a 512 gigabyte SSD.
Okay.
The Xbox Ally X, the upper tier version, comes with a 1 terabyte solid state drive and 24 gigabytes of RAM.
Nice.
And that's pretty good. Like that's kind of what you expect from a top tier handheld device or laptop or any gaming device really. So you are going to get a lot of RAM, you're going to get a lot of storage. And if you get the base level Xbox Ally, 512 gigabytes is going to
go quick.
It's going to go pretty quick. So storage is something I'm paying attention to in terms of if it's expandable, but that is what these two models are working with.
So kind of the other key question from actually you getting to use this thing is, I mean, Microsoft's whole campaign now is, this is an Xbox, everything's an Xbox, but is this running an Xbox kernel basically, or is it just a cleverly disguised Windows 11 handheld device?
It's both. It's kind of both. I had some hesitancy when they said that this is still running Windows in the background. I was like, ooh, that's one of the weak parts of a handheld PC is when they have to run Windows.
Because it's a hog, right? Like compared to Steam OS, which is pretty lean and mean.
So they understood that, and so they're running a modified version of Windows that cuts out all the unnecessary tasks and operations and processes.
Almost like a Dreamcast running Windows CE, right?
Yeah. So it cuts out all the nonsense because that is one of the weak parts of the previous Asus handheld, and runs a modified version of the Xbox PC app.
Okay.
So when you boot this thing up, it boots straight into the Xbox app, and it's been modified to navigate with a controller. I think there's still some snags I'm running into in terms of like how to navigate that. It's not final. This is still an early build, but I think that's one aspect that they do need to work on is how to navigate that app. It's much better than navigating on like a tablet for now, but there's still room for improvement. But I will say that they have considered all aspects of PC gaming. So you do get the Xbox app, and that's primarily what this thing is going to be working off of. But you are able to aggregate other libraries. So Steam, GOG, Epic, you will be able to import your games into the Xbox app so you can boot them straight from that app without having to open up other apps. And so I guess that's one way in which they're keeping things pretty like slim, lean, streamlined. That's the thing that I was concerned about most, and I think they're getting it right.
All right, so I just built a new Windows 11 desktop gaming PC, and that's kind of a whole other video, but there are some things about Windows 11 that are just baked in that I can't seem to get rid of. And so did they speak to that at all on a device that's meant to be very optimized for battery life, for performance? Like, what do we got?
Yeah. So I mentioned that they have slimmed down Windows and focused on the Xbox app. But I think around that too, there's a lot of concern about things like Asus's own software suite called Armory Crate. If you used the ROG Ally in the past, you know how bloated and how hard to navigate it used to be. That's still in this device, but I will say that they understood the assignment. You do have the Xbox button, which pulls up the Xbox app as if it is an Xbox console. So it's easy to navigate in that way, but you also get that Armory Crate integration in there. But I do think it's important to have that on some level, because that's where you can control like the wattages, how much battery life you're using, and kind of tune your performance for this thing. So it still has levels of that. I only got to mess around with it a little bit, but so far I think it is a smart version of previous Armory Crate. If you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. It's just a way to tweak your settings and stuff. I wish we didn't have to use that particular app itself, but I think if we do have to use it, this is a smart integration of it. One thing though, when you're talking about Windows too, is that they're using the Ryzen AI processor. And so that means there's gonna be
You just said AI, which all the commenters are immediately, they're all typing right now.
You hate to see it. But that is something that they are pushing with these processors, and you see things like Copilot on Windows. So
that's one of the things that I would talk about in that other video of things that annoy me. Anyway, please continue.
Let me tell you about Copilot. There is a version of Copilot on this device, and they weren't able to speak to it too much because I think they're still working on what that actually looks like and how it functions. But there is going to be some version of Copilot that works as they pitched it as, oh, you can ask Copilot if you need like advice on like game guides or whatever.
I don't want to do that.
Yo, if
can we just have it not take up any resources on this thing whatsoever? That would be great. That would be ideal.
If we can direct them over to the IGN wikis though, that'd be pretty sick though. But no, we didn't get to see how it works, but that is something to anticipate. And I think that's one of the concerns that I will be paying attention to as we learn more and as things develop with the Xbox Ally and Xbox Ally X.
All right, well, what about weight, Michael? Because from what you're saying and from just looking at it in the video, it is not a small device. Is this going to be like carrying around a boulder in my backpack when I travel with it?
I will say, in my hands, it didn't feel heavy. So it didn't feel like I'm holding a brick or whatever, because it looks heavy. Don't get me wrong. The last thing you want is for your arms to get tired as you're holding it. I don't think that's going to be a concern. And if it is, get your weight up. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just playing with you.
Hit the gym.
No, I'm just
work on that upper body.
I'm just messing with y'all. I think this is probably as light as it could possibly be. Granted, how much technology and how much power and battery life is packed into this thing. It's as light as possible, but it is by no means, it's not like a Switch or anything.
I know you had a limited time with it, but I think maybe like I've got a Steam Deck. I think Steam Deck's may be the baseline for this for now. Could you roughly compare it to the weight?
Maybe a little bit heavier than a Steam Deck. Compared to if you ever use an Asus ROG Ally, that thing is dense. It's not heavy, but it is dense. And I think this thing is dense, which kind of speaks to like the way it's manufactured. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be any heavier than what we've already used.
From everything you've said, I have what is a very large number with a $sign in front of it. Like, did they give you any indication on price? And assuming not at this stage, what's your best guess?
No price yet. It is coming out in holiday 2025. That's what they said, holiday 2025. So you will see this thing this year. No price, but I have some sneaking suspicions on how much this thing will be. It's going to be expensive. Let me tell you that much, because the Z2 Extreme processor that's some high level stuff, and you gotta pay top dollar for that. And the first Asus ROG Ally was not cheap either, and things have only gotten more expensive. I'm gonna guess. Again, this is just a guess. I don't got any insider
Don't try this at home, kids.
Yeah.
We have a professional here.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that the Xbox Ally X will probably go for maybe $800. And maybe the lower level, the regular Xbox Ally will probably be $600 or $650.
Okay.
Like, these are powerful PCs basically, and people pay top dollar for gaming PCs. this is kind of in that tier. It's kind of a technical marvel in terms of packing that power into a handheld. So you pay a premium for that as well.
But if I can take my Game Pass library anywhere I go, that might be worth it for me.
It's pretty sick, yeah. And thinking a little bit outside of the handheld itself, now when you look at the market now, where you have Steam Deck, you have a Switch 2, you have a previous Switch, every MSI has their own thing.
Yeah.
Every PC manufacturer under the umbrella has their own handheld. And so Asus has been in this game for a while now. They're very good at what they do, but, it's kind of there's just a lot of options out there, and is it able
That's a good thing, though. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it could be a good thing, but also you might struggle with being able to stand out. But I do think the small things like the ergonomics, like the Xbox integration, and that Z2 processor, I think those are the things that are going to really help it stand out from all the handhelds that we can choose from. I'm excited to see more of this thing, to see how it advances, how the Xbox app runs in future updates.
To benchmark it on some actual current.
Yeah, and I would love to benchmark that thing on something actually graphically demanding.
Let's see what Doom: The Dark Ages does.
Yeah, it would. I have high hopes though, because they're working with some serious power on this one.
All right, well, we'll have a lot more on the Xbox handheld in the coming weeks and months. But in the meantime, for all things Xbox, you're already in the right place right here at IGN.
IGN Live is presented by Mind's Eye. Pre-order now.
Lisa, how are you going that fast? You don't even have an actual driver's license.
Let me show you a little something I learned in the 1900s.
She's on a wall. She's on a wall. Lisa, get down. You're not allowed to be up there. No. Yes! Lisa!
I'm gonna feel that tomorrow. You know, guys, it's nice playing with power, but this is better because now we're playing together.
Super together. Nintendo Switch 2.
All together, anytime, anywhere.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion 7i. Lenovo Legion.
Starting at $399.99. Some say you can't have it all. Clearly, they've never been here. Play the unmissable on PlayStation 5. Rated RP2M.
PlayStation.
This ship collected 5 different life forms from the darkest corners of the universe. Each one a unique, deadly species. Monsters.
You're watching IGN Live. 10 years after its debut in The Witcher 3, the popular card game Gwent is finally coming to real life. Here to tell me all about it is Pearl Shu from No Loading Games. Welcome.
Hi.
And you are standing in front of something very cool looking. This is
we'll get to it.
This is the deluxe edition of Gwent?
That is correct.
Okay.
An exclusive first look. We're doing it for this segment. No one's seen it until now.
It's very, very cool.
Yeah.
So Gwent, physical card games coming out soon, September, I believe. It's rolling out as a living card game rather than a collectible card game. What was your thought process behind presenting it this way?
Yeah, well, like you said, it's been 10 years since The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt came out. So together with CD Projekt Red, we wanted to give something for the fans, something fun. And what better fun way to commemorate than with Gwent that came from this RPG? I think it's something like 60 million fans have played Gwent in The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. And so we wanted something where you pick up the box and then you can immediately just lay down those cards.
Well, I am one of those 63 million fans that played Gwent in Witcher 3 and in the standalone game. Now, of course, digital card games can keep track of a lot of stuff, a lot of mechanics for you. So how are you looking to streamline some of those ideas in the physical game?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we do have scoring ladders that's set up in the board. So we might talk about it later when I do an unboxing, but we have a paper game board, and there is a scoring ladder. You're going to have scoring tokens. So every turn, players can calculate how much power their army is. We also have gem counters for when you lose a round, you lose a gem. If you've lost 2 gems, you've lost them all, you've lost the game.
You're cooked.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's start unboxing. This is the deluxe edition. We'll get to that in a moment. You wanted to start here with the standard edition, I believe.
Yeah, let's do that.
Start opening this up.
All right.
So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to have you talk and unbox at the same time, unless you want to speak to what we find here in the box.
Okay,
right now.
so we have the game mode book. We also will have a rule book. That's right now in the deluxe box. We have the paper game board that I was talking about. Let me quickly open it. It's for 2 players.
Wow.
So this is the scoring ladder I was talking about here. Thank you. And you have your battlefield, the 3 rows here, the 3 rows down here. You have leader, your deck, your discard pile, and in the back, a very nice poster. Look at that surprise.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah. They love it. They love it. We got some real fans here.
Oh, I love it.
Cool.
All right.
Okay.
And then this is another copy of the scoring because, again, like you said, this is a manual scoring. Right. It's important. And we have the gem counters, the point trackers, where if you flip it, it's 100. And then the coin that you flip to decide who starts the game. And then in the box, let me put this under, you have 436 cards. So you can really deck build with this.
Yeah.
We have all 5 factions, and this is where your accessories are going to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you want to show off any of the cards?
Oh, yeah, I can show here. Why don't we do a classic?
Classic.
A classic Geralt Northern.
I know this guy.
I think people many do.
So this is the standard one. You also have a foil version of
We do.
Geralt
So
over here, right?
let me pull out these 2 so people can see. So these foil cards are 10 neutral heroes from the Ballad Heroes DLC. You'll see they're both Geralt. They're the exact same description, same power. The only difference is it's an alternative art here, and it's foil, of course. And so Geralt, because he's a neutral character, does appear in all 5 factions. This is just Northern Realms to give people an example.
And where would players obtain the foil cards?
The foil cards, you can buy them in a pack of 10 for the faction.
Got it.
We are also currently running a promo on our website that if you subscribe to our newsletter, or I think you can just go in on our website, you get a pack of 5 randomly generated. I know some people like the excitement, the thrill of that, which of the 50 you're going to get.
Yeah.
But yes, you can buy a pack of 10. If you know you have a favorite faction, you can go ahead and get those alternative artwork.
Cool. So then there's the deluxe edition.
Yes. So let's start here at the top down. Here we have beautiful velvet lining. You're going to find your rule book and the game mode book, of course. Then in here you have all 436 cards, same as the standard retail, but you will note that the size is different. So again, let's use good old Geralt as an example here.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, you'll see it's the same artwork. Again, everything's the same. It's just this is a poker size, standard trading card game size, and in the deluxe we have the tarot size. So let me put that back. And then you might be wondering, hey, there's a 6th. What's that doing there? That's going to be the Ballad booster packs. So the box is going to come with all 50 already in it, and this is the slot that it's going to go in.
Copy.
And also, I know some people are going to ask already, it will fit the card sleeved.
Oh, wow. Great. You thought of everything.
We're trying to, you know? Yeah. This also, I do want to mention, this is an early prototype, so we're going to have some little differences as we finalize what it looks like, but these are the details that were really important to us and are really important to the fans, so we're glad it's here. You have the compartment for the accessories.
Right.
And in here, oh my gosh, a little pouch. What is in this pouch?
Let's find out.
It is the accessories. And so, as you saw earlier, it's cardboard in the standard version. Here you have the acrylic rubies, and you have a metal Witcher coin. If you want to flip it,
Yeah.
again, that's how people are going to decide who starts the game. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. So let's put that back where it belongs. And then down here, you have 4 panels. And if I carefully slide one out here, this is 1/4 of the wooden board. It's engraved.
Just a fourth.
Yeah, just a 4th, because it is for 2 players, just like the paper game board in the retail. So here you see the start of like your 3 battlefield. It's sized for the tarot card. So if I put good old
Nice.
here, he fits
Yeah.
right there. And then you see your scoring ladder here, right? For like, so if you had Geralt, you put 1 token here, and then 1 for the 5 for 15. Your deck, your discard pile, and then all of them connect with these little magnets.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And then you would just slide it back when you're done with it.
And then
like that.
I'm not sure. Yeah, if everyone can read it right here, there's an engraving that says, "How about a round of Gwent?"
How about
Very
it?
cool. Nice little detail. And so I think for the physical game, you've introduced a new game mode. Is that right?
We've introduced multiplayer game modes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, of course. So in Gwent, right, classic, it's 1 versus 1. And then we were looking at this. We have 436 cards. You have 5 factions. I think we could cook a little here. So we have 2 versus 2. So for example, we could be a team against another team of 2. We would each have our own faction, but we would share the battlefield. And we would share a discard pile, and you can look at each other's cards. So strategies are about to go really ham.
Cool.
We also then have a free-for-all, and that's 3 to 5 players. So everyone can grab a faction,
Wow.
and you're against everyone all at the same time.
Wow.
It's pretty chaotic,
Yeah.
but it's a lot of fun. And yeah, it's all detailed in the game modes book, so players can read up on that.
Do you have a favorite faction?
Ooh, what a question.
On the spot.
I'm the type of player that like I like to play with different factions. Currently, I am enjoying monsters because you can muster up so many. Like you have 1 card and then you can muster up the rest. It's pretty fun, and it looks visually imposing too.
Yeah.
So you look pretty hard.
Do you have a favorite card within Monsters?
Oh, well, within monsters, it's going to have to be one that musters.
Okay.
So, yeah, like vampire, right?
Cool.
You take 1, and then this symbol is the muster effect. So then you would, as it says here, find all the vampires in your deck or hand. So in that 1 move, you then add like 4 other cards. And it's pretty visually imposing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can you share what your plans are for booster packs?
Yeah. Well, like I said earlier, the booster packs are 50 in total because it's 10 neutral heroes across all 5 factions. Players can either collect all 50, only just the ones in the faction you want. They're just alternative artwork, so it's not like you're missing out. Like all these heroes do exist in every faction already in the game that you have. Right. But it's just something nice to look at. And it looks cool, and it makes your deck legendary because it's from the Ballad Heroes DLC.
So obviously, it's a great. You got modes for 2 to 5 players, but you can also play Gwent solo.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
So we have a very important question here. Could this be played in a bathtub?
You know, I'm
people want to know. They want to know. And it's not too late to add in the rulebook how to play Gwent in a bathtub.
I'm not even going to pass judgment, right? Because, again, like I said, we want you to be able to play Gwent anytime, anywhere. Where that is for you, I'm not going to judge. I would probably advise that you have faction card sleeves for some measure of waterproofness here.
Well, I never said there would be water in the bathtub.
Oh.
You could just play in a dry bathtub, right? I think. Hey.
That's on me. That's on me.
Okay, if someone has never played Gwent before, how are you thinking about onboarding new players? Obviously, there's the rulebook, but...
Yeah, so we do have initiation decks within each faction. So what that means is there are some cards here. Let me see if I can find some that have a white star in the lower left corner. So if you see here, Mysterious Elf has a white star. You can play him in a regular deck building mode, but in initiation, there are a handful of cards that make up a deck. and they're noted by the white star. And so what that means is when you decide to pick up Gwent, maybe you're like a huge fan, and you're like, hey guys, like I want to play with you, and they're like, oh, I don't know deck building, I've never built a deck before. You just give them this initiation deck, they shuffle it, take 10 cards, and then that helps them just learn the abilities, the faction unique abilities, and they can just get right into it, and after a couple of rounds, you're a Gwent master.
Cool, Gwent master. Okay, we have a very special opportunity for a Gwent superfan here. You've got a bit of trivia. And I think we've got a Witcher fan who's going to answer one trivia question. And if you get it right, they will win the deluxe Gwent game, courtesy of the IGN store, coming out later this summer. Right? So, we have our super fan right here. Hello, sir. Can we make sure his microphone is on? Can you let us know your name?
Hi, how you doing? My name's Hinaro.
All right, welcome. Oh, here's your trivia question, Pearl.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Here we go. A question only a super fan would know.
What is the name of Geralt's horse?
Oh, Roach.
There you go.
Congratulations.
You have won. You have won a deluxe edition of the Gwent card game. Congratulations. Thank you for playing. Well, Pearl, this all looks so cool. Actually, like I was saying earlier, I'm a fan of Gwent. I've played it before, but it's been a few years. But this makes me want to get back into it and start playing it in real life. What's the age recommendation? Because I have kids.
Oh.
What's the age recommendation? Do you know?
I'm pretty sure it's on the box. There we go. 14 plus.
Okay, well, in 10 years I can play with my kids. But I am looking forward to play. It's very cool. Thank you so much for coming by the Spotlight stage here.
Thank you for having me. This is great.
Yeah. Here's hoping Gwent keeps growing forever. We've got lots more on IGN Live ahead, so don't go anywhere.
IGN Live is presented by FX's Alien Earth. Premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN Live. In recent years, Magic the Gathering has really lived up to its name by becoming quite a party for different pop culture properties. And the latest crossover has brought Final Fantasy into the mix. Here to tell us all about it, please welcome principal designer Gavin Verhey and executive producer Zakil Gordon. one more thing. We also have 2 lucky fans who are unpacking both starter decks from the new set. This one right here. And they're very lucky because that's not out yet. But we will be checking on them in a little bit. But first, let's learn more about it. Why is Final Fantasy the best crossover you guys have ever done? I'm going to make you admit to that. All the other crossovers, good, but not as good. Why is this one the best?
Well, it's Final Fantasy.
Yes.
That really helps. You know? Yeah, that's right. Final Fantasy. We've been working on this set for about 5 years. That's when this whole thing kicked off, right, Zakiel?
Yeah, we've been working on this for 5 years. Everyone on the team are lifelong Final Fantasy fans. We've all been playing Final Fantasy for collectively more than 20 years, from the designers, our art directors, everyone, business development. The entire studio is just like, I've been playing Final Fantasy for even longer than I've been playing Magic. So it means so much to me personally and professionally to make sure it was awesome and exciting. And
like in
really
some ways, we made the set for 5 years.
Yes.
In some ways, we made it for 20 years, right?
Yes.
Because we all grew up playing these games, and they're such a big part of all of our lives, and probably your lives too, right? Yeah.
Well, on that note, I gotta ask, what are your favorite games from that series?
All right, I'm gonna go with a pick. Not everyone has the same opinion, and you can be wrong, that's fine. My pick is Final Fantasy IX. I love Final Fantasy IX. There we go. I love Final Fantasy IX. I've always loved that game. And as the lead designer, I got to put my thumb on the scale a little bit, which is why you get like Mythic Rare VV and some other cool stuff hanging out in the set.
My favorite Final Fantasy is not just my favorite Final Fantasy, it's my favorite video game of all time.
Period.
And that is Final Fantasy X.
Oh, I think 9 got a bigger cheers, Zakiel.
Yeah, they're haters.
10 is my favorite too. So,
Awesome.
but they're also good, and I'm glad that they're all getting included in this. But how did you decide which existing cards would get reworked with the new Final Fantasy art? And how did you decide which of the amazing art or artists to use?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll start with kind of the process we use to figure out what to put in the set. So we took all the Final Fantasy games, we looked at all of them, 15 at the time, 16 of course came out during the development cycle, so we snuck that one in there. And we made a spreadsheet with all the heroes, all the villains, all the cast, all the party members, all the items, all the story moments we could possibly want. And we tiered them out into 3 tiers. Tier 1 was like, you gotta have it. This is Cloud, Sephiroth, like the heroes of every game, the villains of every game, you gotta have that. And then the next tier is like, okay, well that's kind of in the middle somewhere. It's like a cool side party member or a neat story moment. And then tier 3 are like the deep cuts, you know? This is like guy speaking beaver on Commune with Beavers, right?
Yes,
this is like,
yes.
if you know Final Fantasy II, you were gonna love this. And we wanted to get all of it in there from all 16 games, so every game is represented. There's a bit of love from every game in the set, and you have something from, you know, the most iconic characters to truly some deep cuts that you would be like, wow, I cannot believe they put that on a Magic card. It's very cool.
I love that you took care of all the esoteric choices you could make, because you can. What are some of the brand new cards designed for Commander format?
Oh man, there's so many great cards for Commander. I mean, the set has like around 100 legends in it. There's also 4 Commander decks you can pick up, which by the way, they're awesome. Each deck is based on a different game. There's one on 10, 14, 6, and 7. And so if you buy it, almost everything in the deck, basically everything besides the lands, is themed to that game. So if you buy the 7 deck, it's like you're looking at the whole story of Final Fantasy VII play out before your eyes, which is absolutely fantastic. So there's some really amazing legends there, lots of cool new Commander cards. I know for me personally, as a 9 fan, I'm gonna go build a VV deck, which might be a little cracked. We'll see what happens, but
Yeah.
it's gonna be cool.
It's going to be very exciting. And, you know, as you mentioned, we really chose those decks to kind of represent different eras within Final Fantasy. FF6, kind of early SNES, Final Fantasy VII for PlayStation 1, Final Fantasy X PS2, and then, of course, MMO audience for Final Fantasy 14. So we tried to really kind of get the entire breadth of the entire franchise in our product lineup.
Well, you said Vivi was the leader of the 9 deck. How did you pick which characters would lead each deck?
Oh, that's really, really tough. So when we were looking at the 4 Commander decks, right? So we're looking at 10, we're like, we gotta have Tidus lead it, right? Like he's the protagonist, makes a lot of sense. It was that or Yuna, those were kind of our choices, right? Final Fantasy VII, you gotta have Cloud and the Buster Sword on the front of the deck. That's absolutely critical. Final Fantasy 14 we talked about for a while, but eventually Ashtola, you know, is a great character that players love. And then for 6, Terra, just so iconic, right? So we got all those in there. But there's so many other legends inside the deck, right? If you want a cool Sephiroth, there's a Sephiroth inside the Final Fantasy VII deck. If you want a Celis, you can find Celis in the Final Fantasy VI deck. So it really is like seeing the whole story, the whole game play out before your eyes.
Were there any cards that you really wanted to include, but you just couldn't make it work?
So many.
Yeah, the big challenge of trying to bring Final Fantasy into Magic is, again, we were going for the entire mainline series. So Final Fantasy 1 starting in 1987 to 16 going up until a year and a half ago. That was a self-imposed limitation on our side just to make sure we really did those games justice. Of course, there's a lot of fun spin-offs and all kinds of other things throughout the series. But in order to get this right and to do justice by all those mainline games, we limited it to those core games, which left out a couple of fan favorite characters, but that was part of the design.
And the thing is, we were covering so many games, there's only so many cards in the set, right? We could have made a set twice the size and still not hit everybody people wanted because there are so many iconic characters. And when you're building a Magic set, you gotta have your spells, your commons, your artifacts, so not everything can be a legendary character. So we got as much in as we could, and with stuff like the commander decks and the cool bonus sheet full of awesome concept art that is amazing. We got in a lot of really, really cool stuff. But for me personally, having to leave Ico on the sidelines killed me as a 9 fan, but yeah, hard choices have to get made. Hard choices have to get made.
Well, I want to talk about the bonus sheet through the ages. Tell me more about it, and the borderless cards if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Through the Ages bonus sheet was something that we made halfway through development as we're really studying about what they made. We're using a lot of the existing assets and concept art to bring many of these characters to life within Magic. As we were referencing these iconic pieces by Yoshitaka Amano, Tetsuya Nomura, there was nothing cooler than, I think, we came into a meeting one day and we're just like, guys, not only is this art just amazing, we should just put these on cards. Like a Sephiroth as an Atraxa is like the coolest card that we could make, so let's just do it and have fun.
I remember you called me into a meeting, you're like, Gavin, we got the concept art, we can use the concept art, how are we going to use this? Because it's so iconic, right? That is amazing, amazing art. It had to go somewhere. So great call, Ezekiel, great call.
I want to talk about this all day, but I think it's actually time for us to check back in with our lucky fans and see what cards they found in their decks. These cards aren't even available yet, so you guys are among the first to get your hands on these. That's right, that's why we come to IGN, folks. Jada, what do we have?
Well, gentlemen, here at Hector and Sadie, they're vigorously going through these decks looking for all these cards. There's some really cool ones. What we got here, Hector? Anything cool stand out for you yet?
We
got Sephiroth. Woo! Sephiroth! How about you, Sadie? What'd you find? Rosa? Yeah, Rosa, Resolute White Mage.
Nice.
Some really cool cards. What else we got? Keep going, keep flipping through. See what else we got in here.
We got any golden chocobos?
Any chocobos? Any chocobos in here? No chocobos. No chocobos yet.
All right,
you guys have to buy some boosters to get some chocobos.
That's right.
I mean, I think that shows the spread right there, right? You're Rosa for Final Fantasy IV, Sephiroth for Final Fantasy VII, two characters that you would never see together in a normal Final Fantasy game, but here you can play them side by side or fight each other, It's a lot of the fun. And there are lots of chocobos in the set. If you like chocobos, we got chocobos.
There are a lot of chocobos.
Well, thank you both for joining me today. I can't wait to maybe see if there's a loose one of these starter decks backstage. Magic the Gathering's Final Fantasy cards go on sale June 13th, and you can grab a pack wherever card games are sold. But right now, more IGN Live. Stick around.
IGN Live is presented by PlayStation Days of Play. Get the PlayStation 5 digital console with a Call of Duty Black Ops 6 bundle, starting at $399.99 while supplies last.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You're watching IGN Live. Coming up very soon, we've got a look at Norse Oath of Blood, a new turn-based tactics game that's packed with enough Vikings to fill one of those really long Viking boats. You know what that is. Then we've got gameplay deep dives on The Outer Worlds 2 and FBC Firebreak. But right now, the second season of HBO's The Last of Us just came to an end, and we've got some of the folks behind it coming by to help us unpack what we all just went through. Stick around because more IGN Live is on the way.
What about these heists? We Ocean's 11 or The Sopranos?
What's the difference?
I'm only doing this because I have to. Not because I'm a bad person.
You're joking, right? Everyone you're talking about is a criminal, including you.
No, I'm not. I'm an engineer. What I'm building is
important?
Iconic.
Look, anyone who's ever accomplished anything iconic in life has had to do some questionable things to get it done. Before my hood, I was a nobody. But with it, maybe a little unsavory, but yeah, I'm unstoppable.
What's up, everybody? Who is excited to celebrate the creators of The Last of Us? All right, everybody, please join me in welcoming the incredible craftspeople to the stage. First up, we have co-composer David Fleming. Editor Timothy Good. VFX supervisor Alex Wang. Production designer Don McCauley. Costume designer Ann Foley. Cinematographer Cassinia Soretta. And of course, we have co-creator and executive producer Craig Mazin. All right, did everybody like my hokey pokey while we were inviting everybody on stage?
It's so green.
Welcome, everybody.
Thank you.
We are so excited to have you all here today to celebrate the absolutely gorgeous season 2 of The Last of Us. Craig, at the beginning of this season, you and I talked about adapting the unadaptable. Can you talk about how each of these wonderful creators helped make that happen?
They didn't. I've actually never met them. The truth is that Neil and I are vastly overcredited for the success of the show. We obviously work really hard on it, and everything that we do draws from the source material, but these are the people that bring it to life and put it together, and they deserve so much credit. I'm so happy that you guys get to meet them today. the beauty of the lighting from Ksenia and the incredible smorgasbord of 1,000 costumes from Anne, the world that Dawn builds from wood and steel and concrete and dolomite and possibly asbestos, and then all Alex does is create the impossible out of ones and zeros and does these beautiful things that move us. Tim puts it all together in ways that are surprising and moving, and then David adds this gorgeous melody to everything. And all of it is necessary. All of it makes the show what it is, and they all deserve a round of applause for everything they've done.
Some of you have been here since season 1, some of you have just come in season 2. Regardless of how long you've been with the show, talk to all of us about your favorite episode to work on and what made it so special.
I'll start.
There you go.
Weirdly, there's so many, but the one that really was my favorite was Long Time, the Bill and Frank episode. That was like, honestly, it was, from the moment I read that script that Craig wrote, it was just like, this is incredible. Never read anything like that in my life. And was terrified to put it together because, like, if I don't do it right, we're gonna lose. So, but ultimately we won, and it was a great episode. So that was my favorite.
I would say it's a toss-up between episode 2 and 6. In 2, obviously getting to do close to 600 fittings with the infected, even the residents of Jackson, was such an accomplishment that my team amazingly pulled off beautifully. But also in episode 6, I loved seeing Ellie's arc from a 15-year-old to a 19-year-old and getting to show that through her costumes. It was wonderful. It's one of the things I'm the most proud about.
All right. I'd say pretty much like any episode, I'm so excited to bring it to screen. And you know, with The Last of Us, it's very hard because the original material is already so beautiful and it sets such a, high bar for the level of visual storytelling and overall lighting and composition, everything. So a lot of times when you're trying to, find like cinematic tools to put that on the screen, it's very challenging to kind of, bring it closer. But I'd say from season 2, episode 6 for sure is very special for me, and especially, the space capsule sequence was very exciting. I was really looking forward to creating that.
I'd have to go with 6 as well. I think there's something pretty special about when Neil's directing, because he's lived with, well, Craig as well, but Neil's lived with this for decades, basically, knows this stuff inside out. So, there's a certain, it's just, honestly, it's great to see. There was one time in particular where he and Hallie Gross, his co-writer, were walking out of the Space Museum after it was lit and dressed, and they were literally almost in tears. It was so emotional for them, and he describes a lot of these sets as, surreal to walk into when they're done in real life. So I take a lot of, joy out of that and seeing his face in particular.
I think for me, it damn nearly killed me, but episode 2 for sure. Just the amount of visual effects was a lot of fun and a big challenge for all of our team, the vendors, but it's just a beautiful episode as well. Just you could take that out and it just becomes almost like a feature film of its own. But obviously there's this other little thing that happens in that episode besides the horde. So yeah, it was just a great moment in my career to work on episodes like that. Yeah.
I think episode 2 for me as well, and very similarly, I think it was the most challenging episode this season. I think I talked to Craig early on. He was like, "Oh, you're going to be really busy in episode 2," and then I sort of, expected, okay, there's going to be a bit of some action or something like that. And then I saw the Battle of Jackson, and it was like, oh my God, he wasn't kidding. It was insane. But also, episode 1, you know, on this show, I have the amazing honor of working alongside Gustavo Santaolalla, who's just, you know, an incredible, incredible composer and has shepherded the musical identity of the show for such a long time. And I think episode 1 was a really nice mix of my work and Gustavo's work, so both of those.
Craig, do you have a favorite child?
No, because it's all one thing. I know there are episodes because there has to be, but I think of it all as a piece, and then I think of seasons now as one thing. So there are episodes that we work on, then there's a season, then there are more episodes, there's another season. But to me, all of it is commenting on all of it. Everything that we do is setting up moments later, little things that visually or sonically you experience are going to come back later. So to me, they're all my kids. And like I tell my 2 kids, I love you both equally, even though, of course, one of them is a little better than the other.
So it is extremely fitting that most of you were talking about episodes 2 and episode 6 of this season, because those are the 2 episodes that we are going to take a look at today. Let's start with episode 2. Going with the easy part first. Well, not easy for them.
Bell! Bell! Hit the bell! They're coming!
Raiders are infected!
Infected! 5 minutes out!
Follow the plan. I'll take the roofs. You take Main Street.
I think there's a visual effects shot in every single shot of this. Every single thing you see. I mean, obviously the big things, you certainly know when the Horde shows up, there's going to be visual effects, but everything here to make the weather consistent, to the backgrounds, all of it. I think ultimately Alex had to touch nearly everything here.
And this was a little section that you added of the townsfolk going underneath a basement.
Yeah. We had always talked about this as kind of like our Helm's Deep, and then, you know, we got this comment back, which I thought was really astute, that just a little glimpse of who was at stake here, the civilians, and then it was like, oh yeah, that's what they did in Helm's Deep also. So we Helm's Deep'd it, which is always a good thing to do. I mean, look at this. So right here is a great example. That little shot of that horde coming. Most of those faces are real. That's prosthetic work done by Barry Gower, and then some of them are not. And I can't tell the difference anymore.
Good.
Yeah. Nice work.
David, I had a question for you here. You know, obviously we've got 2 very important scenes happening in tandem, and the music is so critical to both of them. What was most important to you as you were writing that juxtaposition into the music?
Well, this one was really challenging because I think right from earlier in this episode, when you first see the infected come out of the snow, Craig was like, how do we start this at 11 but then keep going up for the whole episode? So it was kind of, this was a real trick of building momentum and feeling like it was just relentless, relentless, relentless. And it was a little bit of more is more. And then at the end of the episode, it was kind of the opposite with the pivotal scene with Joel. Everyone's been avoiding saying this, saying what this is. So
he died.
Oh, okay, he did? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, he died.
It was really funny. Gustavo and I played this show on stage, and we played some music, and they were like, okay, we're gonna play some video behind you, and we didn't know what they were going to play, and we're playing what we think is, you know, a lovely medley, and they're playing the whole death right behind us, and the crowd, I can just see that they're like totally disturbed. I didn't know what they were looking at, but with that scene, I remember coming on the first version, something much busier, and Craig sort of saying like, let's strip it back, and it was a less is more situation with Joel's death, which is, it really tends to be one or the other with the show. Obviously, this requires some heavy ammunition, a scene like this.
Look at this. Look at this. Do you know how much time we spent on this? Do you know how much time we spent on that? Oh, it's my favorite.
All right, guys, we need to take a quick break, but we will be right back with more from the creators of The Last of Us here at IGN Live.
This is live?
IGN Live is presented by Mind's Eye. Pre-order now.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
All right, everybody, welcome back to IGN Live. We are here with the creators of The Last of Us, and we are still breaking down the wonderful episode 2. Before we go on, Alex, Timothy, and Dawn, how closely did y'all have to collaborate on that horde scene?
Well, actually, when I'm watching that, all I think about is the literally thousands of meetings we do leading up to it. Like, even when I see that barrel go off, I'm like, we had like 10 meetings about that barrel. And not only did we have 10 meetings about it, but then we did foam barrels and we did lightweight cardboard barrels, and then we wanted to see how they landed. And literally every shot in this almost required 10 to 15 meetings. And Craig loves meetings, so the more we had, the better. But collaborating, I mean, we illustrate everything. It comes to storyboards with Mark. You know, we did a lot of retrofitting of the set, finished a lot of rooftops that we weren't planning to do. And it's all in very close collaboration with Alex, just in terms of where we stop and he takes over, and you know, things that he can finish for us. And you know, we provided as much as we could. It was a really big set, but obviously Alex is involved in every step of it. So.
Yeah, I mean, with planning, for me, the sequence starts with previs. We have to previs the entire thing, and then we have meetings about the previs, and then what goes in there, and what Don can build, and special effects. All the HODs get together, and we have discussions about what is best to be done practically, what visual effects should take over, because many times with, I mean, all the time. Visual effects when we're shooting, it's something that happens 6 months down the line, right? For me, I have to, in my head, envision what the shot's gonna be down the line and plan for it. We have to shoot it in a way where we're planning for success 6 to 8 months down the line, which is sometimes tricky because things change every day when you're shooting. So it's really communicating with Dawn and special effects, stunts, and everyone, and also just talking to Tim. So as kind of dailies start to come in and being like, what can we do better? And what
I'm always coming to him. Every day I say, Alex, what is this? And what's the plan here? And because, the bloater's not the bloater. The bloater is a dude with a big green ball on the top of him. So, and you have to say, well, what part of the previs works for this? And how many of these elements do I have to use? And then when we get the animations back, everything's changed because the motion has become that much faster for the bloater as opposed to what the human actor was able to do. So then I have to start recutting everything, and everything goes through Alex. And then and Craig and I will work on everything, and then we will then bring Alex in. There's always the old Alex, come on in.
He loves it when we say that.
Loves it. Alex?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Alex, we have a question for you. And his heart sinks because he knows he's about to go over budget again. And, that's the creative process. Going over budget. That's what we do.
So we have got another, let's say, significant scene. Let's take a look at Joel.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah. You did this. What do you mean again?
I kind of feel like Neil did it. And I just helped bring it back.
I see.
Yeah.
I just help everybody relive the trauma.
Oh, yeah, you really are right there, aren't you? Wow. So let's talk about these golf clubs that we picked out, which so there's quite a few meetings. Actually, weirdly, there was, I went back and forth. Putter, 9-iron, 8. I swear to God, it was a whole discussion. How good is Caitlin Dean with this, by the way?
Stupid. Old man.
Oh, jeez. Really?
You don't get to rush this.
This is me right there. That's me. Oh, boy. Ah, jeez. So there you're looking at prosthetics blended with visual effects, and also just incredible performances from Pedro and from Caitlin. All this takes place in a location we actually found. So we didn't build this. We found this place, which I kind of love because I just remember how I felt in the game in that space. Yeah, and then Bella. Well, this is a great panel.
So I do actually have a specific question about Abby and Ellie here. Obviously, the audience learned about Abby's motivations in the premiere, but with Abby's monologue in this moment, was there ever a moment where you considered leaving Ellie in the dark as to why Abby did what she did?
Well, we do, in a way, because Ellie doesn't hear any of that monologue. When Ellie shows up, I don't believe Abby has any dialogue from that point forward. But there's somebody else that fills her in.
Yeah.
So Nora is the one that kind of connects all the dots for her. Of course, that's when we also find out that Ellie knew more than we thought she did. But that kind of confusion state, I think, was important to maintain, because I actually didn't want Ellie taking in any information. I remember in the game, there's no information to take in other than Joel. That's it. That's all that matters is Joel. And then once he's dead, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you all. You're all going to fudging die. They've started to die already. I don't know if you've noticed. It's happening. Yeah.
What do y'all say that we lighten things up a bit?
Oh, thank you. Cool.
All right, we are heading on to episode 6, where we
go
go
like,
from
Ellie's beating Nora up.
all of the trauma to all of the joy.
Let's lighten it up, please. Aww.
Oh my God. It is a dinosaur! Joel, Like it? Yep. Likes it.
I love this moment in the game. I love that we got to do it.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa.
Just pure
Ellie.
joy.
Ellie.
Don and his team built this dinosaur.
Oh my God.
And then it was like wobbling a little too
Careful.
much. So then Alex made it stop wobbling, but then it looked fake, so we had to make it wobble a little bit. It's really difficult. And just the joy, so great.
Speaking of joy, for everybody in the room and everybody on this stage, do you guys want to yell, "I'm on a motherfucking dinosaur" together? All right, ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I feel so much better. So this is going to keep rolling. So I want to start with Anne. You know, the spacesuits that we see coming up are such an iconic moment in the game. How do you put your own spin on something everybody knows already?
Well, I didn't really have a lot to do with those spacesuits. That was Dawn and the art department, I believe.
It was set deck found.
Yeah, we found those here in Los Angeles, actually, at Global Effects, who have wonderful reproductions of spacesuits. But for me, honestly, it was more about the t-shirt. Because this was the t-shirt that Ellie wears in the game, but in the game it was a tank top. And then Craig and Neil and I talked about it, you know, changing it from that tank to a tee because we could make it baggier and make her look younger. I felt like the tank top made her look more adult. But we screen printed that t-shirt based off the art right from the game and did it identically, and it was one of my favorite moments of this episode.
Look at this. This is Ksenia at work right here. So Ellie comes out of dark into light, and then this is editing as well, because we don't see what she sees until she sees it. We let her see it first. And then we reveal that space capsule, and this is one of those moments, Ksenia, where you can talk about taking something that was so beautiful in the game, but in reality, you have to do it differently or it won't work.
Right. Yeah, it is very, I mean, the show has such a grounded look overall, and you know, with all the handheld camera and trying to light it in a way very natural and very close to reality, and having this very special sequence which gets us into, you know, this beautiful feeling of, you know, child's imagination is very special, and the way it was done in the game was already so brilliant when you just sit in her close-up and you just watch this whole lighting transformation together with music, together with this, you know, the space capsule shaking was absolutely incredible. And, you know, it's interesting because for sure we had a very beautiful, I call it like the most expensive previews I ever worked with. The piece from the game when you already, you know, you can see the dynamic of the lighting, you can see like the lighting pattern. But what was very interesting, while we were talking with Neil about this scene, we kind of started to explore different angles too, and you can see the difference from the game for the particular like space capsule sequence, that now it has this profile shot, which was working so nicely for like watching her smile and for interactive lighting. Suddenly it was giving slightly more, you know, magic to this moment. But weirdly and funny enough, my favorite moment is when we come back to the reality and suddenly it gets so warm and you see his face and it's so sweet and like so full of love, and yeah, it's very touching.
That is the perfect segue into our next question. For Dawn, Ksenia, and Anne, what struck the three of you most while tangibly crafting these beautiful, beautiful moments?
Well, I would just say I mean, throughout the whole season, there's certain things that we want to be, you know, that are done so well in the game that we want to be, you know, as true to them as possible. And this whole set is really one of those things, and you know, this capsule and matching the lighting, and you know, we went it's a tricky set to build because you have to pull it apart so that they can get all these different angles. So again, it was a ton of R&D getting this. We 3D printed a small version of it, and then we built a foam version of it and tested it again and figured out how to light it properly. And so, it's these moments that the ones we sort of choose to be as close to the game as possible, there's a reason for that. It's because they're done so well in the game, so there's no point to reinvent them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, basically, Joel and Ellie are in the same exact things that they're wearing in the game, because why change it? It's kind of perfect.
Look at this.
Yeah, look at this.
So Kasen, you did this practically, which I love.
Yeah, it was all, and that was like the most exciting part for us too, to make it, because, all together with the helmet glass you're getting, all the reflections, all the light interacting with the environment. And as Don mentioned, there were so many stages of testing and finding the right rhythm, the, particular, the lighting on the cranes, a lot of LED lighting, programming, this whole sequence. And frankly speaking, the whole sequence is lit through this teeny tiny window on the side of the capsule, which is also it was very challenging to find this particular look. And especially, again, when you have such an amazing reference, it's very hard to kind of come close. But I am obsessed with this when you come back. And it's so sweet. Oh my God. All the time I watch him kind of slightly.
This is the
small tears coming.
Yeah. This is the first thing that Neil ever showed me from the second game. I think it was the first time I went over to Naughty Dog to talk about planning season 1. And they were still, they were getting close on the second game, but they were still in process. And he was like, hey, you want to show something? And he showed me that sequence. And I was like, we're doing that. And in my mind, I'm like, we need to actually do a pretty good job on season 1 so that we can get renewed, so that we can do that in season 2. And I have a number of things that I'm like, we have to actually do a pretty good job on season 2 so we can come back, because there's things in season 3. I'm like, well, we got to do that. I can't wait to do that. I can't wait to do it with all of you. Oh, Don, are we going to have meetings? Woo! Buddy, the meetings? Can't wait.
For all of you, obviously this was a very difficult season to craft for numerous reasons. What was the hardest part of creating season 2?
I'll go first. I would say while we were doing episode 2 and having multiple units of my team in northern Alberta, and then in Vancouver also doing Jackson, that's when I started the Seraphite build. So at that point, I'm running a costuming team of about 65 people in 3 different areas, and you become a project manager, and just trying to keep multiple plates in the air and making sure it's all going smoothly, but it worked out really well.
I have a very unexpected answer. There's this very small scene in episode 6 when they're in the star hallway, the dark hallway. I think this was the most testing I've done on the whole season. The amount of should we try crystals? Should we try silver sequins? That was overwhelming. It took a few weeks, and maybe the most, weirdly the hardest thing to find overall together for me this season.
I think for me, creating the horde was the hardest, because I think we damn nearly broke Weta, if you can believe it. In any kind of crowd system, you typically want to try to have repetition as your friend. If you have a crowd with an army, you're either wearing uniforms or the same armor, so your repetition is okay. But for our horde, Craig wanted the horde for us to believe they were civilians. They used to be people. So we have people that are bigger, smaller, thinner, teenagers, kids. Repetition is something that we did not want, right? So we have to figure out new ways of breaking that ceiling. And also, when it comes to motion, Craig's very good at seeing repetition. And so trying to break that meant, any sort of, I think the really thing that you can tell that you're running cycles is when the infected don't touch each other. So we needed a lot of interaction between hordes. So all those systems Weta created new for our show, right? So it was that was definitely the hardest.
I would have to say, for me, it was the death of Joel scene. That was the hardest thing to do, by far. I actually edited it 5 times before I was ready to even show it to the director, because Bella Ramsey gives one of the most unbelievable performances. I still hear all the takes, and they just did an unbelievable job. And to craft it with Craig in such a way that it changes, and there's a dynamic, and there's a shift to how Ellie is trying to stop what's happening. Being able to find exactly the moment when we, for the first time, decided to show the violence from the point of view of a character, which we'd never done before. So that was the hardest thing to do, and for sure it was absolutely worth it.
I think for me it's just sheer volume and pace of scenery. I mean, it's fairly unrelenting. We're building, and similar to Anne, like I'm dealing with sort of 4 episodes at once. We're with the shooting episode, the prepping episode with the new director, scouting for, before the 3rd episode director arrives, and then designing sets that need to be built in time. So it's pretty all-encompassing, and we tend to build a lot. And so it's hard to keep that machine going, honestly. The volume of scenery we churn through on a weekly basis is astounding. So it's challenging in that way for sure.
I've already talked about episode 2 being a challenge, but I think in general, some of my challenge is how to keep the action, especially the action set pieces, feeling not generic, and honor, Gustavo's approach to the game, which, one of the amazing things about his work is how he embraces negative space, and there's a lot of silence. And sometimes in a scene where, they're fighting the infected, you can't always find those moments, but the trick is to try to find something that feels custom fit to our show and that can sit next to Gustavo's work and doesn't feel like all of a sudden it just drops into a regular action show. So keeping that kind of unique is always a challenge that's fun.
Guys, 30 minutes just flies by on these panels. Audience, I'm gonna need you to give me one more I'm on a motherfucking dinosaur. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Of The Last of Us. Thank you all for joining us. Everybody give these fine folks one final round of applause.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to ign.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hello, everybody. How are ya? Woo. Welcome to the special edition of Rewind Theater featuring Norse Oath of Blood, a turn-based tactics game set in Viking-era Norway. I am so excited to get into the trailer, so please join me in welcoming creative director Tarjei Lundberg and narrative director Phil Stevens. Guys, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having us.
Are you guys ready to roll the trailer?
Yeah, let's go.
Can't wait.
All right, without further ado, here's the world premiere trailer for Norse Oath of Blood.
It is a strange crew which sets out on the sea road. No one would expect the gods to cast an eye upon this little vessel.
My lord, we have been betrayed.
Together, we will destroy this Steinar for his treachery.
Let's get this shit bucket going.
I want to talk to you, and I think you'll like it.
This will fit beautifully.
There is something about you, Gunnar Gripson. Perhaps it is the favor of the gods that I sense.
Your woman hits me harder when she's riding my serpent.
Lord of Ravens, I will kill him. I swear it. Steinar Farspear will die.
Wow, guys, that trailer was jam-packed with so many details. Can you guys help me break it down?
Norse is a turn-based tactics game set in the Viking Age back in Norway. For the audience, it's more heavily inspired by XCOM series, Wasteland, and more recently also Baldur's Gate 3, which is more like narrative-driven, because Norse is a very heavily narrative-driven game.
Yeah, so in this first clip, we get a look at the combat and setting, right? I've heard it be called, like you said, very inspired by XCOM. We called it AXCOM.
Oh, yeah.
Which I know you guys like. Can you give me a little bit more of like a deep dive into what that means for combat and the environment?
You guys, when we released the first little tidbit of information about the game, we came to you guys. You released a little teaser for us. And you branded it XCOM, which is really, really cool. It's stick with us throughout the production, and yeah, really honored about getting that one.
Amazing. And then can you tell me a little bit more about the setting and where this takes place?
Well, as I said, it's in Norway, back in the Viking era, around the year 800. The Vikings are not been christened yet. They're pagans, basically. And this is right before we start sort of like branching out and raiding Europe. So the entire game is set in Norway, and that's where we're going to stay in this final version.
Amazing. Then in the second clip from the trailer, we get a look at our protagonist. Can you tell me a little bit about our protagonist, who they are, how they fit into the story of Norse?
Yeah, sure. So our protagonist is a young warrior called Gunnar Gripson, kind of headstrong but honorable young warrior. And he's the son of a Viking chieftain called Jarl Gripa of Bora. And over the course of the game, he has to become a successful leader, a fearless warrior, and a kind of a manager of men to go on a quest for revenge across Viking Age Norway.
Yeah, well, in this next clip, we actually see moments before tragedy, two men meeting on this pier, this dock. What can you tell us about him?
So there's this guy on the right-hand side here. He's Jarl Gripa, that's Gunnar's father, and he's the leader of this settlement, Bora. And on the left here, we have Steinar Farspear, and he's Jarl Gripa's champion, or prowman. And in this scene, which is quite early on in the game, he's been away visiting another Viking chieftain, doing a diplomatic mission, and he's just returned home, and he's being greeted by his Jarl on the dock. And there's, like Gripa's quite pleased to see him, but probably shouldn't be, because Steinar has malicious intents, and Gripa's day is going to get pretty bad.
Yeah, we do see that betrayal by Steinar. Can you give us a little bit more context into what leads to this pivotal moment?
Well, Steinar is an ambitious man. He's a true Viking. And he believes that Jarl Gripa has grown soft. He would rather trade and grow crops rather than do the more traditional Viking pastimes of raiding and going to war. And so Steinar decides to betray his Jarl and take the high seat of Bora and Bora itself for himself. This forces Gunnar and his twin sister Sigrid and Gripa's sword brother Arn to have to flee and escape Bora to save their lives.
Yeah, so then we see after they escape, the beginnings of an alliance. Can you tell us a little bit about who the person that we see next is and how they sort of fit into the puzzle?
Yeah, sure. So this guy here, he's called Jarl Egil. And Jarl Egil is Gunnar and Sigrid's uncle. And after Steinar's betrayal, they flee, they go to his settlement of Kaupang, and they ask him for help. And he says, I will give you a small piece of land, I'll give you a ship and a small crew and resources. Go, build a reputation for yourselves, bring warriors to your side, and when you're strong enough, we'll join forces and we'll go and take the fight back to Steinar and take back your birthright.
And we do see the beginnings of that settlement in the next clip. What sort of tools can players use to, sort of customize and make their settlement their own?
So the management part of the game is quite huge compared to other games in this genre. It's sort of like 50-50 between management and combat. Your ultimate goal is, of course, take your little piece of land, grow it out to be a formidable village. And one of the key elements is the workers, what we call sort of like the main workers, or blacksmith, seamstress, and huntsman are the main workers in this city. And they do all the crafting, all your items, weapons, utility items. Most of it is crafted in your village. And of course, you have something we call projects. All the buildings in the village that you sort of like make throughout the game also come with projects that you can sort of like upgrade them. So as an example, for the blacksmith, the forge, you can make a charcoal kiln to produce more iron, like resources. You can make a whetstone to make your blades bite better, do more damage. So yeah, the settlement stuff and the management part plays a great part in this game.
Awesome. Then the other side of that, we see a montage of combat, including all sorts of status effects like momentum, crippled, bleed. What sort of tools do players have at their disposal to get the upper hand in the combat side of things?
Well, we have 5 combat classes in the game. I'll talk a bit about them a bit later. But for combat, I would say the most important thing is positioning. Every unit reacts to their closest threats, so you won't be able to run up to someone and backstab them, because they will actually turn and face you. And this is where status effects comes in, to lock people down, so you're able to start flanking them and doing backstabs and all that kind of stuff. So as soon as you use engage, cripple, dazed, or get some status effects onto an enemy, your other allies will be able to flank them, hitting them from the sides or from behind. By doing so, you also have a bigger chance of hitting, of course, but you also have critical hits, guaranteed. And if you kill someone, it's also triggers an execution. executions heals the guy who actually does the execution, but it also gives something called momentum to every ally on your party. And having momentum continuously going on your Hirdman is important because it deals extra damage the next turn. So it's great.
Very cool. It seems like you kind of get that snowball effect. Next up, we see a glimpse into the character classes, item forging, and someone actually joining our warband. What kinds of characters can players recruit as their herdmen? And as a follow-up, what is a herdman?
A herdman is sort of like your Viking entourage. I would say, if you're familiar with games like XCOM and stuff, your combat roster. It's where you pick your warriors to go into battle with you. There's several ways to come across these herdmen throughout the game. Some are by visiting neighboring villages. As soon as you start growing your own name, growing more powerful, people will come and join you. Other ways is through missions. You can end up saving someone that becomes a herdman, or through events in the village. They're passing through and really like what they see and join you, basically.
Now, before we go to the next clip, I want to ask you guys, what class would you guys be if you were in Norse?
Well, Phil?
I think, to be honest, I'd like to say that I'd be like a berserker or like, a wrecker with a double-handed axe, but the reality is I'd probably want to be as far away from anyone that was going to try and hit me with a weapon as possible. Mm-hmm. So I'd probably be a bogmather and be an archer. At least I could hide in the trees and just shoot people.
Talia?
That didn't come as a surprise, to be honest. But yeah, I would definitely be a berserker, maybe a wrecker with a two-handed axe, doing immense damage. Yeah, that's more me, up front.
All right, I love it.
Yeah.
All right, in this next clip, there's something that stands out to me about how physical the combat gets in the montage, right? Talk to me about how your team used Unreal Engine 5 to sort of make Norse feel very, real and authentic.
Well, Unreal 5 has been invaluable to us throughout development. It's really enabled us to get the most out of our gameplay, our motion capture, our cinematic inserts. It's helped us at every turn. And it's enabled us to kind of build this vivid Norse world that would have been, I think, very difficult to do even a short time ago at a game of our level. So yeah, it's an incredible piece of technology. It's also enabled us to capture some of the nuances of our stunt teams and our performers in a way that, once again, wouldn't have been possible a short time ago. You can capture every impact, every small expression, and that just helps in the immersion of the game.
Within that same vein, the next montage, it just has these moments that feel very intense and emotive. How did your team go about crafting the revenge story for Norse Oath of Blood?
Well, we set out to make a playable historical epic and create a vivid and exciting world that players could really get involved in. To build that vision, we were really fortunate to have our story written by best-selling international author Giles Christian. And Giles has shaped this rich, compelling narrative and this cast of incredible characters that you want to spend more time with, you want to find out more about and explore their world. Also, motion capture in itself, the way that we approach motion capture has been really important for the immersion of the game for us. We work with a fantastic team in London called Target 3D, and they enabled us to shoot our motion capture sequences as if we were shooting live action film. So we were able to bring a director of photography in, our sound recordist, have complex scenes played out, sometimes with up to 11 actors in the volume at one time. And they could work off each other, actually, because we were capturing sound at the same time. They'd inhabit their characters properly. You'd really feel the emotion in the room whilst it was happening. And I think that just really helps bring the players into our world.
Yeah. And then finally, in the trailer, we see the title card, and I got really hyped. What would you guys like to say to people that are excited to jump into Norse?
I mean, we'd just like to thank everyone who supported the game up to this point and who, hopefully people like what they see and they're going to continue to support the game. We can't wait to get this game out into the world and to show people. If people would like to know more, please do follow us on social media, on Discord for any news and announcements.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Hang on. I want to do a quick shout out as well while we're here to Tripwire and Arctic Hazard. Get on those oars, get this long ship to shore. I'm really proud of what we achieved so far. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us. You can wishlist Norse Oath of Blood right now, coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. And for all things Norse, keep it locked to IGN.
Thanks, Adam.
IGN Live is presented by Nintendo Switch 2. All together, anytime, anywhere.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
What's up, everybody? IGN Live is in full swing, and it's already been a ton of fun. In just a bit, we're checking out the new inventive multiplayer shooting game, FBC Firebreak. After that, we're hitting the half pipe with Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4. And later, we're playing with some new Doom the Dark Ages action figures from McFarlane Toys. IGN Live is going strong all weekend long, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the Dinosaur Integration Network, or DIN for short. Our organization brings groundbreaking, sustainable breeding programs to a global clientele of demanding site owners. We are taking paleo-curation into exciting new territory. Where previous pioneers exclusively synthesized female dinosaurs, we are also creating males. These animals aren't assets to us, but the beginning of a new evolution. And do keep an eye on the young dinosaurs. They can inherit more than just appearances. Every site must be a perfect balance of security and spectacle. Protecting our guests is crucial, but so is inspiring the next generation. As with any project of this scale, not everything will go according to plan. As the park manager, you'll also need to assess emerging situations and get them under control. It won't be easy, but that's why we're hiring the best. DIN is here to make a difference. Now, I'm sure you have plenty of questions, but please...
Caution, gate opening.
This is your first and final warning. DIN must not continue.
You're watching IGN Live. Now, back in 2019, we explored distant planets, made some bad decisions, and generally spaced out in the outer worlds. And this year, we'll be going back for more in a long-awaited sequel. Here to tell us about The Outer Worlds 2, please welcome the VP of Operations at Obsidian, Marcus Morgan. Welcome. So, congrats, big day, lots of news about Outer Worlds 2.
That's right,
Release date was announced?
October 29th.
October 29th.
Yep.
Outer Worlds 2.
It's time.
I'm very excited. Big fan of the first game.
Yeah,
Played
absolutely.
it. Looking forward to the sequel. So, the sequel seems to be digging even deeper into RPG elements that Obsidian is famous for. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, every aspect of the RPG, Obsidian, is rooted in RPGs. In every aspect, we wanted to really evolve with the Outer Worlds. And if there's one thing that I could say is about the Outer Worlds 2, it is an RPG. From how you can approach every encounter and different variations to how you build your character and the various backgrounds, but also with what we've done with evolving kind of the gameplay moment to moment. We did a lot of work and we heard a lot of feedback from fans from the Outer Worlds 1 that they wanted to see gameplay, or that combat and gunplay really evolve in the game. And so we did that and we tweaked that and made that better. But we also gave it that RPG touch by including a lot of different science weapons, a lot of different melee weapons. We have living armor that attacks when you walk by. We have a melee weapon that will, as you hit enemies, if you hit to the beat, it amplifies the damage. All of that sort of things that just really round out an RPG experience.
Is this a fun game to work on? Like
it's
fun.
So
Obviously,
fun.
it's very fun, silly to play, but it seems like it's just be also fun to just go into work every day and come up with these ideas.
I think that's the best part about getting to work on games like The Outer Worlds is, in my spirit of like what I care about for gaming, is it's supposed to be fun, right? We're supposed to just have a good time playing games, and there's nothing that like warms my heart. Even though it's a little bit of dark humor from time to time in The Outer Worlds, it is just fun. It is absolutely just fun.
So how much would you say of Obsidian's the sort of DNA of Obsidian's repertoire in the past? How much does it draw from the studio's breadth of experience?
I mean, every aspect of it. I mean, from Leonard Boyarsky, original creator of Fallout, creator of The Outer Worlds, being there and kind of a part of that, right? Shouts to Leonard. Brandon Adler, the game director, Matt Seen, the design director. These are people who've been at Obsidian for decades, and so all of that learning, all of that experience has really gone into making this game what it is, and really, really kind of the culmination of all the things that make Obsidian games special.
So for anyone who didn't play Outer Worlds 1, set up the basic premise and the story of the Outer Worlds and its sequel here.
So the great news, if you didn't play the Outer Worlds 1, is in the Outer Worlds 2, you didn't need to play the Outer Worlds 1. We're moving to a brand new colony, the Arcadia colony. It's a whole new set of characters. You are part of what's called the Earth Directorate in the Outer Worlds 2, which is almost like, I would call them like the Space Rangers of the universe, where you're there to kind of protect the worlds against tyrannies of capitalism, authoritarianism, and sometimes even various aspects of extreme religions with certain groups. So
for those of us who did play the first one, what can we expect from this new part of the galaxy?
So the great news is you can see even like right here, a lot of the corporations, a lot of the dark humor, a lot of the tone that the Outer Worlds was like really great for is back. One of the factions in the Outer Worlds too is Anti's Choice, which is a hostile merger of Anti-Cleo from the first game and Spacer's Choice, which two of those factions brought together. But all those elements are still there. The spirit of the game is still there, just brand new characters and kind of expanding the universe quite a bit.
Obviously, the guns and the gunplay are a big part of the Outer Worlds. Would you call this as much of a first-person shooter as it is an RPG? Or is it more just there for player's choice?
I would only ever call it an RPG, because we're Obsidian. We'll only ever make RPGs. But absolutely, like the gunplay and we have mantling and platform. Like there's more of that's integrated, because we really, really did hear that. A lot of folks from the first one were like, oh, we just wanted a little bit more of that. But like I mentioned before, we kept that RPG spirit there too.
Well, we at IGN got to reveal a couple of the flaws as part of our IGN First covered recently back in April. So first of all, can you sort of recap what the flaws are?
Yeah. So the flaw system in the Outer Worlds is traditionally in games, you always can kind of progress and have perks and level up. Well, we thought, because it's kind of absurd, implementing a flaw system where as you did certain things over time, you could take on and get an extra bonus for something like sun gazer flaw. If you stare up at the sun for too long, you can take this flaw where you actually regain health over time while you're in the sun, but then the world is blurred out all the time because you stared at the sun for too long. And so it just was a fun way to incorporate kind of progression that is traditional in RPGs with like a little bit more levity. One of my favorite flaws, just because I'm always this way, is over-prepared, where if you never let your ammo run out, you always constantly reload, like play that game with me. You get an over-prepared flaw where as long as you keep your ammo full, you'll do more damage, but if you ever let it run out, you have a debuff for a period of time. So there's a bunch of different ones like that you just kind of uncover and stumble over as you go through the game that are a lot of fun.
I'm totally guilty of constantly reloading.
A constant reload.
And anyone with me? Just
who doesn't that?
Yeah.
Constant reloading.
I'm sure any pro would tell me that's not the way to do it, but I can't help it.
That's not how you're supposed to play, but like literally, I shoot one bullet, I'm reloading immediately, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I know. And part of it is the developer's fault because I think reloading is often very satisfying.
Say that again.
Reloading can be very satisfying too.
100%.
Built it that way.
I'll actually just relate it to that. One of the other things that these are small things, but I really geek out over them is we did a lot with all the various reload animations. So a lot of the guns have various different types of reload animations. One of my favorite weapons in the game is the goo pistol, which is what it sounds like. It's a pistol that shoots goo. But my favorite part about it is you take kind of this biomass canister, and when you're reloading, you just dump the goo into the gun, and then you chuck the can away, and you hear the clink when you chuck it away. I don't condone littering in any way, shape, or form, but like there's something special about those different reload animations that like really bring the gun to life, really make it feel real.
Sure. Yeah. All right, so when you're playing Outer Worlds 2, what's your play style?
Oh, so I'm a bit of a psychopath, and luckily we have the psychopath perk where I do like to handle everything with confrontation. I will say, one of the great things about the Outer Worlds 1 was you can kill every single person in the game if you want to go that route, and we did bring that back with the Outer Worlds 2. And there's even a perk that rewards you for it if you want to do that too. So I do tend to go a little bit more aggressive with my play style and just see how the world reacts. If I, kill a main quest giver, can I still finish that quest? You'll find out, yeah, you can finish every quest in the game even if you do that. So it's a lot of, I know it's a little off, but for some reason, that's what resonates with people too the most is that psychopath perk.
Interesting. We got some psychos in the audience today, I think.
You can also be a pacifist if you don't want to, if you just want to talk your way through the entire game, that's also there and possible as well. So that entire spectrum and everything in between are all available to play through the Outer Worlds 2.
Is it possible to not kill anyone?
Yeah, you can go through and just talk your way through.
Cool.
Yeah?
So October 29th release date, you're kind of on the home stretch. Is it tricky bug hunting an Obsidia game that has just so many permutations for dialogue and weapons, items, and everything?
Absolutely. That's the hardest part of RPGs are just all the different variations, the different outcomes that can happen, the different everyone also plays the game so differently that you can't really catch everything. But the great news is we're already in that bug fixing mode. It's probably one of the soonest times we've ever had as a studio to be going through and fixing bugs. And so we're hopeful that we'll be able to get through most of those. But I'm sure somebody will find something where they do some game-breaking build that just totally trashes the game.
Are there any new planets that you can sort of set up for us that you're excited about?
Yeah, for sure. One of my favorite planets actually is a planet called Cloister. And it's a giant ice planet, and the reason that you go there is there's a supercomputer there that is trying to solve this great calculation that one of the major factions there, the Order of the Ascendant, who believes fanatically in their religion that the world can be, the future can be predicted and everything can be controlled by knowing math. And so they run this supercomputer there, and this giant ice planet is just cooling that computer down. It's just there as a coolant for that computer. It's just a really cool environment, and what I love about it is not just, there's many ice worlds, and ice worlds tend to always be my favorite. Just the integration of the world building and the setup and the story with why did we create an ice world. I always find those little nuances really fun, and it just brings that to life, and Cloister really realizes that for me.
Obviously, the dialogue system, huge part of the game. Yeah. Going into the sequel, has it evolved in any way? Have you tweaked it?
I wonder if I should. There's a lot of really cool elements that we changed, but I think one of the things that we always want to make sure is that you could hear the voice you want when you're responding kind of and speaking games. So I know that the narrative team in particular has done a really, really hard pass of like, hey, in the first game there was the dumb trait. And if you played as a dumb character, you could answer and respond really dumb, and people would kind of respond to you in that way. But whether or not you want to be hyper intelligent, whether you want to be kind of dumb, like the expansion that we've had and the robustness that we have and the quality of the narrative designers and the writers that we have to really bring whatever aspects you want to life, that's really where a lot of that work has gone. I'm gonna do the other thing too.
Okay, here we go.
We did think it was kind of fun when you load up the title screen. We integrated our dialogue system into the title screen, so you'll be introduced and the Moon Man will greet you, and it will be tracking what's going on in the game and will respond to you. So every time you load back into the game, it'll be like, hey, you seem to be dying a lot. Should you lower the difficulty a little bit? And I think that level of reactivity is just really a lot of fun, and it was a really, really, really awesome touch to the game. The other piece, sorry if I can keep going on some things, is the implementation of the radio. So radios are in a lot of games. It's been Fallout New Vegas is like a real big thing that people love the radio. But the part that I love about the radio, and as it relates to kind of dialogue and world building, is it's not just the radio that plays music and has broadcasts. When you do stuff in the world, or you go to certain places, or you experience certain things, the radio will kind of react to you. So if you affect a certain faction and that faction doesn't like you, the host will be like, man, that person totally messed all this up. Or, hey, there's an explosion that happened over here if you go buy something, so it'll tell you quest lines to go follow and new things to explore. And I think, again, just another part of realizing that entire world and seeing the world react and kind of respond to what you're doing.
Well, you're getting me really excited to play. The Outer Worlds 2 is out October 29th, Xbox Game Pass, day one. I'm excited. Anyone else excited?
Y'all excited for the Outer Worlds? That's awesome.
All right, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, awesome.
There is tons more IGN Live coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
IGN Live is presented by PlayStation Days of Play. Get the PlayStation 5 digital console with a Call of Duty Black Ops 6 bundle, starting at $399.99 while supplies last.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts. The best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
You're watching IGN Live. You tell. Okay, Remedy is best known for crafting wholly unique narrative single-player experiences, but later this year, we'll get to venture deeper into the Control and Alan Wake universe and bring some friends along for the ride. Here to tell us about FBC Firebreak, please welcome game director Mike Kayada. Welcome. Thank you. We'll jump into FBC in just a moment, but I want to point out you brought some special items here.
Yeah.
This is some unique merch here. You want to speak to this?
Yeah. So we've got these bags, of course, with the Firebreak logo. But the best thing is actually hiding inside of this bag.
What could it be?
I think it might be the first time we've ever had merch that's soap.
It is soap.
Not actually a comment on people who play the game.
We've given away a lot of things on the IGN stage. Someone's heart was just given away on the stage just now. That's real. But at the end of this interview, we'll toss these out to you guys. Okay. FBC. They love Control.
Hey, great.
Alan Wake fans? FBC has some unique enemies in it.
Yes.
I like. Tell us about the sticky note guy.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the sticky note guy?
Yeah. Sticky Ricky.
Okay, Sticky Ricky. Good. Hopefully, we get an image up here. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Tell us, where did this come from?
Yeah, where did it come from? Oh my gosh. Good question. So obviously in Control, you may have noticed if you kind of walked off the beaten path a little bit, there was a room made of, well, not made of, but just covered in sticky notes, like head to toe. Not a ton of explanation actually for it. And we looked at it, and so many people were really into that room and that space that we just decided to say, oh, well, what if there were just more sticky notes than this? And then what if there were even more sticky notes than this? And then at some point, things just kept growing quite literally inside of the game until we decided, hey, you know, we should just fill an entire room with them.
Can you provide any pro tips on when people encounter Sticky Ricky, how should they handle them?
Yeah, well, just like in real life when you run into sticky notes, the best thing to do is cover it in water and then shock it with electricity.
Oh, perfect.
The room is actually kind of set up with a series of sort of almost like Home Alone style traps that you can kind of like repair, get a big shower going, knock them with electricity, and take them down.
Perfect. All right, there's so many weird, cool weapons in the game, like the hand-cranked snowball launching gun, the large wrench that when a squeaky piggy bank toy is attached, it pelts your opponents with coins. What is the craziest weapon in the game, in your opinion?
Oh man, I don't know what you could call the craziest, but my favorite has got to be the garden gnome, which is kind of like your para-utility, charges up in the big moments of need, stick a garden gnome on the end of your tool, fire him out. He kind of chases the nearest person, so hopefully that's the enemy, but it's way funnier when it's you, and it's way funnier when it's your friends.
Did you set out to get silly with the Control and universe?
Yeah, it's interesting coming off of Control, of course, which is a lot more of like a horror, almost like cosmic horror, like a single player, like exploratory thing. But there's always that like really wonderful edge of absurdity, I think, that kind of like really made Control into what it was. So for us, we just decided to take the same ingredients and just like reverse them. So instead, we kind of lean really hard into the absurdity, but then we still have this kind of like horror edge. You know, when you go see Sticky Ricky, you hear somebody screaming for their life, like, Sticky Rick! They think they're going to die. And so that's kind of where we landed.
So Remedy is behind big titles, you know, obviously Alan Wake, Control. Sure. How does Remedy plan to use Firebreak to add to this sort of shared universe?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's a tricky one for us in a sense because, you know, if you signed up to play that, you know, really hardcore like third-person action exploratory sequence, it didn't really feel fair. Like to continue that story, you have to go into this bonkers three-player cooperative multiplayer experience. So we are canon. We take place 6 years after Control, but we did want to really make sure that we protected the idea that if you didn't play Control, you can fully enjoy this game, and then vice versa. Sure. You know, if you like Control, you want to give this one a pass, wait for Control 2. That's all good too. Like it's pretty walled off. Sure.
Are there new areas in the FBC that we get to run around in?
Oh yeah, definitely. So some stuff that you'll recognize, some stuff that you've never seen before, but all of it is like built from the ground up just for this game.
So like you said, set 6 years after the events of Control.
Yeah.
Why has the FBC been under siege for over a year, I think?
Well,
is Jessie just bad at her job?
Oh no, I can't go on record saying Jessie's bad at her job. Leaving Jessie aside, I will say that I think what the FBC discovers is that the Hiss, you know, these horrible enemies that are the reason for the lockdown, they're sort of like ants. I actually grew up in Texas, and we have a lot of fire ants, and you know, you think you can kill all of them, and you literally just can't. No matter how many of those things you take out, there's more. And that's just sort of what they realized over the years with the Hiss. So they're going to need a much better solution than just a bunch of guns.
Sure. So this is basically Remedy's first time making a first-person shooter.
Oh yeah.
decades of third-person games. So what have been the challenges and the rewards that you've encountered during the process?
Oh boy, so many challenges and also so many rewards. Yeah, I think one of the cool things was when we started, we knew we didn't want to just feel like we were like a Control mod. So one of the first things that we did was we modded Control inside of the building and put it in first person and played the whole game in first person. And it was really cool to just learn things about the oldest house and things about Control. And I think one of the most fun things was like getting the hiss like here. And you think like, okay, really, what's the big deal? It's third person, it's first person. It's a gigantic change, a complete different change. And then of course, like thinking about the space. In Control, no pun intended, we control, typically speaking, kind of where the player is, what they're seeing at any given time. And in this game, you just kind of let the players go. They see things from any perspective they want, like sideways, teabagging, doesn't matter. They're doing all sorts of stuff. And so one of the big challenges was, like how do you kind of keep that artistry in the space and that immersive space, but also just completely let it go and say, hey, you guys are going to see what you see and interact with it the way that you interact with it.
So FBC Firebreak is, by design, not a live service game.
Yeah.
Talk to us about how you landed on that decision.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like no shade on any games that take on like the more nowadays traditional live service model. But for us, I think like one of those things is like, when I play a lot of multiplayer games, it's amazing to me when you hear like, hey, we're going to be adding more content later. I actually get like a pit in my stomach as opposed to getting super excited and saying, oh, awesome, they're going to take my favorite game and add even more stuff. And we just kind of wanted to come back and fulfill that feeling. Like, oh, there's an update. Like, I'm actually excited. I don't feel like super stressed on my time. I don't feel like, oh man, new battle pass. I've got, 28 days and I've got it on 19 other games. I'm balancing at the same time. So for us, we looked at games like, Left 4 Dead 2, things that you can kind of just like pick up, put down, step away from a year, come back, just enjoy it with your friends. Not a big barrier to entry. Doesn't really like force you to engage with it all the time, which of course like sounds bad. Of course we want you to engage with the game, but we don't want to like enforce that for anybody.
Sure.
If this is your game for an hour a week, if this is your game for 10 hours a week, we just wanted to kind of have that more old school idea about like multiplayer and co-op and just kind of tap into that a bit.
Yeah, love it. So obviously Firebreak's not quite here yet, but can you give us any sort of a hint as to what to expect with the post-release roadmap?
Yeah, no, I definitely can. Yeah, so we're launching the game with like 5 jobs, which is kind of what we call they're kind of like game modes more than levels that you might expect in something with a campaign. And this year we've already got 2 more of those coming, which is going to grow the game by about 40% already in the first year. And we're already hard at work on those things too. So yeah, we've got actually quite a bit in store for the year.
Now we're here talking about FBC Firebreak, but can you tell us anything, any sort of update on the Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes, right?
Oh man. That is completely redacted.
I know you're not, you're busy with FBC, but just walking through the office, you don't see someone's working on something on their monitor and like,
see nothing, hear nothing, know nothing.
Okay. Well, maybe we should share some of these cool items that we've got here.
Yeah, all right.
God, it's been so well behaved. Grab a couple.
All right.
We'll see. We'll try not to.
I don't want to hit anybody.
Remember these guys? Soap. Here we go. These guys, these kids right here. There you go. Soap. You ready? Ready? There you go. All right, awesome. Okay, you can check out FBC Firebreak for yourself in less than 2 weeks when it hits PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC on June 17th. But right now, more IGN Live. So make like a Post-it and stick around.
IGN Live is presented by FX's Alien Earth. Premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downes, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switch to pre-order mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
You're watching IGN Live. Next month, two of the best skateboarding games ever made are clipping their way back to life with some serious visual and gameplay overhauls. Here to tell me more about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, please welcome game director Kurt Tillmans from Iron Galaxy. Give him a hand.
Thank you for joining us, Kurt.
Thanks for having me. What has it been like picking up the torch from where Tony Hawk 1 and 2 left off?
It's been an incredible honor. Obviously, at Iron Galaxy, we've been given the opportunity to remake two of the best games of all time. And not only that, but tell the story of skate culture over the last 20 years. An incredible honor.
Yeah. What does the game series mean to you personally?
I mean, for me, it just takes me back to being a kid, shredding through Rio or Los Angeles. I'm from Chicago originally, so being able to skate in LA is only something I can do in a video game. Otherwise, honestly, not a good skater regardless, but
Me either. I would absolutely dump so hard. Secret skaters are also a huge part of this series. We learned today that Michelangelo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is going to be a playable skater in this game. We also got our first look at Bam Margera in the game. But let's talk about Mikey. How did you work on getting Michelangelo into Tony Hawk?
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome working with Nickelodeon on getting Mikey in here. We were super passionate. Everyone who gets an opportunity to be part of a Tony Hawk game is just incredibly gracious and excited to be a part of it. They're wonderful collaborators. We took great pride in building him for the game. He's also got 3 turtle-themed special tricks in the game that you can get when you unlock him, and you can equip those onto any other skater in the game. So that's a ton of fun by itself.
Very cool. Cowabunga is right. And talk about, obviously we're bringing these games into modern day. You're going to change a few things. Can you talk a little bit about adding the 2-minute timer to Tony Hawk 4 and whether that was a difficult or necessary choice?
So our goal from the outset was, again, we're rebuilding 2 of the best games of all time from the ground up. And we wanted this to be one game, right? So it's got the content from 2 awesome games, but it really is one game. So that means that, Tony Hawk 3 is going to get some features and things that Tony Hawk 4 had. And Tony Hawk 4, along with the classic goals that you remember, is going to be able to be played with a 2-minute timer. And that timer can actually be extended up to an hour for people who want to play more at their own pace. We've also got all of the classic game modes returning, so you can skate around in the 4 parks in free skate, single session, or speed run, and continue to do things at your own pace in those modes.
There's nothing worse than having like 1 second left in a run and being just out of reach of that secret tape.
I love that. That's great. I mean, there's nothing about the momentum and the pace of the 2-minute timer for me personally. That's where it is for me.
Right on. Excited to check that out. Can you tell us a little bit more about what online play is going to be like for 3 and 4?
Yeah, I mean, Iron Galaxy, we like to put our stamp on online gameplay, right? That is the heritage of our studio, really. So we are extremely excited to be bringing this game to 7 platforms, right? So we've got both PlayStations, both Xboxes, both Switches, and 3 PC stores. And not only that, we are going to feature crossplay across every single platform. So that's huge. This game is coming to the widest audience, the widest player base that any Tony Hawk game has ever had.
It's such a perfect series to be able to play with anyone, anywhere. You mentioned the Switch 2 version of this game. This is the weekend of Switch 2, right?
Yeah.
And Tony Hawk is so perfectly suited to that mobile experience, too. Can you talk a little bit about making the Switch 2 version of the game? And was it stressful developing for that hardware, which was so secretive?
It's not stressful, you know. I mean, honestly, what's one other platform when you're already doing 6, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's, again, as soon as we knew that we were going to be in the window and it was going to be possible for us to be able to support it, we just jumped at the opportunity.
How do you feel about where performance landed on the Switch 2?
Performance is going to be great. We're going to run at 60 FPS on Switch 2 on every park, so it's going to be amazing performance.
Beautiful. Now, how did the team approach balancing that sort of nostalgia for the Tony Hawk games that we all love with this sort of more modern take on it?
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things is people remember playing through these, right? The memory and the nostalgia is so strong, shredding through college or Rio or whatever your favorite park is. So we really wanted to make sure that we stayed true to those things, right? Like the collision, the gameplay in those is exactly how you remember it. But, you know, the physics has been updated, the gameplay has been updated. We picked up where Vicarious Visions left off with 1 and 2, so it's got those incredibly tight controls, the more modern gameplay stylings, and we've actually added onto that as well. So some features that were not introduced until later into the series, we put into our game. Things like skitching, which was originally introduced in 4.
Skitching is back.
That's back.
Nice.
And not only is that back, but now you can also skitch in the Tony Hawk 3 parks as well. So that's part of that shared feature set.
Yeah, it's one of the best experiences playing these remakes is these sort of quality of life things that got added to the series as it went, and we're kind of just getting all of that back in those classics. That's awesome. Speaking of things that are in the classic games, soundtracks, incredibly important to Tony Hawk games.
Yeah.
How did you go about sort of getting the licensing back for those original songs, but also adding some new stuff into the mix?
I mean, we have a ton of people who are just super passionate about soundtrack. Obviously, when you start making a Tony Hawk game, that's one of the things that people are most excited about. We take it very seriously. Tony Hawk himself has a lot of opinions about the soundtrack, and you know, he probably knows more about the music that skaters are listening to than anyone else in the world. So we obviously hold his opinion in high esteem, but there are a lot of people involved in bringing this to the players.
Now talk about working with Tony Hawk to bring this thing back into modern day a little bit. Who gets to make that call? Who gets to tell Tony Hawk, we're back at it?
I don't know. I'm glad they did, for sure. That's awesome. But I mean, he's an awesome collaborator. He's great to work with. You know, he's takes this being kind of the lexicon for skating very seriously. So he plays the game frequently, and he will often tell us, you know, hey, I think this trick name is now called something else. And let me check with some people, and he will make sure that like the trick list, which has been updated from 1+2, represents really the language, the verbiage that skaters are using today.
Yeah. Another thing that you're going to be adding to this experience that's new from what we've seen before, we got a brand new level in the water park level. Can you talk a little bit about how to design a Tony Hawk level from the ground up in like a modern context? Do you approach it any differently than what you see in the level design from the earlier games?
I mean, well, first of all, obviously, it's a huge honor for us to be able to add, for the first time in over 10 years, 3 brand new parks into a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater game.
Good. That's pretty good.
Huge deal. Huge deal. So the game is going to feature the water park, the movie studio, and the pinball park. And the pinball park is super exciting. You know, it fits really in with that, the kind of park that like Roswell or Area 51 and Skater Heaven, where only Tony Hawk games seem to can really take the skater into these fantastical places. So, you know, when we come up with ideas for these parks, we think about the types of things that might be a forbidden place for a skater to go and skate, like a shutdown water park that really fulfills that skater fantasy, and also those fantastic places like a pinball, where the skater is actually like the size of the pinball in the machine skating around. The ball will like ping pong around everywhere and wipe you out, and if you look up, there's actually a giant Tony Hawk playing the pinball machine that you're in. And he'll react when you bail and cover his eyes. It's great.
That gives me Are You Afraid of the Dark vibes. There's an episode where they get trapped in a pinball machine and the ball's after them. I love that. Okay, so moving on to more about how we're modernizing here. Obviously, skate culture, incredibly important to these games. Can you talk about how modern skate culture is represented in Tony Hawk 3 and 4?
So the biggest way that I think these games have represented that is the pro skaters themselves, right? We have an amazing roster of pro skaters here, and they are the true representation of how the culture has evolved, right? It's worldwide now, it's international. We've got skaters from the Philippines and Japan and Brazil and America, right? So I think the roster and really the diversity in that roster is the main thing that represents how skate culture has advanced.
And I have to imagine that these skaters have very specific ideas of how they should be represented in this game, having grown up playing it. Is that the case?
Most of the skaters absolutely have played these games in the past. I think probably all of them. Working with Activision on getting these skaters in the game has been a great experience. They get the full body scan. So, I hope they like how they look. That's how they look in real life, man. We did the whole scan. That's the cameras don't lie.
No.
But everyone seems very happy with how they are. And they do work with us pretty closely on the special tricks. So, one of the cool things that I have forever is I have emails of me corresponding with Yuto Horigome on his special trick and how he wants it to look in the game. So we have the opportunity to do once in a lifetime things like that. That's great.
And it's going to stand testament to those skaters forever, which is so cool. You've also got the Foundry demo, which I think is live now. Is that correct?
Foundry demo is live now. Go check it out.
Yeah. Well, don't leave IGN Live yet. We got a little more to go. Check it out after it's done. Thank you so much for coming, Kurt. I do have one last question for you here, which is, I think Tony Hawk fans all know how to count, right? It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, underground, right? Yeah. Now, just out of curiosity, we know we're still waiting for 3 and 4 to come out the door here, but I have to imagine, have there been any conversations around the Iron Galaxy offices as to what an underground remake might look like?
Boy, I mean, we're focused on shipping this. I'm getting text messages right now for people working on the game right now. So we want to ship this game. We can't wait to get 3 and 4 out to the audience. Beyond that, we would absolutely love to keep working on this. Absolutely.
I love to hear that. Well, we'd love to see it. You can check out Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 when it hits all modern Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo consoles, as well as PC on July 11th. There is more IGN Live coming up right after this. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back. You're watching IGN Live. Today we got a brand new kick-ass game, Blade and Soul Heroes. It's a lot to take in. I've watched a lot of it, and it looks really, really good. Here to break it down is Nico Coutant, and Andrew Gant. Hey, guys. Welcome to IGN Live.
Thank you.
I didn't realize there was other people here. Hi, everybody. You can't see them. They're off camera. So we have a bunch of brand new gameplay to check out. So we can go ahead and roll that, and then I'm going to pick your brains about everything we've watched, because I can't make, it looks great, but I can't really make too much of a sense of it. So let's start with a game, what kind of game is this? What are people going to be playing?
Yeah, absolutely. So the game name is Blade and Soul Heroes. It is a brand new, free-to-play, collectible action MMORPG. It's a team-based game where you have to basically form your teams of 5 characters, 5 heroes, and then you're gonna do some action combat in the field, but there is also a dual combat system where you can also do turn-based combat.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first question I had when watching this is, okay, so we see the player character, but is everybody else, are they NPCs that you pick and they're fighting with you, or are they other players?
Yeah, so like we said, this is a team-based game. So you see down at the bottom of the screen, you have 5 different heroes. This is your team that you're managing. You're collecting these heroes throughout the world, and once you get to your team management screen, you can pick the 5 that you want. And those kind of act as your skills in the game. So each hero has its specialty. You can have one to heal, to buff, you can have a tank, you can have a ranged hero. So the gameplay gets really intricate, This is not a shallow game. It's all about managing that team and having fun with that.
So they are all being controlled by you.
character you see on screen is your team leader.
So are you hot swapping between them, or are you giving them commands, or are they just auto doing, like, do you get to choose, like, go on offense or be on defense?
It's a little bit of everything. It's much like other tag team-based fighting games where you can select a hero to come in, do an attack, jump back out. You can switch the main hero that you want to be. It's all about the strategy. You know, Blade and Soul series is all about combat. So we love intricate combat, so combat's very important to us. So that's why we think this game's really unique, because we're bringing a bunch of new types of combat into one MMO.
We're gonna see it in just a few minutes here, but like there seems to be a lot of characters in the game. Is this something where it's like as people play, characters are constantly being added?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we're going to be launching with 40 different characters. What's interesting is that for those of you who have played the Blade and Soul IP before, you're going to find characters from the original game, but we've also added brand new characters that you've never seen before. Also, the heroes are very varied in the sense that you're going to get, you can see like human characters, but there's also some monsters, some bosses, so you can play really different kind of characters.
On top of characters, are you constantly like, are you guys releasing new weapons, stuff like that?
Right, yeah. Like he mentioned, the really cool thing about the characters is that we're all over the place with a unique variety. So you can really mix and match popular villains from the series, field bosses from the series, new original characters. On screen right now is Po-Ran, one of the most famous characters in the Blade and Soul series. So it's really cool that you have this eclectic mix of heroes that you can just mix and turn your own strategy from that.
And so when you're building a team composition, are you looking for characters that constantly are building off of each other and you're seeing people like min-max, all that kind of stuff?
That's exactly the point of the game, actually. It's all about the synergy between your heroes. So you're going to want to change your team pretty often based on your opponents, basically. So you're going to have some monsters and bosses that will be weak to certain attributes. So you're going to want to, have a hero that is stronger to be able to defeat that boss or do that, special attack that's going to break his shield or whatever. So it's really going to be a synergy between which team members you pick for your team.
How are players getting the new characters as they're unlocked?
Yeah, so you can get new characters from collecting them through in-game events, from, like, for example, right when you join the game, you're going to get a bunch of tickets to get new characters, and you can also purchase them in the shop as well, the ticket vouchers.
Right, because you mentioned the game was free to play, so that's a little bit of the monetization.
Yeah, let's get into it, yeah, for sure.
We saw a little bit of, it's like an action RPG, but then suddenly it goes turn-based?
Yep.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, that's actually the most interesting part of the game, is that we have this dual combat system. So basically, there is a mode in a game where you can go turn-based. So you can see you keep the same team composition, but the skill changed. So you're gonna, have to learn how to play in turn-based differently than you play in real-time action.
So is the game forcing you to be turn-based, or you just, I want to play turn-based now?
Yeah, so the majority of the game is going to be field-based play. The turn-based is optional.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I never have to. Okay, so I can play the entire game non-turn-based if I wanted, but then I can, on the flip side, play the entire game turn-based if I wanted? No.
The turn-based is more of an add-on thing to help you progress faster, basically.
Okay. So tell me about, this is PvP, I believe we're seeing. What's the PvP like in the game?
Yeah.
Do you want to handle the PvP? You're the big PvP guy. Right. I can tell you, I'll start it. The PvP is in the turn-based portion of the game.
Yeah.
Right now, we don't have real-time PvP. Maybe that's something in the future. But right now, the PvP is dedicated to turn-based gameplay. So it's all about that team-building experience, getting your team set up for your PvP matches, and then there's also rankings. Do you want to talk about how your rankings went when we were testing the game?
Yeah, and then you were talking about the business model, so that's kind of related too. When we started playing the game, we couldn't pay because we were playing on the Korean version. So we were completely free to play. I played a lot for like about a month, and because I was so much into the game, I was able to climb the PvP ladder pretty high. Like at the end of the 30 days, I was like in the top 10 of the PvP on the server.
You're just gonna trounce everyone the moment the game goes live. It's pretty rude, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Outside of combat, is this like a full open world that you can explore? Like, what are you doing in between battles?
Yeah, so the Blade and Soul series it's open world, but in zones.
Okay.
So each zone has its own sort of thing going on.
Yeah.
For example, the towns, you're going to see a lot more people in. The areas outside the town, basically, it's an MMO with broken down zones.
Okay.
So it's not like fully true open world that you're going to see in other types of games. It's kind of zone-based MMO. So still lots of players around each zone, but.
So is this, okay, I think, not to say the G word, but like when I see it, I think a little bit of like Genshin Impact. And stuff like that. Is this different? Because this is an actual MMO where Genshin isn't.
Yes.
So is this, you're going to be exploring the open world and you're just going to see other players out there? Perfect.
Yeah.
What are we doing in the open world besides fighting?
Yeah, so in the open world, there's tons of activities going on. You have a lot of missions, daily missions. There's raids. So you could just be out doing a story-based mission or a regular daily. And all of a sudden, an alert pops up. You see a bunch of players all running in a line towards a certain part. You see on your map, a big boss comes. So we are really popular with field bosses in raids. So you can join raids in the middle of that.
Does it alert you like, hey, there's a boss spawning and you click the map and there he is?
Right. Anything else I'm missing on?
I mean, something that doesn't really show on the trailer here is that there is a huge component on the story of the game. Like, the story is really interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you've played the original Blade and Soul, it's a prequel, so there is some characters that are going to be related. And you're going to be able to learn more about the backstory of all the famous characters of the game. So it's really interesting.
Okay. Before I let you guys go, one more. When do we get to play it?
September.
September.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's going to be launching on Steam, Purple, that's our launcher, and then also mobile. So Apple and Android.
And the game will be cross-play, so you can play with your friends on PC.
Can I go from my phone to my computer?
Absolutely, you can.
Yes.
All there.
Yeah, very smooth. Yeah, that's one of the best parts about it. It's cross-play and cross-platform.
That's awesome. Well, thank you, Nico. Thank you, Andrew. You guys were awesome. I now know so much about the game I've been writing about for the past week, and it's always fun to experience. The game looks great. Make sure to check it out in September and stick around for more IGN Live right after this.
IGN Live edition of Up at Noon. I'm Max Scoville.
And I'm Brian Altano. Up at Noon is a wacky variety show we used to do often, but now we only do occasionally.
Sort of like flossing or house cleaning. Well, why bother with house cleaning? Because our house is about to get a whole lot messier thanks to the good folks at McFarlane Toys, because they have a mountain of new action figures for us to check out. There they are.
Here to help us play with toys is Brian Walters, Director of Brand Creative at McFarlane Toys. What's up, man?
How you doing, guys? Thanks
Give
for
it up.
having us. Yeah, thank you.
Where should we start, Max? There is so much cool stuff on this table.
Let's go back to the Dark Ages. Let's start there. So I feel like one of the most just McFarlane adjacent things you could possibly make toys of is Doom the Dark Ages, which is just so metal, so gnarly. I'm playing it right now. I love it. There's a gun that shoots skulls. Why? Because it's sick.
Because it's cool. Rule
Why
of cool.
not, right?
Yeah, rule of cool. So tell us about this action figure.
So the Doomslayer, Lilith, and the other two on the side, the T-60 and the protagonist from Persona 3, brand new line from McFarlane Toys called the Elite Edition. And it is tailor-made to create highly detailed, super articulated, tons of deco, the kind of most iconic versions of these classic characters from iconic games, and do them proper justice in 3D form. So this is the very first two figures out on the table.
So you've got something really cool here. You've got soft goods, which I feel like this is perfect fit, because like Doom Guy, one of his, I love how it's like a Malibu Stacy has a new hat. Doom Guy has a little fur coat. Why? I can't. Because he's cold, probably, I guess. But you've got a soft goods fur coat on on him now, and you've also got the flail with the real metal chain. And also, because he apparently just went to Hot Topic, he's got a wallet chain.
Yeah, why not, right? Why not? No, and that's the whole point of this line, is introducing a whole ton of new materials that we don't normally get to do at some of our lower price point items, and really bring you the ultimate elite figure from each game.
I love the details on the shield, the little blades. It looks like it would actually hurt to hold.
Yeah, you're kind of looking at it and waiting for it to just walk off on you. But yeah, a variety of accessories, as you guys have pointed out. So a really great launch figure for this line. I should note that we had a certain amount that went up for pre-order. They sold out on almost immediately.
Oh, wow.
That's not to say you're not going to get it. Go to Walmart and GameStop. It's going to be there in just a couple of weeks, so stay tuned there. So
check your local stores, wherever you buy big hairy monsters with spike blades, all that fun stuff.
Head to your local stores, Brian. Tell us a little bit about Lilith. She's got a lot going on there.
Right, so there's a lot here. So Lilith, obviously the main villain from Diablo 4, which came out 2 years ago on Friday. So this is up for pre-order now. So if you're a massive Diablo fan, don't hold back. She's got there you go.
There's a massive Diablo fans. They're in the building.
He's right there, yeah. Fully articulated, comes with a variety of accessories. She comes with awesome faceplates for different face expressions. So you can pop off one faceplate and add the other one on for a whole new face expression. Obviously, she comes with her rose petals. The wings are articulated. Diablo's head is there, interchangeable hands. Again, soft goods fabric here as well. We're holding nothing back with this figure. So up for pre-order today. So
the wings are incredible. It's like one of the coolest things I've seen you guys do on your figures in a very long time.
Right, and she comes with a flight stand as well, as she tends to levitate quite frequently. So yeah, there you go.
Can you, like, the tail on the back is really cool too.
Right, and it's a soft PVC. I don't know if you can catch this on the camera. So you can kind of pose this in any direction that you want. Again, wings are articulated as well. So lots going on with this figure.
What's the hardest thing to get right in a figure like this when you're working with like different mixed mediums?
It's the balance of executing the design, but still making a functional toy. And sometimes you have to make some tough decisions that might compromise the design. But I think, under Todd's leadership on the design team, they make really educated decisions. But that's probably the hardest thing, is sometimes the engineering of it without compromising the look of the character.
And when and where can people pick up this figure?
So Lilith's going to be everywhere. She's up for pre-order today. So go pre-order her. She's got a lot of hype. We revealed her a couple weeks ago just in shadow, but here she is in full here on IGN Live.
Diablo fans in the crowd who are just screaming. Make sure you get this toy. I'm looking at it right now. We're gonna have to get it security to escort you out of here, because they will try to take it from you.
Okay, I'll go out the back. Yeah. There you go. Okay.
All right. So what else we got here today?
So I just want to call out. So we've got the T60 from Fallout. A couple Fallout fans, right?
Fallout fans in the building too. We got them all.
So the T60. So that's from Fallout 76. So the power armor suit, $59.99 for all these figures. So that's going to be going up on pre-order soon. So stay tuned there. And Persona 3 Reload, one of the biggest games last year. There you go. So we've got the protagonist. He's got his evoker, obviously, to call out his persona. So lots of accessories there. But I do want to call out some of these trading cards. So these, we have the McFarlane Rewards program through Elite Edition. So it's rewards.mcfarlane.com or McFarlaneElite.com, and you can scratch off the UPC here on the back, and you will get a sum of points. You can then take those points to buy exclusive prototypes for figures, one-of-a-kind pieces. So if you're an ultimate toy collector, go to, exactly, right? Go to the rewards program on McFarlaneToyStore.com. If you buy these figures, you can get a ton of points and buy some cool swag. So there you go.
All right.
I want to talk about the power armor for a second. Yeah, swag.
They're excited.
So you guys did some figures for the Fallout Amazon series.
Yeah, we did Movie Maniac figures. So this is our first articulated Fallout figure.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to call out. Like, I feel like with power armor, there's so many joints and crevices. It's actually hard to tell how posable it is, but this is like a fully articulated, fully posable one.
Fully articulated with a ton of accessories, as we called out, just like the other figures. And there's more to come here. So we're not just doing one power armor suit and we're out. We got some good surprises coming. So stay tuned.
This guy is awesome.
Yeah.
You guys excited for more power armor figures? Yeah. I mean, that is just like, the second I saw that design for the first time in a game, I was like, that's a toy that I need on my shelf.
There you go.
So
right? Yeah.
I'm very happy that you guys are around to actually make those things into realities.
We couldn't be more excited. Fallout's obviously got a lot of buzz, a long-running game. but also the season 2 coming, sooner than later. So yeah, we're very excited.
So McFarlane's always done some phenomenal monsters. Yep. And like with all due respect to Lilith, any chance we're gonna get like maybe some Fallout creatures or maybe some guys for Doom Guy to smash around a little bit?
I would say just stay tuned. I think last year when I was here, we were talking about some Batman Forever figures. You said, are you going to do more Batman movies? After that, it was, Batman v Superman. We've done a lot more there, so stay tuned for monsters.
More toys.
Yeah, exactly. More toys. Yeah. So I have a sneak peek.
You have a surprise for us.
Do you guys want to see a sneak peek?
So we've only shown snippets. I think we announced it with you, Brian, a couple months ago. So we have the very first inbox samples of Mortal Kombat Classics.
Yes! Mortal Kombat!
So the very first 2 figures.
Yes!
Scorpion.
Get over here.
Come here. Play away. There you go.
These are awesome. Look at this.
Oh, this is nice.
So there's going to be single figures and 2-packs. Stay tuned. More to come. We're going to show a lot more at San Diego Comic-Con, I think, but I thought I'd bring something very special. There's a close-up of Sub-Zero.
I love the arcade packaging. Can you spin that around and show us the back of the box? It's look at that. Come on. You guys nailed it.
Look at that resolution. It's wonderful.
Yeah, so
that's
it's 16-bit glory or whatever.
I love that. No, so I want to call this out because I had some of the first Mortal Kombat figures you guys did, and they had cool accessories and stuff. I think Sub-Zero came with a skull with a spine on it. It was great.
Yeah.
But Scorpion's harpoon was like a plastic. It was a piece, and this is like wire.
Yeah. So you can it's a braided wire. You can pose it to kind of get a waving effect
Careful
or
where
back
you
at
point
you
that.
as you're doing.
Yeah. That's not how that works.
It's a very cool accessory to include, so must have.
I love it. Yeah, no, the paint ops in this are really clean. I feel like it's hard to get that old school aesthetic really right, but I think this nails it.
Yeah, so we'll have the single figures retail everywhere, but there's also going to be deluxe 2-packs, so stay tuned for that. That'll have battle bases included. So.
They'll have battle bases.
Correct.
Nice.
Yep. There you go. So that's a lot of toys, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of toys. You guys are killing it. Give it up for McFarlane Toys. Yeah.
Okay, so I have to ask, Doom the Dark Ages has just a wonderful arsenal. I mean, Doom in general has this incredible, just like pantheon of brutal weaponry. How did you land on these 2? Because you got the pulverizer and you've got is that the combat shotgun or the regular shotgun?
Yeah, the super shotgun.
Shotgun.
Yep. We just tried to pick the most iconic accessories that we could from the game. Obviously, we have price points to hit and things like that, but we just tried to put the most iconic things we could in the box. Things that are synonymous with him. We look at accessories like, is it kind of part of his costume? If it is part of his costume, we have to include it, right? So, it's just an incredible accessory to include.
Look at that thing.
Yeah. It's so gross. If you're unfamiliar, it's like a paper shredder that takes skulls and turns them into like shotgun pellets.
Shotgun bullets. Yeah.
It's just awful. I love it so much. It's like I feel like the Doom aesthetic and also so much of like what makes McFarlane Toys great is it really captures the stuff I would like angrily scribble in my notebook in 5th grade. It's just it's
this
good
is like
metal stuff.
this is what the Pez dispensers look like in hell.
Exactly. 100%.
It's awesome. A hell Pez dispenser. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, where can people find these one last time?
So let's do some housekeeping. So Doomslayer is going to hit stores in just a few weeks. Go to all your favorite retailers, Walmart, GameStop, Entertainment Earth, et cetera. Lilith up for pre-order today in honor of IGN Live and the 2-year anniversary of the release of Diablo 4. And then stay tuned for Fallout, Persona 3. Those will be coming. You'll hear more about those in the coming weeks. So.
Awesome.
Yep.
Nice.
Brian, keep making awesome toys, man.
Thanks for always having us. Appreciate it.
Give it up for toys and Brian and other Brian. Brian, thank you so much for coming by. And, thanks, I guess, other Brian.
All right.
You can find these awesome figures wherever McFarlane Toys are sold, and you can find dozens of old episodes of Up at Noon right here on IGN.
And you can also catch more brand new stuff right out of IGN Live, so make like a Ninja Turtle with a bow staff and stick around.
Thank you, guys.
IGN Live is presented by PlayStation Days of Play. Get the PlayStation 5 digital console with a Call of Duty Black Ops 6 bundle, starting at $399.99 while supplies last.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downes, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Oh, hello there. Well, we've got some good news and some bad news. Now, the bad news is that IGN Live is almost over.
But the good news is that it's not over yet. Coming up later, the Game Scoop crew is taken to the stage to debate which of the games released in 2025 so far have serious Game of the Year potential, and maybe take a look ahead at which of this fall's big releases could pose some competition. But before that, we are checking out a few upcoming games. There's Hella, which is about a hella adorable little mouse, and also there's No Ghost at the Grand, which despite that title, I think might actually involve ghosts.
Definitely ghosts in that game. Now, if you want to grab a couple of awesome games that you can play right now for extremely cheap, check out the IGN Live Humble Bundle. IGN's sister site Humble hooked it up with a special collection of games that can be yours for very cheap. And as always, proceeds go to charity.
Head to humble.com right now and grab them before they are gone. Now, just a reminder that IGN Summer of Gaming is going on all month long, not just this weekend, so stick around for that.
All month, that's right. But right now, it's time for the GamesIndustry.biz panel. So check it out.
Someone once said space is dark and cold. Our job is to bring light, bring warmth, bring life to wherever we go. Is this a hit it situation?
It's whatever kind of adventure we want it to be.
This crew is a team, the finest Starfleet has to offer.
Indeed. It's possible they don't know about us. They know about us.
There is evil in this universe as sure as there is good.
The choices you make in that chair, they are yours to make and yours to live with.
We await your orders, sir.
You don't trust me with your best friend?
You don't trust me with your baby brother. It's madness.
We have to stop this invasion. Prepare all weapons.
Get to the ship! We are going to find our way out of this together.
It's 1 in 1,000 we get it done right or don't blow ourselves up along the way.
I like those odds. We'll just turn it off before we blow up.
Give me 5. Now, down low.
Why would you do that?
Because you are too slow.
We're going to talk today about how AI could change the way games are made, and to do that,
I'd like to welcome Neil Young, who's the founder and the managing partner of Idenic, who has a lot of experience making video games.
Sup?
So, Neil.
John.
We're going to keep Tom, the producer of this, on his toes to start with. You've got a long history making video games.
So long.
And we have a bunch of images of things you worked on.
Oh, God.
That I challenged Tom to put up on the screen while you talk about it. Can you talk about all the things you've worked on? Before we talk about AI, can you talk about all the things that you've worked on? Just to kind of...
like everything?
Qualify you as a game maker.
Yeah, okay, so let's see. I started in the games industry in the UK. And I was originally a programmer, and then like all failed programmers became a producer. I've literally made hundreds of games. Some of the earliest things would be like, the arcade ports of Golden Axe, or Outrun, did a lot of stuff like that. And then I moved to the US, and...
There we go, we got Golden.
Oh my God, that's good. I moved to the US, and I worked with Virgin and produced the Aladdin games for Sega Genesis and The Lion King, and I worked on Dune 2, I worked on Dune 1, which, exists. Look, there we go, there's Aladdin. From Virgin, I went to Origin Systems. I ran Origin Systems for a few years. We launched Ultima Online there, Wing Commander, obviously the Jane's flight simulators. I then went from there back to Redwood Shores at Electronic Arts and produced EA's one and only ARG, a game called Majestic. It would like call you on the phone, send you faxes. You would chat with it. It was an AI game long before its AI time. And then at Electronic Arts, I ran the Lord of the Rings games for a long time. So the Two Towers, Return of the King, Battle for Middle-earth. I worked with Mike Verdu and his team on that. There we go. EA Los Angeles, ran that. Ran Maxis, so Sims 2. At EA Los Angeles, we did Medal of Honor Airborne, which, by the way, I think was way underrated. Battle of Middle-earth was actually also done in EA Los Angeles. And then in 2008, I left and I founded a mobile game company called NG Moco, which was one of the very first mobile game companies. We did on iPhone, we did Rolando and Topple and Maze Finger and Dr. Awesome, and then we sold that and We Rule and Godfinger. We sold that to a company called DNA, Japanese company, and I worked with DNA for a few years. Then founded Network, built Legendary Game of Heroes, spent some time working with John, and now have my new company, Idenic.
So, quite a few games. So I know what you're talking about.
A bunch of games.
Bunch of games.
Bunch of games.
So when did you start thinking seriously about AI?
So about 2 years ago. So I used to be a programmer, but literally I stopped programming on like 68,000, like Atari ST and Amiga. And before that, I spent a bunch of time doing 6502 stuff straight to the metal on 8-bit Ataris. And so I was so out of sorts coding. Just as a hobby project, I wanted to have sort of Python capability just for fun. And so I had ChatGPT 3.5 teach me how to code in Python. And it was just a super magical experience. I think about AI as like exoskeletons. Like I know there's a lot of concern about AI and sort of its impact on the games industry, and it will have a significant impact for sure. But it's sort of like your feet being mad at a bicycle. It's like, it's an incredible tool. And it allowed me to do things that I just couldn't do. And, when you've been in the games industry for as long as, as we have, because you were in that UK industry, page 6.
Don't talk about how.
You can't help but turn your attention to sort of like, what could this do? And what could we do with it? And so it's really been the last couple of years that I've been thinking about it in a deep way.
And so can you just describe kind of what Edenic does?
So we invest to own and operate companies that are either going to be sort of favored by this, AI future, or might be strategic to it. If you sort of thought of the industry as going through this kind of transformation, there's going to be positive things there, and there's going to be some challenging things. And so Edenic's role really is to try to help navigate us through that and sort of apply AI intelligently to the industry as it exists today, and then ultimately try to do net new things that just have not been able to be done before or haven't been done before.
You posted some things online where you talked about the need for disruptive innovation, I think is the term that you use. How would you define that?
So that term comes from a book by this guy, Clay Christensen, called Innovator's Dilemma. And I didn't go to business school. In fact, I didn't really go to school. But if I had gone to business school, I probably would have read that book there instead of reading it myself. And it's good, it's interesting. The basic idea is that industries are introduced usually through some innovation. And then as that industry grows over time and matures, the companies that innovated originally find themselves in this dilemma where they are serving different sets of customers than actually they originally intended to serve. So they lose sight of people, that actually got them to the place that they were at. They're also protecting the revenue that they've built, right? And so it's very difficult to take the types of risks that you need to take in order to be and build a successful business. And that's why, startups come along and disrupt incumbent companies, and then maybe those incumbent companies try to buy those startups so that they can stay on the edge of innovation. So the concept in that book is the book's The Innovator's Dilemma, is that these disruptive innovators, right, come in and sort of introduce a new S-curve for the industry. So you have sort of like one S-curve that goes like that, and then the disruptive innovators come in, there's another S-curve that kind of gets introduced. And my basic thought is our industry, it's become stagnant. Like we've painted ourselves into a very difficult corner. Not intentionally, but we're at a place now where games cost so much to make, and they take so much time to actually produce them, that companies that finance those things are afraid to take the risks, the commercial risk that it takes to actually go and build those things.
Just for the audience here, can you, how much is a AAA game to make these days?
Oh, AAA game, $300–400 million, and at the far end of the spectrum, you've got something like GTA 6 that's rumored to be $2 billion. It's very, very easy to imagine spending $50, $100 million, $150 million building a product and taking 2 or 3 years to actually make it, which actually is the other dimension of that. You're tying up incredibly creative people for such a long period of time. And then, by the way, this is sort of, that would be a AAA game that you ship. Across the industry, sort of writ large, about 70% of the revenue that the industry generates comes actually from catalog and live operated games. And so in mobile, for example, like 80% of the revenue any year is coming from live operated games. And so if the mobile games industry sort of revenue is, 55 billion in the US, or 110 billion on a global basis, like 80 or 90 billion of that is coming from live operated games, and those live operated games are spending 25 or 30% of that money actually on continuing to develop those titles. So it's not just the cost to make the game, it's then the cost to continue to service that game. So the challenge for a publisher is they're often looking at a multi-$100-million commitment to go on a creative endeavor. And if you follow that to the end of the line, you end up in a place where you just don't take any chances. and you build things that only everybody wants to play instead of the thing that you want to play, or that you want to play, or that you want to play. Like, and so we sort of have to break that if we want to actually fulfill the true potential of the audience, of the industry. We've got to get to a place where there's just a much better distribution of ideas to audience. And I think it starts, unfortunately, often only one direction that it starts from is the sort of underlying economics of the industry.
So how do you make it cheaper? Is the answer AI?
Well, that's one of the answers, right? So I think we think about AI, and you can apply it in two dimensions, right? One is what is its impact to the professional creator class, right? So the 150, 180,000 people who are employed in the games industry. If the average team size is, let's call it 50 people, right? And in this sort of AI future, 5 or 10 people can do what 50 people were able to do before. That has a couple of really important sort of downstream implications. The first implication is that the economics of games changes, right? Now it only, you only have to invest the 5 or 10 person expense to be able to build the product, and that just actually allows you to take more creative risk and develop more interesting things. The second question is what happens to the other 40 people, right? And so there's sort of like two pieces to that puzzle. The first is a lot of the very best people making games are tied up supporting the revenue from those games after they ship. And so they don't actually go create anything else. And so this affords those people the ability to actually go and start making things on top of those tools. And then the question is, what happens to the other 30 people, right, of that 50-person average team? And I think they probably move out from those companies that start going through those types of changes. But the real important question is, do they leave the games industry? And I don't think that they do. Because the people who are in the games industry, the people who make the games industry and make the games, the vast majority of those people are making games because it's what they love. They're doing it not actually because it's a paycheck. They're doing it because it's the thing that they always dreamt to do. It's why we've been able to get the very best engineers and the very best artists and the very best, people to participate in the games industry, because some percentage of all great people in all careers grew up playing games, and they loved games, and they just wanted to make it and always dreamt of making it. And so I think these tools will afford those people the ability to be able to build games. And because those games require far smaller audiences of people to support them, I think we're going to see this sort of shift. And it's going to happen over time, and it's going to be challenging to be able to manage through. But I think we're going to see this shift where you could get to the place where 1 or 2 people could build a game that they love for the sets of people that actually want to play it. Like this kind of sub-stackification of the games industry, where you can get to that 1,000 true fans that could actually support a small team of people making something amazing. And I think that is a really promising future for the games industry. So I know this is a long answer. But the second question is, what happens when AI tooling allows people who didn't train to become game makers, but have incredible ideas, grew up playing games, affords them the ability to be able to make games, to be able to take their ideas and turn those ideas into applications, into games. I think that's going to explode the creator class.
So is it good enough to be able to do that? So we had Les Benzies on the main stage yesterday, and he's talking about this as well with the tool that's in Mind's Eye, and that's his vision for that as well. He wants you to be able, it's basically a toy set, and initially there's a few rules, but he will expand the rule set over time. Do you think that AI is good enough for you to be able to simply describe it, what you want to be able to play?
I think it will become that way.
I mean, ultimately, are we heading towards like the holodeck in Star Trek, where you just describe the experience that you want?
Yeah, we are. I mean, there's 2 ways to think about this. The first is we've built games exactly the same way for the last 50 years, right? Player character, non-player character, map with objects and code equals game, right? And so that's been the equation. And what's happened is the device complexity and capability and the team sizes have grown such that that equation now delivers incredibly complex games that are expensive to make and that take a long time to build. People armed with AI exoskeletons will be able to do that dramatically more effectively. And it's going to have this huge impact on the games industry for all the reasons we've talked about. I think that degree of disruption sort of pales into insignificance relative to what happens next, when games are the product of weights and models and biases, and we move away from applying AI to that equation, and we start thinking about these sort of AI native experiences where inference is like the renderer. Instead of a stream of text tokens that you see when an LLM generates, what will the future be like when it's a stream of frames of video? And each one of those frames of video is another frame of what a game could be. How we express our creativity as game makers in that world and the tools that we use to do that, I think are going to change, right? We're going to focus differently and build things differently. There will always be the sort of a place for the human in that equation, I think, I hope. But that future is what you're talking about, because when things are changing geometrically, right, the difference between a 20 frame per second, doesn't hold coherence for a long time Quake demo, and real world fidelity is actually not that far away. You know? So I think that's not a this 5 years, but the next 5 years, and definitely the 5 years after that.
So
it's going to be amazing.
Do you see there are tools that are already heading this way that you think are close?
I don't think that they are close yet.
No?
I think that there's work that's going on in research labs right now which shows you that future. You know, you might have seen the demo that Microsoft put out for Quake. You know, that followed on a demo that Google put out on Doom. There's a team of researchers in Edinburgh and Switzerland that have been working on CSGO. It's very early stuff, but directionally, it's really interesting. And in the meantime, we have the opportunity to step into these exoskeletons. Like the image I have in my head is like Ripley in the dock loader and in Aliens, like able to just doing, to not just lift things but fight. And what AI can be for game makers is an exoskeleton that allows them to do things that they just could not have done before, at a scale, at a speed. And what that means is the round trip time between their idea and an expression of that idea shortens dramatically. Like when I'm building games, or have been building games, the round trip time between my idea and seeing it on the screen and having the software talk back to me sometimes was weeks or months. When it's seconds and minutes, like I'm able to get to the better idea much faster. And I think that's the actual opportunity. The opportunity is like, get in the fucking dock loader.
All right, so we could talk about this for a long time. I've got time for one more question.
Yeah.
So the timeline in front of us to get to kind of where you're talking about, what do you think it is?
So I think the industry. I think we're going to go through these phases.
Yeah.
Right. So I think you could think of the first phase as like the practical application of AI to the industry as it exists today, and that's all the things that we talked about against that equation of player character and non-player character and map and objects and code, where AI exoskeletons really allow teams to do more with less, essentially. And so that means more creative things get built. That's phase one. I think the downstream implications of that actually move us into phase two. And that's where you start seeing like the substackification of games. When it becomes a lot easier to build a game, do you get new types of games being built? Could they ever become ephemeral? If they do become ephemeral, does your relationship shift from with the game to with the person who made the game? And so if that first phase is kind of like the next 5 years, that second phase, I think, would, roughly be the following 5 years.
Right.
And then the 5 years after that, I think, is when we get to this place where you can have these, incredible individual experiences, or experiences that lots of people share that, that are amazing. But I'm certain that, in the window of a decade to 20 years from now, it's just going to be amazing. It is going to be like the holodeck. It is going to be incredible.
Well, that's a fantastic place to finish on. Thank you very much for your time, ladies and gentlemen, and Neil Young.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
IGN Live is presented by Mind's Eye. Pre-order now.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today. IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
You're watching IGN Live. Most of the time when we talk about gaming mice, we're talking about the PC peripherals you use to click on things. But in this case, we get to talk about the cute and furry kind. So here to tell me about Hella, please welcome creative director Martin Celine, I'm sorry, but welcome. Thank you so much.
Glad to be here.
So Hella looks so cute and whimsical, but I'm gonna guess that there's more to it than that. So can you give us a rundown of the game?
Yeah, it's an adventure, puzzle, exploration, kind of just playing around game, I guess. It's you can play it on your own and you can play it with friends, and it's kind of like, I guess we just wanted to sort of capture the vibe of playing in the woods as a kid. Just so tried to make something very playful and approachable and sort of, yeah, just have a good time, man. So.
Yeah, well, I love that you said like playing in the woods as a kid, because everything that I've seen of Hella, that look of curiosity and wonder is so apparent. So you mentioned you can play single player or co-op.
Yeah.
Can you explain how exactly that works with exploration and puzzles and gameplay?
It's pretty cool actually, because you can just kind of drop in and drop out as you like, because you can create little copies of yourself to make up for numbers if you're not like playing with someone else at the time. So it's sort of like it's sort of always multiplayer even when you're playing on your own. So that's pretty cool. We just wanted to make it really like to lower the barrier of entry as much as we could, to just make it really easy for people to play together. So you can play it in split screen, or you can play it online, or you can mix and match. Also, it's it's kind of complicated in a way to make, but for the player, it should be just really easy to just get a game going and start playing around.
Well, and I love that mechanic of you can just copy yourself, because I feel like when you're a kid and you don't have any friends to play with, you can just kind of make up imaginary friends, and it feels like it's kind of playing on that same whimsical energy.
Yeah, very much. It's playing with your imaginary friends.
Exactly.
No, but it's really cool, actually. They can be like a little helping hand. And it's also nice because we wanted it to feel like safe to try things out. So you could basically, like, whenever you're trying a hard move, you could just like make one of those little copies of yourself, and if you fall off, then you can just like get right back to where you were. So it's just like a little portable checkpoint in a way. So it's a fun mechanic.
Perfect. Sometimes it's called save scumming. I'm sure you've heard. So I love that there's a friendly, like user-friendly way to do that. So let's talk about, how did you approach crafting that cozy adventure feel in Hella?
Sorry, could you?
How did you go about approaching that cozy feeling in Hella?
I don't know. It's one of those things where it just. I think it comes out of the process in a way. Like, you're trying to capture sort of that, as you mentioned before, like that childlike wonder, and to try to create interesting places that are full of like things that sparks people's curiosity. And I think sort of the coziness sort of comes out of that, and trying to make something that feels real and lived in, and just like, cool to discover. And I think that's like, it's really fun to be small in a big world. So like, we try to highlight that sort of mousiness, to have lots of like nooks and crannies to sneak into, and then just really explore familiar spaces in a way that feels a little bit unfamiliar, perhaps, like, because you recognize the things, but you haven't seen them from that angle before. So it's we try to make it a playful process and sort of see where we wind up with it. So there's not really like a method to it as such. It's kind of, we discover it as we go along.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a product of a lot of nuance and details that you and your team have put into the game. So you started to mention this, but can you elaborate a little bit more on the decision to have a mouse as the protagonist, and how that choice influences gameplay and its mechanics?
Yeah. I mean, it's just really fun to be small in a big world, and to just like, I think it's kind of like that. You can make even the sort of kind of mundane things exciting, because it's like, to us it's just a little tiny drop, but to a mouse it's a big deal. And it's kind of cool where you can make something feel a little bit exciting and suspenseful and dramatic, but you don't really have to sort of do big explosions and high drama. It's kind of like, kids drama in a way. And I think also it's kind of cool, like a mouse can go anywhere. Like they can sneak, they can climb, they're really fast, they can jump really high. And we also have the little froggy backpack companion, that like your grapple hook buddy. So it's kind of like a game where you really can go everywhere, anywhere, like really try to utilize that sort of mobility. Like it's kind of like in past games we've done, it's kind of like the world is always like your obstacle, but in this case it's not. It's your canvas. It's really about just exploring the space and having fun with it. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I love that, and I'm glad that you talked about like exploring and the environments being your canvas, because the environments are beautiful and they do seem very open to explore. So can you talk a little bit about how the game is actually structured and how that challenges the player?
Yeah, it's very, very nonlinear. It's kind of like we want as few sort of, as little sort of portals and gatekeeping as possible, just kind of set you free in the world and let you roam wherever you want to go. So it's kind of like, again, since you're small, it's one of those spaces that it feels big to you, but for the human playing it, you can get really familiar with all of these places. It's kind of like, you know, it's probably, I can't say exactly how big it is because I don't remember, but it's one of those things that, like, making your mental map of the place it's not that hard because you can sort of, you know, learn the key places, the key landmarks, the sort of all of the history and background to each place. But then, since you're tiny, there's still a lot of like little things to discover within those spaces. So it's sort of small but big at the same time.
A little bit of both.
And also very just like, again, we wanted to keep it playful. We wanted to keep it exploratory. So it's like super nonlinear.
So your game seems like an expression of Scandinavian folklore. Tell us about those inspirations and how we can expect to see them in Hella.
I mean, it's something that we've all grown up with, and just like it is kind of it's interesting in Sweden. Like we sort of treasure those myths and histories, and then like I guess what the take we tried to do though is to make a sort of a friendly version of it, because when you look at kids' tales from Sweden, they're all about like, don't try anything, everything is going to kill you, and everything is scary. So we were trying to sort of flip that and say, actually, do try everything. Going into the woods is cool, just try. So it's not like sort of super high fantasy in a way. Like, yes, we do have magic and things like that going on, but we tried to keep it a pretty grounded fantasy, that it is sort of mostly about the people of this world. It's not necessarily sort of like, you know, trolls and goblins type of fantasies, but more like the mice work for a kind old witch. So they're her familiars. And now she's gotten old and a little bit ill, so she needs a little bit more help than she used to. Like, she has always been this sort of grandmotherly figure that takes care of everyone and everything, but now suddenly you have to take care of her a little bit. So it's, yeah, that's kind of little coming of age thing, and just sort of trying to do good deeds and learning more and more about the history of this place.
Yeah, I love that. So are there any particular details from Scandinavian folklore in Hella that you're most excited for players to discover?
I mean, we have to save some secrets, I guess, but yeah, a little bit. But also we tried to sort of. I think we're big fans of trying to create our own narratives and sort of our own details. Like a lot of. Like, we don't want to lean in too heavily into something that already exists, because it's more fun to make new stories in sort of the same tradition, but not necessarily just retell the old stories. So.
Yeah. And then one more. So what were some of the biggest creative challenges faced during the development of Hella?
Sorry?
What were some of the biggest What were some of the biggest creative challenges faced during the development of Hella?
Making video games is hard.
I've heard.
But no, I think it's one of those things where, like, you want to have a really playful process, and you want to, like, the thing we like to say is like, us as creators are kind of similar to the players as well, in that we sort of thrive from the same sort of things, and like we want the same type of challenges when we make things, and we want to sort of really inspire that playfulness in our team as well. And I think it's like there is a challenge in balancing that with also making something that ever actually gets finished. So trying to keep it fun, but also getting it made, and also making physics-based gameplay over network.
I could imagine that'd be difficult. Well, Martin, thank you so much for coming by. Hella looks amazing and adorable, and we just cannot wait to see more. We've got more IGN Live ahead, so stick around.
IGN Live is presented by PlayStation Days of Play. Get the PlayStation 5 digital console with a Call of Duty Black Ops 6 bundle, starting at $399.99 while supplies last.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Do you believe in life after IGN Live? There's No Ghost at the Grand is an upcoming mystery adventure game that puts a ghoul-sucking vacuum into your hands, a ripping ska soundtrack in your ears, and a passion for hotel renovation in your heart. Here to tell us more are some of the devs from Friday Sunday, Anil Glendening, Chi-Chi Huang, and Jack Conrad. Give them a warm welcome, everybody, huh? Welcome to IGN Live, everyone. Now, you've just revealed the game. Please tell us what brings us to the Grand, where there are definitely no ghosts.
There are definitely no ghosts at the Grand. Let me just assure everyone of that. Yeah. You play as a young American man, just an ordinary guy who inherits a definitely not haunted hotel deep in the English countryside. But when you get there, you discover there is definitely something lurking under the surface.
Now, it has some sort of, there's a lot of, this character, this American, is inheriting this from maybe a family member. We know that there's not a ton you can tell us about the story yet, but can you tease a little bit about what makes this American sort of special and why he's here in the first place?
Under the surface, you get to decorate the house by day, and you have a variety of crazy power tools who talk to you. But you can't decorate at nighttime, because at nighttime, it's an entirely different vibe. Then, at night, there are other guests who haven't yet left the hotel, and a talking cat.
Now, this talking cat, I need to get into, because this talking cat's name is so good. First of all, There's No Ghost at the Grand is an excellent name. As soon as we heard this game was coming to IGN Live, I was like, what an incredibly perfect name for a video game. So, speaking of absolutely perfect names, Mr. Bones the Bastard is this cat's name. Can you tell us a little bit about Mr. Bones?
So, Mr. Bones the Bastard is a mysterious, ambivalent being who doesn't give a crap about you. So an ordinary cat, basically.
Pretty much.
But at nighttime, he talks, and he introduces himself as Mr. Bones the Bastard, and he says that you, the player character, was the one who named him that. But you don't know why. What is your history with this mysterious cat? What is the past? And can you trust him? Is he friend or foe? That's part of the mystery of the game.
I love that. you're also going to be wielding a multifunctional tool that sort of evokes, like, you know, when we think about haunted hotels and vacuums, Luigi's Mansion comes into mind a little bit. Is there any, you know, sort of influence from that game? Is it kind of a darker version in some ways? Is it inspired?
Not so much, yeah. I mean, what we really wanted to do was create a game that was fun and engaging and cross that line between cozy and spooky. So Luigi's Mansion was definitely an inspiration, but really we've been inspired by the vibes and the music that we were listening to, you know? And so all of that is kind of embedded. But because we're from England, you can't walk 5 meters without tripping over a ghost story or a building that's 500 years old. And so we took all of those vibes and we put them into the game.
That's great. And yeah, you mentioned this ska soundtrack that the game has. You're going to be meeting some characters around the town, and there's a bit of a musical element to the game. Can you tease what that is a little bit?
You want us to tease the characters?
No, tease the musical element of the game.
Jack, you want to tell us about the music?
The game is a musical, but you know, we're not going to make you sit through British Les Mis. We use the music to introduce the characters. Each character has an own genre that's unique to them. So as you meet them, we jump from reggae to ska to punk, depending on who's talking. But you know, if you want to skip them, it's all original music, but we won't be offended. We'll probably add an achievement if anyone's stubborn enough to skip all of them. But we think it's really fun. They're really catchy. Each song section has its own unique gameplay element to it. The player can duet either by choosing a verse or duetting with his trumpet. I just think it's a really unique and interesting way to introduce characters that we'll know you get to love.
Yeah, so it's not a traditional musical. It's more like, you know, finding this dusty old album in your dad's record collection full of British ska and reggae and punk sounds from the 1980s. And that's the vibe we've tried to capture for There Are No Ghosts of the Grand.
Yeah, there's so many things that it looks like we're going to be uncovering as we explore this town and this hotel. It's so cool. Now, I'm seeing some gameplay from the game on screen here. Very cool. Can you tell me a little bit about that little guy in the corner there of that gun, that guy with the mustache? What's his deal?
Yeah, Gigi, you want to tell us a little bit about the little character we have on the gun?
Well, he is the reason why your power tools are talking. That's Robert C. McBrushy. He, throughout the morning...
Wait, one more time on that name.
Robert C. McBrushy.
That is incredible. Okay, so we've got Mr. Bones the Bastard, an incredible There's No Ghost of the Grand title, and that name for that. Oh my gosh, you guys are excellent at making names. Okay, but please continue.
But yeah, during the day, he helps you decorate and renovate on top of the power tools. And then by night, something weird happens. He's like an expert in supernatural as well as carpentry, upholstery, and, you know, all things DIY.
So he's part of the mystery. You're not the first owner of these guns, and you're not the first person he's known. So as you go through exploring the Grand, he becomes your guide, introducing all the different gameplay elements that we have and unveiling the deeper mystery of the game.
He seems like he has a heck of a personality. Now, another thing about this game that I'm very interested in is some of these cinematic influences that might be here as well. Is there anything really playing on There's No Ghost of the Grand from that aspect?
Well, in terms of inspiration from cinema?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, we really love the kind of the slow burn, creepy type of ghost stories. We love when you enter into a story with just an innocuous quest. You're just here to decorate the hotel. That's it. There's nothing else. But very quickly, things begin to unravel. What turns out to be a simple quest becomes something much more complicated and much more creepy. So we really want to keep players on their toes, which is why we have a title like There Are No Ghosts of the Grand. Are we lying to you? Is it all in the player's head? Who knows?
We're going to have to find out. But again, there are no ghosts at the Grand.
There are absolutely
we have to remind you.
Absolutely not.
No ghosts at the Grand. We have to remind you guys of that. You mentioned something that I want to dive into a little bit, which is this sort of crossroads of coziness and horror mystery. How do you mix those two things from a visual standpoint?
You know what? You know, we get asked this question a lot, and I always say the same answer to people. If you've ever moved into a new apartment or a new house, you start off and it's cozy. You're decorating, you're putting out all of your stuff, and then night falls. and all of a sudden, what was cozy is suddenly creepy. You've got to go down a strange corridor, go to a strange bathroom, sleep in a strange bed. Sometimes you're there by yourself. And it's that feeling of being alone in a strange building, the kind of terror from the mundane, the presence of absence, is where we combine the coziness and the horror aspects, the creepy aspects of the game. I think when people play it, they're going to find some of these feelings familiar and identifiable.
Even just that phrase, the presence of absence, that does kind of give you, as the cat apparates into view right here, right behind me. Hi, Mr. Bones. Now, obviously, there looks to be a lot going on in this village. Can you talk a little bit about what else we're going to be doing, maybe outside of the hotel in the game?
So outside the hotel, this is a ghost story game set in a haunted hotel that you can leave at any time, day or night, and explore the surrounding village of Kingswood-on-Sea. You want to tell us a little bit about the town?
On Kingswood-on-Sea, the hotel has a moped, a nice yellow moped. You want to renovate that, you can take Mr. Bones out in the basket and explore the town. And same goes for the fishing boat. Once that's renovated, you can take it out with some friends, with some locals, and explore the boat together. And also, on the boat, you can...
I mean, the town itself has loads of secrets, so on the boat, if you go out to sea, you can dredge for treasure or secrets that sort of contribute to the greater mystery. And same as the town itself. So as you go around, you're not just renovating the hotel, you're renovating some of the buildings in the town as well.
Getting to make it all yours and sort of feel both the creepiness of that and also the hominess is very exciting. Anil, I just want to ask you one last thing here. Obviously, you run Friday, Sunday with your spouse. What is it like developing games with your spouse?
Sorry, say that again?
I was told that you run Friday, Sunday with your spouse. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. So Friday, Sunday, you guys did interview the right person. So Friday, Sunday is a new studio. You know, my wife and myself, we started it up and we searched all of Britain for the newest, freshest talent who wanted to make a video game. And we found this small indie team that we brought together and we created Friday, Sunday. No Ghost of the Grand is our first game. It's our debut game. You know, and we really want to be able to connect with gamers by bringing some of our own stories, our own experiences, which is why that idea of moving into a flat or an apartment by yourself for the very first time is something which I think resonates with people. You know, our PR company laughed when we said it's a ghost story with Lovecraftian monsters based on a true story. And what it is it's the vibes, it's the feelings that are based on a true story. And I think that's what makes a really effective ghost story. So that's what Friday, Sunday is all about, and that's what No Ghost of the Grand is all about too.
Well, we can't wait to play it. Thank you all so much for coming in. There's No Ghost at the Grand is coming to Xbox and Game Pass in 2026, and we cannot wait for it. There's a lot more IGN Live ahead, so do not go anywhere.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today. IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Welcome back. You are watching IGN Live.
And we're sitting on Lovesac's new modular couch platform, Sactionals.
Get in the game with Lovesac's new Stealth Tech sound and charge home audio system. They have seamlessly embedded surround sound technology built right in with a Harman Kardon speaker system paired with wireless device charging.
Sactionals with Stealth Tech are the ultimate smart couch for your gaming setup. Don't just hear the game, feel it.
But right now, it is time to scoop the game with a very special IGN Live episode of Game Scoop in just a few minutes.
Now, IGN Live might be coming to an end, but fun fact, we've got live coverage planned all summer long. In July, we'll be at San Diego Comic-Con, covering all the biggest upcoming movies, shows, comics, collectibles, and more. And in August, we'll head off to Gamescom in Cologne, Germany for a look at a ton of upcoming games.
But right now, it is time for Scoop.
Scoop!
To the Overlook.
You'll regret facing it. May death reign. That's it. You'll regret facing it. May death reign. That's it. May death reign.
To the Overlook.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to IGN GameScoop. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield.
There he is.
Joining me today are Justin Davis. Scoop! Sam Claiborne.
Hey, everybody. It's great to be here.
And Mark Medina.
I'm here, Damon.
And I'm so glad we just got to have Nick Lamone out here. We wanted to have him on the show, but he's busy right now running the show. So shout out to Nick Lamone.
Running the show.
We also wanted to have Per Schneider on, but he lost his voice because he was out partying at the club until like 4 a.m. last night.
We went to bed early.
Yeah.
We were ready.
Dad.
So shout out to Per also. We've got a great show for you this week. We are here at IGN Live with an incredible live audience.
I don't know about you, but this is what I always picture. This is what I see when I record GameScoop every time, in my mind's eye.
Isn't this what every episode of GameScoop should be like?
Yeah.
That's all in person?
I'm okay with that.
It's a little different than the Zoom call we normally do.
The Zoom call. In just a bit, we'll be playing video game Who Am I? Which is always a lot of fun with a live audience. There's also been a bunch of announcements this week we'll discuss. But first, it's time to check in with Game of the Year Watch. We'll add that in post. It's fine. Okay. There've been a lot of great games released this year. No 10 out of 10s.
Not a single 10.
From IGN.
I see a lot of 10s in the audience, though. There's a lot of shirts that say 10, is what I mean by that.
I see a lot of 11 out of 10s. Off the charts. Here today.
Is that legal?
I don't, if it's...
Look. We got 110 on the couch. Sam's mustache.
Last year, it's been a while since we had a full new game get a 10. Last year, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree got a 10. Much deserved, not a full standalone game. And then our re-review of Stardew Valley got a 10.
Yeah, great game. Easy 10. Easy 10.
So you got to go back to 2023, which is pretty good year for Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Resident Evil 4, Metroid Prime Remastered, which Sam did. So that was a pretty good year.
What a year.
So anyway, no 10 this year, but lots of great games. And I think, you know, when you host enough Game of the Year watches, you start to get a sense when there's a clear front runner. I think there's a clear front runner so far this year, but I didn't want to assume, so I polled the GameScoop audience. I went to the Facebook group and I polled them. Red, let's pull up this poll, because I think the data shows there's a very clear front runner. It is Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
I think it's a Claire front runner.
Oh, it's a Claire front runner. Also, I've already forgotten one of my bits, Justin. I was going to say, I polled the Scoop audience, so let's check in with the listeners.
Oh, hey, listeners.
People really hate it when Justin's not there and nobody says, hey, listeners.
I feel like an imposter saying it.
You don't want to
so
take it from him.
I fall silent.
Well, for everyone who's listening at home and can't be here, I think they'd feel like they're part of the show. Let's get everyone to get a big hey listeners. So let's check in with the listeners. Okay.
That went great.
So Claire Obscure, very clear, 60% of the vote, nothing else is close. Mark, you're a big fan of the game. It's your game of the year so far.
Easily.
Tell us why you think it is resonating so well.
I am old, and so I played a lot
Too old for Metroidvania.
Little too old for Metroidvanias. Old enough to know what a sequel is, which is not Final Fantasy games. Anyways, and I was one person's like, hey, I remember that from an episode. I grew up on the PS1 RPGs, and Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is 100% a callback to RPGs from that era. Not to mention, and that's just gameplay and world design. Not to mention the cast is incredible. They were here yesterday. Did anybody get to see them yesterday? Each one better than the next. The voice acting, the graphics, it's made by a small team, just over 30 people. It's quite an accomplishment that they pulled off. Excellent music, Claire Obscure. It would not surprise me if that sweeps Game of the Year.
See, this all makes sense to me because I didn't grow up in the PS1 era, so I really like Expedition 1 through 6 from the 8-bit era.
Yeah, you have to play the first 32 before 33 makes sense.
Yes.
It also has a good story, right? Like you said,
Yeah,
small team, a new team
Yeah.
that have AAA experience.
a lot of junior devs that were like hired for one thing, and they're like, hey, can you do a bit of writing? And they're like, sure. And they're like, do you want to just write the whole game? Like, that's the kind of stuff that happened. Or, you know, Ben Starr was there to help them with production, and they were like, hey, before you go, do you want to voice Verso, the main character of the game? Like, it's just kind of stuff that kind of just came in while they were making the game, and it's quite an accomplishment that it is as good as it is.
Is anything going to knock this off your list?
I have not played Death Stranding 2 yet, so, you know.
He's got a Death Stranding tattoo.
I got a Death Stranding tattoo, if you can't see from there. I'm very excited for Death Stranding 2. It might knock it off the list, but Claire is, so far, very, very high up there.
How have you not played Death Stranding 2? We're playing Death Stranding 2.
Because we are at IGN Live.
Okay.
I was like, I don't want to play the first 3 hours and then forget everything in a week. So I'll you know, when we get back.
Okay.
You guys were more important.
Justin.
Wow.
We can talk about Mario Kart. Justin, you're also a big fan of Claire.
Yeah, Expedition 33 is my favorite game of the year so far as well. It's a little bit hard, like if people are playing it, it's a little bit like if you know, you know, but if you're not playing it, it's kind of hard to explain what makes it so amazing because it's really good character work, it's really good music, it's really good world building, and it's a game that kind of gets under your skin and sticks with you for a long time. I can already tell. I'm right at the end of it, and then I had to put the controller down to come here to IGN Live, so it's like, you know, thank you.
The sacrifices that we made.
I know. So, but I can already tell, like, this is a game that's going to stick with me for years. And some of these characters are some of the most memorable, well-written, well-acted, well-voiced video game characters in a long, long time. And I think that's backed up and married with just really, really perfect sort of classic RPG gameplay that's evolved, you know, so it's not like, look, like the gameplay in this game, it's not doing something that we've never ever seen before, but it's executing turn-based combat in such a flashy, satisfying, fun way that it's like, to me, I mean, like, I'm proud that it got a 9 out of 10. I think that's a good score, but for me personally, it's an easy 10 out of 10 game.
Interesting. Yeah. 10. I love the scoop sign. Yeah. You know, shout out to everybody.
I know.
So 9 out of 10. Everyone seems really impressed with Claire Obscura. There's a little more than half the year to go still. Lots more games coming. But there's some other games that have gotten 9s this year so far that we should mention. Doom: The Dark Ages.
Mm-hmm. A hell of a game.
Really fun game. Really fun game. I think my instinct is that it's like super fun, super well made, but maybe not, you know, revolutionary enough to knock something like Claire.
Yep.
Off the pedestal.
I agree.
Then there's something a little bit smaller, even smaller than Claire. Blueprints.
Yeah, love that game. Which, by the way, I'll wait till you list them all.
Yeah. Okay. I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Then there's this little game. I think a few people played this. Maybe they played it with a friend or a loved one. Split Fiction.
Yeah.
Something, a world that Justin has been dabbling in. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
This is just like your poll.
Are you
just
still
hearing the
only
audience.
on the first one, Justin?
Well,
yeah, so I'm going to move on to 2 after all the DLC comes out. I'm waiting for like the Game of the Year edition or Ultimate edition.
Got it. And then there's a Dark Horse also, but I'll let you say.
I was just like, I'd never made the connection that Blueprints and Doom and Claire Obscura are all on Game Pass. So like, what are you for 3 Game of the Year candidates to all be on that service?
Well, I mean, also after the Xbox showcase today, there are a lot of great games coming to Game Pass.
Yeah.
So there's also this new game that's just released. It's called Mario Kart World.
As yet unscored.
Yet unscored because we didn't get early copy.
Yep, the
so
reviewer has been
Logan,
here reviewing the game live with everybody.
Yep.
And stage yesterday.
Anyone was here for NVC yesterday? They played Mario Kart Live. Logan's very good.
Yep. He just bodied everybody.
Yeah, he just bodied everybody.
Logan has been upstairs this entire week reviewing the game for everybody. So it's quite impressive.
And everyone seems to really like Mario Kart World. Sam, do we have any sort of sense though? Like, is it a contender?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a contender for Game of the Year.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like it has a lot going for it, but there's already this kind of like pull towards is it better than Mario Kart 8? And a lot of people are saying no for the racing, and then the open world might not add enough. But I played a lot of the open world, well, not a lot, but hours of it, and I think it's really fun. Justin watched me fail an event over and over again, and it's a nice, relaxing, try your skill series of fun activities. I think it's good.
But the way you're playing that game is the same way I want to play it. We're like, what is it, like 1,000 P-Switch challenges that are littered around the world, and each one's a little bit different, and like, that sounds like a good time.
Yep.
I've been playing it when I can, when I get home from IGN Live. I've been playing it with my son, Kingo. Some of you may have seen him on stage yesterday.
A lot of hype for Kingo.
Well, he played a game with Logan, and he came in second. So, I mean...
Wait, hold on.
And then he had to get a pie in the face.
And then he got a pie.
Those are the rules.
He's got to learn.
Look, these kids got to learn.
He plays a lot of video games. He's pretty good at video games. So we were playing Mario Kart World together, and he told me how he plays Mario Kart. He said, "Daddy, what I do is I get in first place, and then I try to stay in first place."
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
Look, that's a bold strategy.
Maybe a future Guides team member.
Maybe a future Guides team member. Yeah.
That's a hot tip. Win.
Sam, your personal game of the year so far is something we haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah, that's right, because maybe we didn't give it a high score.
We got an 8.
Okay, I like Assassin's Creed for my favorite game of the year. I beat it. It was many hours. Now, I like it because it is a beautiful depiction of Japan. I love riding around on a horse through Japan. There's going to be another game doing that this year, though.
Which one?
Ghost
of
Tsushima.
Ghost of Yotei.
Yotei. So I'm wondering what those are going to look like when they're head-to-head. But for now, it's definitely Assassin's Creed, although I think, and I can't wait to play a lot of it, but Death Stranding 2 runs a good chance to be my favorite. I love Death Stranding, and it's my favorite Kojima game, and more of that, please, is all I'm going to say there. I cannot wait. Give me boxes to carry.
A few other games that I think are worth mentioning. Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah.
So Monster Hunter... Got some Monster Hunter fans. Monster Hunter World is Capcom's best-selling game ever.
Wow.
Ever.
All of them. Wait a second. What about Street Fighter, Damon?
It's outsold it.
Hold up. Well, what about Mega Man?
It even outsold Mega Man 8.
What?
Yeah.
No.
That's a good Mega Man.
Well, it's not one of the best. I don't think.
It's a Mega Man.
This is all to say, maybe Monster Hunter Wilds didn't make as much of a splash as I thought it would.
Right.
I liked it, but I'm not the world's biggest Monster Hunter fan. But I mean, it got me into playing it. I liked it quite a bit.
But in what other video game can you get an animal's scales and skin and then turn it into a hat?
Mega Man 8.
Right.
I mean, that's not far off. You're trying to be silly, but you're not far off.
Yeah.
It's true.
Is your character a robot?
Is Monster Hunter a Mega Man-like?
Yeah, I mean, it's Capcom. Everything they do is...
They're all connected. Resident Evil, yeah.
I mean, we did gloss over Split Fiction. Like, I don't think it is. I love Expedition so much that, like, Split Fiction can't edge it out. But, like, that game, that studio keeps getting better and better and better. And, like, the Split Fiction ends, like, it's good all throughout. But then the finale of that game is incredible. Like, it's a really, really memorable experience. I played it with my 11-year-old. We had a great time with each other. So I highly recommend playing it. Great game for couples. Great game for, dads or moms and kids. Like, it's awesome.
But in the showcases this week, there are multiple Split Fiction likes.
I told you, I feel like co-op games is like a theme.
There's a Lego one.
Yeah, Lego Voyagers is one of my top picks of this summer season so far.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Okay, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, more Game Scoop and IGN Live right after this.
IGN Live is presented by FX's Alien Earth. Premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Welcome back to GameScoop here at IGN Live. We're going on all weekend here. You know, all weekend long I was pretty sure that GameScoop would be the most fun thing that happens on the stage, the coolest thing that happens on the stage. But then this guy, thank you, this guy earlier goes and proposes, which is a beautiful moment, but how am I supposed to top that?
Let's try to get 2 proposals during this.
Yeah. Okay, does anyone want to propose?
Anyone free?
How about this? How about this? We did this last year too. You guys know what the Playdate is?
Mm-hmm.
The cutest handheld console.
Yeah.
With a great little black and white screen and a little crank. We've got a few Playdate consoles here and a case. I'm going to give one away right now.
Yeah.
And yes, I do play favorites with people wearing GameScoop shirts.
Generally, you
Notes
play
for next year.
Generally, you play date around a little bit before you play Engage.
That's true. That's true.
Yep, we use our Playdate at our house. We like it. I own one. I love it.
I like the Playdate. It's a cool console.
Yep.
Okay, well, here we are, the Omega Cops at Goose Camp.
Let's play a game.
Gathered in front of Scoop Nation.
Oh boy.
Let's play a game. This
Great.
is called Video Game Who Am I? Here's how this works. Yeah.
And you are going to play a game with us.
You're going to play with us. So I've selected a character for everyone here.
Okay.
And what they're going to do is they're going to close their eyes and we'll bring the character up here so everyone in the room will know who they are except them. Then we'll take the picture down, they'll open their eyes, and then they will ask yes or no questions, and you will answer the questions until they can determine who they are. Now, when the picture comes up, nobody yell out the name of the character. We all want to play this game together and have fun. So, everybody good? Yeah! Good? Okay, Sam's going to go first.
Good. Oh, I'm first. Okay.
Love it.
All right.
So, Sam, please.
I'm a veteran at this game.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
For real.
No,
and
no.
let's see who Sam is. There we go.
Don't tell
I
me.
don't even know who that is.
You don't know? Of course you don't know. That's a big hint.
That's my first clue.
Don't shout it out.
First clue.
That might be the first hint.
Yeah.
Okay, Sam, you can open your eyes.
Okay.
Okay, so we all know who Sam is. Sam, let the questioning begin.
All right. Am I a human?
No.
Am I an animal? Do I? Oh wow, there's already an iffy question. Do I have fur? Yeah. Am I cute? Oh my goodness. Am I some sort of pocket monster? Okay. Am I really little? Really little. Oh, wow. Okay.
Pretty
okay.
little,
I'm a
yeah.
really little furry cutie. Okay. Am I just one color? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Do I have pointy ears? Am I a cat? Oh, dog? Am I an imaginary creature?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. That was really
Okay.
good. That was
Okay.
good. That was good. That was good.
All right. Some sort of imaginary
There's
creature.
also a hint. Mark gave you a big hint here.
I did.
He doesn't play any games.
But what else does Mark not
What
do?
does Mark not
What else
do?
do
Am
I
I
not
from
do?
a movie? But does this movie also have a video game?
Yes.
Okay. That's really interesting. All right. Is this a sci-fi movie?
What? What? No, it's not a sci-fi movie.
I'm like, I don't know.
Is it a fantasy movie?
What genre is this?
That's funny. Okay, well, let's just drop that line of questioning.
Yeah, let's leave it.
All right, is this a movie from the 70s or 80s?
Yes.
Okay, does it have sequels?
Yes.
Really? Okay, is this a Star Wars character? Trek? Oh my goodness, this sounds hard.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a little cutie.
Little
that's
cute
furry.
Little cute furry with pointy
It's imaginary. That's from some movie. Oh, is it? Am I a Mogwai?
What's your name?
Is my name Gizmo?
Yes.
Mark, see
There it
Gremlins,
is.
buddy.
There
I am.
We'd
That
have
is so
been here all
funny.
night if I got that
That
one.
is so funny.
That was really good.
Oh, awesome.
That was
Okay,
pretty
well, I'm
good.
glad. Okay, we have a good record. Thank you so much, everybody, so far.
Hey, nicely job, Sam.
What is it? A sci-fi movie?
It's not a sci-fi movie, right?
I mean-
what's sci-fi?
The dad's an inventor.
It stands for science fiction.
He's not an alien. He's not an alien.
What's unclear?
They're gremlins.
There have been legacy. There's like an animated show that they come from. They have like this history.
Really? Okay.
In
Wait, so
Asia.
what is a gremlin?
Ancient creatures.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was
I love
good.
it. All right, Gizmo. IR Gizmo.
That was good.
Well done.
Okay, Justin.
Okay.
You're on deck. Justin's
All right,
eyes.
eyes are closed.
Remember, nobody yell this out because I think a few of you are going to know who this is. Let's see who Justin is. Oh, more hints. More hints.
Oh my God.
Okay, get that down. Okay, Justin.
Oh, this is good.
Stay cool, guys.
For the record, I hate this so much.
Stay cool.
I've been playing video games my whole life. I've done 700 episodes of GameScoop, and then I
you're
forget
blanking?
everything that I've ever.
No game
They
has
help
ever
you. They help a
existed.
lot. They help a lot.
Okay. Am I a human?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I a woman?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I from a video game?
Yes.
Am I an adult?
Yeah.
Oh boy, I don't even know. Name a woman.
He's out of questions. That's all he had.
Okay. Am I from a game? Am I still starring in games?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I shoot guns?
Nope.
No, I don't shoot guns. Am I? Oh,
Somebody here?
She's phone a friend.
What?
I just heard a knock.
Okay. Oh boy. So I'm an adult, I'm a woman, I'm from video games, I'm still in video games today. Am I in a fighting game?
Well, you are in a fighting game.
You are
Am I a Nintendo character?
No.
I'm in a fighting game.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Am I normally seen, am I like 2D? Am I like drawn in 3D and polygonal? I'm in trouble, Damon.
You're a beloved character.
Beloved character.
You might say that you're dear to a lot of gamers' hearts.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the hint was like, you're not a fighting game character, but you are in a fighting game.
Right, but I assume Smash, but it's not Smash.
And you don't use guns.
I don't use guns.
You're,
I'm a brawler. I'm a boxer.
Yeah.
Oh, you're giving me a lot of hints. Is that their...
That was a really good impression.
That was great. Spot on.
For fans of the genre.
Did I first come out in the 80s or 90s?
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it. Still around today.
Ooh.
Am I Chun-Li?
No.
Am I from Street Fighter?
No.
Okay, but am I from... Okay, what other fighting game franchises are there?
But not from a thing.
Don't get too hung up on the fighting game.
Look, you all know the answer.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
What's another hint?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to think of
You
some.
emerged in the 90s.
But check this out. Mark knows this character.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark knows this character.
I need a hint. I need a.
RPG.
Jeez.
Am I Tifa?
Yeah!
You just went from RPG to Tifa?
Well, because he did the boxing thing earlier.
Yeah. Tifa, and I also said you're geared a lot of gamers.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You okay?
It's very stressful. Thank you.
You should be happy to be Tifa. Tifa rocks.
We have the medic standing by for Justin. Sorry, I shouldn't joke.
No, thank you for the crowd. That was very helpful.
Okay, yeah.
All right. And remember, there's nothing in the rule book that says you can't be Tifa also.
Okay. Or maybe I'm the gremlin.
Yeah, that's
Nicely
not,
job. Would you know a gremlin?
No!
Okay.
No, not at all!
Gizmo's not a gremlin. He's a mogwai. He hasn't become a gremlin yet.
They can't get wet after midnight.
We'd have been here all night
All right,
if you
sit down and I'll regale you the story of gremlins.
When does that end? Isn't it always after midnight? Like, what's the cutoff?
Yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem. Okay, and remember, Mark, I picked these for you. I picked someone I think you can guess, right? So please close your eyes.
Okay.
And let's see who Mark is. Yeah?
Yeah, I
Yeah?
This is good.
Okay, let's take that down. All right, Mark. Here we go.
All right, am I John Cena? What the heck? Okay, so am I from a video game?
Yes.
Am I a male? Yes. Okay, am I human? Yes. Am I the star of my game?
Oh, yeah.
Am I still, are games still coming out?
Oh, yeah.
Did one of them come out in the last 3 years?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I heard last year. Okay.
Just ask that now to make it fair.
Okay, did that game come out in 2024?
No.
Hey!
Hey,
Who was that?
Let him figure it out.
All right. Was it 2025?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it an RPG?
No.
Is
I
it
wish.
is it an action game? Okay.
Remember,
let's see.
genres are hard in general, let alone with a bunch
So
of
I
people
know I'm in an
disagreeing.
action game that
I
came
found that
out
out.
this year. So let's see here. Okay. Have we? Let's see. Does my character wear a hat?
Nope.
No. Okay.
You got a head covering of some
Something
kind.
covers your head.
A head covering of some kind.
Yeah.
And we said I was a guy, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. Am I somebody's dad?
No.
No.
Not that we know
Pretty
of.
sure no.
Okay. Am I in a shooting game?
Oh, yeah.
Huh. Am I Doom Guy?
Yeah. Nailed it.
This is your image.
He doesn't wear a hat, but got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
John Cena.
It does look like John Cena.
But we can see him.
I didn't get it, but now I do. I was like, is my character invisible? Like, am I just not in the game?
I wasn't sure how this would look on the big screen, the pixels, but it looks awesome.
It looks better than
looks great.
you could expect. Yeah.
Okay, nicely job. Another round of applause for these guys. Nicely job. Okay, we have one more segment, but let's go ahead and toss the break now so we can just keep it all together. So, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. There's more GameScoop coming up right after this.
IGN Live is presented by Nintendo Switch 2. All together, anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN GameScoop.
GameScoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downes, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switch to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Live is presented by Mind's Eye. Pre-order now.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downes, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switch to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Welcome back to Game Scoop here at IGN Live. Sam, it's finally happening.
Yeah.
We're at the end of the day. My voice is about to go.
I hear it. I'll take over for you anytime. Just give me those little cards.
My voice timed it perfectly.
This is the perfect time.
Got one more segment here. Lots of games to talk about, but I can't help but notice a lot of stuff has just appeared here on stage with us. I don't know. I mean, IGN Live's...
Oh, maybe show up next time?
IGN Live's almost over. I don't know what we can do with all this stuff.
Yeah, we're going to have to give it away.
We'll try to figure out what we can do with all this stuff at the end of the show.
I'll steal some of it, don't worry.
Okay. So a lot of big games have been revealed this week. There have been several big showcases. PlayStation State of Play was last week. They had the Summer Game Fest. The Xbox Showcase was today. So I've made a long list of games. It didn't fit on one card.
What?
I had to put the list on two cards.
A two-carder.
Yeah.
E3 is back, kind of.
And so we're just gonna we're gonna talk about games that look cool until Nick tells me I have to wrap up the show.
Okay.
So basically, looking back earlier in the week, there's a game that I think Justin would have been excited about.
Which one?
Do you know which one I'm gonna start with?
Is it
Lumines Arise?
Yeah.
There's a new Lumines.
It was awesome. Dude. Yeah. If you don't know, it's a puzzle game that's known for having like an incredible soundtrack and like that's sort of its defining feature. And it's not apparent that it's Lumines from the opening seconds of the trailer.
Yeah.
And as I'm watching this game trailer, I'm like, damn, this game sounds really cool. It's got a really good soundtrack. And then it's revealed to be Lumines, and I'm like, makes sense. I understand now.
And it's got that Tetris Effect DNA, right?
Oh, it's great.
It's the developer of Tetris Effect.
Yeah, the moment it started, I was like, is this Tetris Effect 2?
Yep.
I love Tetris Effect, so. But I've never played Lumines.
I should have clocked it because it's got the timeline going across, and that's like the game's whole thing.
Yeah. Lumines was a PSP game.
Yep.
Then eventually came to I think it was a downloadable Xbox Live Arcade game.
There's
been a few revisions, but there's never like Lumines 2, right?
No, they did a few spin-offs and like side games and stuff, but it's back. It's great. If you've never played them, check it out.
Lumines Arise is coming this fall. And then the next one is a game I don't think we can show any footage of here in this hall. It's called Romeo is a Dead Man.
The
next one from Grasshopper Manufacturer, which is billed as, this is a quote, Grasshopper Manufacturer's bloodiest action game yet. And that's all I need to know.
Yep.
I'll be there. This was this is like a third-person action game where you're sort of caught in between life and death, and you're slashing up lots of monsters, and blood is spewing out everywhere, and it looks great.
Sudified one is back.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess that's all we say about that one.
Okay.
Sam,
It looks great.
There's a new Bloodstained.
Yes. So
Bloodstained 2.
we have a new IGA game, right, from the creator of
It's an IGA.
Castlevania.
It's an
He
IGA
doesn't
like-
get to make Castlevanias anymore.
Yeah.
It's not IGA doing it?
What's that?
We don't know if it's IGA doing it.
He's like a producer. He's not the director. He's
Got
producer.
it. Yeah, but a 2D Castlevania, we should get one every year.
Fix my mic.
Well,
I don't
it's just
know.
that his voice is going.
I don't know what I can do about my mic. Okay.
I think he just doesn't have a voice.
We'll just have to talk for him.
It's been a long weekend.
Sam will talk about Bloodstained 2.
Yeah, well, what is there to say? You play as some goofy guys now instead of a lady. They look like Castlevania characters, and it looks like an amazing 2D Castlevania.
Is it co-op, or do you just play as the two guys?
There's two characters.
Swaps.
Cool. Yeah. They're always on screen, but you swap between the two.
Yeah.
Rad.
Yeah. So that looks cool. What about Final Fantasy Tactics?
That's one of those not very well kept secret. People knew it was coming, but they're still excited to see it. Fully voice acted. It's gonna have Ben Starr, Brianna White, Cody Christian, all the favorites.
Are you a Tactics guy?
Not really. I've never really played it, so I
What if they
hear all the familiar voices. I'm excited to give it a go for sure.
Incredible game.
Yeah.
Is that the one? That's the good Tactics also?
I mean, yeah.
It's like Tactics Advanced.
It's kind of like
also,
the
right?
benchmark of Tactics games.
I've never played it. I can't wait. It's great.
What about, we finally got the reveal of the 007 game. 007 First Light.
Yep. Hitman development
IO
team.
Interactive.
I mean, what a perfect fit, right? Like the moment they announced that the Hitman developers IO were making a 00 game, that's all we really need to know, right?
I like that the Bond looks like Tom Holland. Like he looks really, really young, but then he talks and he has this deep voice. And I'm like, okay, we'll do it. It's not canon in the Bond universe, so it kind of gives them, I think it'll give them more freedom to just kind of do whatever they want. If you're going to pick someone to make a Bond game, the Hitman developers would be the ones to do it.
I agree with that, and I feel confident in it. People are a little mixed on the look, the young look of James Bond.
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah. He looks like Nathan Drake, but young.
Kind of looks like Tom Cruise. I don't know. What do we think of the look of this young James Bond? I always just see him here. Is it yes? Yes? Okay. Then we will allow it.
Yep, we'll allow it.
What I like about it, though,
maybe there'll be skins like there was in 007 GoldenEye.
Oh yeah, you could just be different.
You just be whoever, just be Oddjob the whole game.
I'm Pierce Brosnan now.
That's cheating.
I like this detail that we learned because it's going to be a big story-driven AAA game with lots of voice acting. But I like this detail. You'll be able to test your skills and replay your favorite missions with additional modifiers for endless espionage fun. Yeah, just make it a video game. Yeah. Make it a video game-ass video game.
Yeah, I know. It's like Hitman.
Super video game.
GoldenEye for the N64 had that, right? You could play the games, but then you can go back and do these extra things where it's like, don't let any hostages die.
They need to bring back big head mode.
Yeah.
Yep. Shouldn't every game just have big head mode?
Big head mode.
I agree.
Only with cheat codes, though.
And cheat codes, yeah.
Marvel Rivals had it, and I was very happy.
You know, speaking of Marvel, Mark, what do we think about Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls?
My two co-workers love it. They like lost their stuff over it. I'm not much of a fighting game guy. It was really funny watching Captain America talk in Japanese.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it looks great.
Anything approaching the Capcom style of art that is applied to Marvel is just the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like, so first of all, it's a nice surprise. Come from Arc System Works, Guilty Gear developers. Any Guilty Gear fans?
They know how to make good games.
Also 4v4.
I know.
4v4.
They said it couldn't be done. What's next? 5v5?
Impossible.
Impossible.
The only thing about 4v4 is I think you have to have a pretty big roster for it not to start feeling.
Well, I don't know if there's enough Marvel characters.
There might not be enough Marvel characters.
I can name a few.
I just like that, you know, it's a Marvel game, but they're just letting Arc System Works make, it's very Japanese.
Yep.
Like the debut trailer's in Japanese, it's got a very anime art style. I'm sure there was temptation from someone along the lines of it. Let's make it a little bit more Western leaning, but no.
If you're gonna hire Arc System Works, let them cook.
Yep.
Let them do their thing. They're the best in the biz.
Big fans of cooking over here. That was coming 2026. We mentioned it earlier, Lego Voyagers. Is the Lego split fiction like.
Yep.
And it's going to have a split fiction style friend pass. We only have to buy one copy of the game.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm loving that trend.
Yeah.
Back during the E3 days, there would often sometimes be a theme of E3, right? Like unofficially, like be like, oh, there's a lot of this kind of game or that kind of game. And I feel like this summer we've seen a lot of co-op games, and it warms my heart. It's awesome to see.
This kind of
co-op
looks like,
back in
it's
so
almost
strong.
like a 3D snipper clips too, right? It's like kind of like you're kind of like moving things together and just trying to get them in.
Yeah.
And just the Lego HD-ness of it is amazing. Yeah. Looks so pretty.
I mean, it looks better. We're playing a lot of Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga right now. It looks better than that, I think.
Yeah, that's great.
It's interesting to play as individual bricks and not minifigs.
Yeah, it's cute.
But cute. Well, there was one year where the theme of E3 was like bow and arrows.
Yeah, just every game had a bow and arrow. Exactly.
One year was like knives in the throat. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my.
We finally got a release date for Mina the Hollower. The next game from the Shovel Knight developers.
Yeah, Halloween.
You're a little mouse.
Oh, I didn't even put that together. The Mina the Hollower on Halloween.
Yeah, they're releasing on Halloween. Looks great. That game's been around for a while. I think there's a demo right now too you can play. I love Shovel Knight. I love everything that Yacht Club does, and can't wait.
It looks incredible. I don't know if it actually is this, but the vibe it gives us is like an old school Zelda-like.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Game Boy Zelda.
Yep. It's like Game Boy, like Link's Awakening.
It's so rad.
Playing Link's Awakening on the Game Boy Color.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, we have to go to the next card. This is a game that we also probably can't show much of here. Axe of Blood. Yeah. So this is like the Raid, the game. Even though the Raid was already like Double Dragon.
Yeah, I can talk to you about this. It looked like a Damie game.
Yeah, for sure. Gameplay-wise, did you see this one, Justin?
No, I missed it.
So it's like Sifu. We're like sort of like attempting martial arts in a very realistic way.
Yeah.
But it's very hardcore. I think some of like even like the moves and the kills are like lifted straight from the Raid. It's got the fast stab, the stabby stab. Yeah, this one looks really, really good. It's an indie Indonesian developer.
That's awesome.
I feel pretty confident saying they're also fans of the Raid.
Yeah, totally.
Took some inspiration there. And then finally, Justin, Yakuza fan.
Yeah.
Previously announced as Project Century. Now Stranger Than Heaven.
Looks incredible.
It does look incredible.
Looks incredible.
I mean, RGG Studios doesn't miss, right?
Yeah.
Like they've made they're going from strength to strength to strength. They somehow release like 3 games every single year. It just never stops.
Yeah.
And then they all look awesome. And like, if you're someone like, look, I don't have this complaint, but if someone's like, the games are starting to feel a little bit samey or feeling similar, the cities often feel the same. Like, then they do a swerve and they're like, look, we're going to give you something that's a period piece that looks moody, and then the combat still looks just as awesome and sort of visceral as it always does. Like, it's definitely at the top of my most anticipated list.
I'm a sucker for style. Anytime a game is like in a cutscene and then you see a character kind of stand up and then the camera goes behind him and then you start walking, I'm like, I'm in. It looks great. I'm in. I'm easy to please. I like video games.
A lot of people are in for that one. This was the big one, maybe the biggest one this week. I don't know. I'm not sure. Resident Evil Requiem. Resident Evil 9.
They're consistently churning out great Resident Evils, whether they're remakes or new games, all the time.
Yeah.
This didn't tell us much about the game, but who cares? I cannot wait.
It was a little tease.
Yeah. I mean, so we know we placed this new character for the first time, Grace Ashcroft, who's the daughter of Alyssa Ashcroft, who was a character in Resident Evil Outbreak.
Yeah.
So they've sort of wandered off the beaten path of the characters they have here.
Yeah, we were all kind of watching this roll out, and it was like, oh, an FBI agent. I don't know. This doesn't really seem like it could be Resident Evil. Then finally you see a raccoon thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, raccoon something something. It's Resident Evil.
Where's Leon? That's what everybody wants to know.
Where is Leon?
It's not our fault. They literally said in the showcase, we have nothing to show.
Yeah.
And then they end it with Resident Evil 9, Re-90.
Re-91.
Yeah, they got us.
Well, Leona's on a jet ski.
Yeah, he was on a jet ski.
That's
He's
where
still
he is.
escaping an
He's still
island.
on
He's on a jet ski.
But what's cool is they gave it a date. February 27th,
Yeah.
2026.
2026 is filling out.
Yeah.
GTA, we got Resident Evil.
Yeah. We haven't even
And that's
mentioned
it.
that. Anyone excited about GTA?
Well, we didn't get to see much of that this week.
What's up?
We didn't get to see much of that this week.
We didn't get to see much of that, yeah.
We got Silk Song's release date. I didn't think
Did we?
Well,
release
release
they're narrowing
window.
Yeah, we did that.
They're zeroing in on it.
And finally, the sequel to a game that I reviewed for IGN. I remember I reviewed it, Super Meat Boy 3D.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looked great.
It looks great.
It looked great.
It looks really cool. It's like sort of got some Astrobot DNA in it. It seems like a little bit more action-oriented 3D platforming. That was definitely a surprise to the show for me. Sam, you were talking about it too. Like, I think it looks really cool.
Yeah, and that's just the start of an amazing Xbox show.
Yeah, you thought the Xbox show was like kind of
I thought it was
really good?
incredible. I thought every single game I'd play in there. Persona, oh my god, that was incredible. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Cool.
Clockwork Orange looks really
Clockwork
good. Or not Clockwork Orange, I'm sorry. Clockwork Revolution.
Yeah.
Every time I see it, I think Clockwork Orange, and now
Shooter
I just said it on-
RPG, steampunk, it looks
But
great.
you haven't seen Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Oh, I have seen
You have
Clockwork
seen Clockwork Orange.
Somebody took my eyeballs and made me watch
Yeah,
it.
that's, see?
Also,
You
the
get that
Xbox
reference.
handheld looked really, really cool.
Yeah, and Silk Song is a big deal. Like, I can't wait to play Silk Song this year. That's really exciting too.
Well, my friends, this is it. We've reached the end of GameScoop. Thank you so much, really. Yeah.
They want stuff.
Thank you so much for listening, watching GameScoop every week. It's so much fun for us to do. Next year, fun fact, if we do IGN Live the same time next year, the first episode of GameScoop was in June 2006.
Wow.
So it'll be 20 years.
Can we call it? Are we done? Have we given enough?
And then I rest. No, seriously, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in every week. You guys are the best. Okay. Okay, another IGN Live is coming to an end. This has been a ton of fun. It wouldn't be anywhere near as much fun without everyone who showed up, so give yourselves a round of applause. And let's give it up for everyone who helped IGN Live come together, everyone working behind the scenes, our entire production crew, our hype team, our partners.
Thank you, everybody.
Sponsors, guests,
Thank you, crew.
and everyone working security, helping keep the venue clean. And last but not least, thank you to the Magic Box at the Reef for having us back for our second year. We had a blast doing this, but what about you? What do you think? Should we come back next year?
Well, there you have it.
Scoop, there it is.
Glad to hear it. Okay, Scoop, there it is. Okay. Okay, so at these big events, they always like to close with, oh, and one more thing. But our one more thing is hidden behind the prompter. It's actually a whole bunch of things that we want to send home with our guests, but I might need some help. So can I get some help out here?
Short people in front.
Okay. Hey.
I think they're waiting for James, Seth.
From everyone here at IGN, thank you for making IGN Live 2025 a success. We'll see you again. So many prizes. Keep up the
no.